Ooh.
Oh, I came into this with something to speak on, and now I'm just like, it's making me tired even thinking about it.
That's usually how it happens.
Oh, making me sleepy. Do I even want to go down that path? I messaged everybody because
Oh,
you
did
told
you?
one person.
Hi, Ginger, Lindy.
These things occur. These things do occur. How are you today, my brother? Stupid question, but how are you today?
I'm already fucking up, and it's not even 5 minutes in yet. God damn it.
Well, nobody watches these back.
Oh, yeah, there's that.
So, maybe one person will catch it, but hopefully they're not a stalker.
Right.
Then again, I would say we don't have stalkers that watch us, right?
Yeah, I really don't think so. I think the odds of that is very low.
Because I haven't had any stalker issues. Well, I guess I had a couple, but they weren't stalkers. They were just, weird lurkers who talk shit under their breath. But other than that, I've had no stalkers. So, so how's your day going, brother?
Pretty good. Pretty good for the most part. As good as it can get, you know. I mean, we're here, so there's that, but I've
There
been
is.
taking it easy. Not too much shit happening today. How about you?
I just woke up, so
Oh yeah.
I'm,
Right, I forgot.
I'm still drinking coffee.
Nice.
But lovely Lindy is cooking some sandwiches on her
Ooh.
grill thingy thing, so it's about to get
Ooh,
even
that sounds fancy.
oh, fancy. Some fancy grilled cheese turkey, turkey and grilled cheese
Hell
sandwich
yeah.
with the tomato soup.
That's right. Hook it up, Lindy.
They're still up in the fridge. So it's guess a good day so far.
Good. Good, good.
Now, do you have anything specific you want to bring up in this particular live, or anything you want to talk about, discuss, go over?
I really I was just talking to this lady on Facebook. We're in a different group. And she was talking about, some of the AI things that she's been seeing and stuff. And worried about this whole digital ID, which is apparently supposed to be happening pretty soon, where they'll
Yep.
essentially you'll have to have an ID to participate on the fucking internet. And I hear YouTube is supposed to implement something like that eventually, like where they'll have you send in a copy of your ID to prove, quote unquote, that you're of legal age and whatever.
They're already doing it in certain places.
Yeah,
Uh,
so a bunch
yeah.
of censorship.
Yes.
But yeah, we were just talking about Agenda 2030 and how shit's really gonna go downhill if those AI systems get on to max the way that they want them to.
Yes.
Like I was literally I was telling her like I'm not even joking. I am very much so considering just leaving. Leaving before that happens.
This is understandable. To be honest, that is kind of my line, where it's like people are like, what would you really kill yourself for? The moment I think it's like, if you don't do it, you won't die again. Like at that
Yeah.
point where I'm like, all right, we're like right at that edge where it's like either you die now or you fucking never do, and that's gonna be way worse. That would be my time to go.
Yeah.
Unless I'm, of course, in another worse situation where I'm shooting it out with police or some shit. But other than that, it would be that. Like that thing is the only thing that I could say I have any type of fear of, because I'm not trying to get stuck in a lower level 2-dimensional virtual reality matrix. We're already in a matrix. I don't want to be even and have to climb even higher just to get out of that motherfucker, or even have a higher dimensional experience. I don't care if you could fly, go invisible. I don't care. Like, I don't care. Well, I can go into the VR world and have 13 bad bitches, and like, I don't care what the fucking enticement is. It's like, I'm not trying to do
Right.
that. Period. Point
And
blank.
Right, and that's pretty much all it is like that carrot dangled on the stick, right? All the whole, oh, you'll be able to fly, or you'll be able to do some other stupid shit that doesn't really mean anything,
Mm-hmm.
at the expense of you being here forever.
Which
Like,
which I can do in the astral anyway. I like I can, I could do all
yeah,
the
it's like,
astral and more, but I'm supposed to go into a VR digital world. No, 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 no. I'm
right,
all
and
set.
it's like I watch Star Trek. Like, I am a complete sci-fi nerd. I like Star Trek. I like Star Wars.
Me too.
Anybody who's watched Star Trek knows how terrible the fucking Borg is.
Yep. Yep.
Like, resistance is fucking futile at that point. Okay, we're all gonna be plugged in the fucking Borg systems.
And that's the best way to put it because it's really going to turn humanity into the Borg. That's lit. Not. That's not even a joke. That's
No, it's
literal.
not.
That's where we're headed.
They're openly talking about this shit. Like, I've read articles where they're talking about how immortality can be as close as 2030, and that they'll be able to find ways to reverse death. And I'm like, everybody's looking at this shit and laughing at it, like, oh, ha ha, he stupid. But then it's like, no, they're telling you in your fucking face what they're trying to do. It's like, this is not a funny thing. This is very serious.
Very serious. It's not a
Like,
joke. It
no.
people don't understand transcendental entities. So when they see AI, they see what they use AI for right now, and they think that's AI. I go, even what it is used for right now by you is not AI. You're just using
Right.
tool, which is a part of the. It's literally an algorithm spun off by the AI, so you can make videos, porn, images, music, whatever the mundane peasants are using it for. The shit that the fucking go look up Palantir and see what
Oh
they're
my
using
god.
for right now. Like the same
Oh,
they're using at a far more advanced level for fuckery. People complain about being slaves, but they will take the little crumbs given to them by this technology while they're further enslaved by it. Like
oh,
make every excuse to continue doing so. And I get it. It's things could be fun and addictive and all that, but it gets to a point where you have to actually like be a big boy and big girl and really look into what it is you're doing and then make real decisions on whether you should actually be doing that or not. Like, what are you actually feeding? What are you supporting? What is occurring from that? What will happen 5 years from now just based on that? Definitive,
mm,
let alone possibilities and theoretical possibilities. What is the definitive trend we're heading towards? And right now, it's literally the Borg. If you go into fiction and you look at the Borg in Star Trek, if you look at the Matrix timeline, if you look at the iRobot timeline, we're literally on all of them simultaneously. Like all
oh,
of them have been rolled into one timeline and we're living it out. And people don't seem to understand that. They don't
no, they
seem
don't.
it's fucking ridiculous. Now, I get it. It's not the simplest shit to understand.
Hmm.
But if we call ourselves truth seekers, then seek the truth. It's not you don't wait for the truth to hit you on the lap. It's not low hanging fruit that you can pick from the tree. Like it's not the shit that's just gonna smile in your face and like I'm right here. It's the shit you have to dig for. That's why they call them rabbit holes. Like,
Right.
and you have to be a good rabbit, not a like people want to dig through the dumbest holes that have absolutely nothing to do with nothing, which are fun. I dig in those holes too, but they're like backup holes, background holes. They're just fun. What's the shape of the earth? What's the all these? Look, to me, those are like fun background holes. The holes that are important are the ones that are going to actually affect you, whether you're talking here physically or beyond, no matter what your theory reality, whether you're a soul, whether you're an AI, whether you're an NPC code in a video game. Like you should really want to understand your reality to whatever T you can. And if you don't know and you hear all these theories, you should try to understand all the different theories. Like I don't know which one's correct, but I understand each and every one of them, and I'm trying to come up with solutions for each one, so I avoid the pitfalls and the traps and the things along those lines. Because what people tend to do is they hit a certain level and they stop there because that's their level of comfort. Going beyond that
Yeah.
requires effort. So, and they don't want to apply that effort to learn those things to become more aware of the greater reality they're in, let alone the theories of the greater reality they're in, so they can actually plan for it. because then they have to actually plan for it. Like,
Yeah, and then on top of that, you have to deal with the biological the restraints that come
mhm,
with that because like you I think you mentioned this at one point. Like some people just have brains that are not that
yep,
are not going to compute very well with things. Like there are disabilities, there are all sorts of things with your biology that can fuck with you and hinder you from even learning a lot of shit. So it's like, what do you do with that? I mean, you know, it's like you
that's
can
why it's hard to blame them.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I see the picture from both angles of it. At one point, yes, you should learn as much as you can. Maybe that's a better way to say it. Like, if
As
okay, learn as much as you possibly can. You
yeah,
know, don't just accept one thing and then say, "Oh, I've got the whole puzzle," because I can guarantee you probably don't. None of us do. Like
correct.
we're we're all still trying to piece together this giant shit sandwich that we have before us. And while some of us have bigger chunks, it's still not the entire thing yet. So just keep learning however you can, and yeah, just be aware of what's happening. Like a lot of people don't know a fucking thing about Planeteer or the AI systems or Agenda 2030 or what any of that means and why it's important. They think AI is like you said. They think it's a game, a tool. Oh, this is I'll have an AI girlfriend or I'll have a fucking sex bot. You know, so,
But they're and the crazy thing is they're afraid of handlers, right? Oh, the handle
yeah,
AI handlers, the NPC handlers, the archonic handler, whatever they want to term it as, but like beings in this reality that come into their life on purpose or through programming or through the written script or whatever to steer them in certain directions to get them to follow the script, right? But then they're going to go get an AI friend or a sex robot that is literally designed to do that at a level far beyond any human they've ever encountered in their life.
right.
Like, if the moment you have an AI friend or girlfriend or any of that shit, you're already being steered by the algorithm, and we're all being steered right now with anything
Basically,
we do on the internet. Literally anything we do on the internet, it's steering us, let alone the system as a whole, which steers us through economics, monetary, profits and gains, bills that we need to pay. Like, the reason people wake up to go to work is because they're being steered by an algorithm called the economic system. Like, like
yeah.
all die at a different tier. People don't see it as that because it's not a literal technology, but it's a system that assimilates you into it and gets you to behave in a manner that benefits it, even if it doesn't benefit you. That's AI. And that is what this next level of AI is doing right now, and people don't realize it. Just from the basic algorithms of fucking social media and everything else we do on the internet, let alone literal AI companions, friends, AI art, etc. It's all the things that humans do with it, let alone deeper shit like Palantir and all the companies, the NSA's sentient world simulation, and like like all the elitist shit going on with it in the background. It's it's crazy, but I did want to jump back to what you said about some people just don't have that brain. Like, and, and this is why I say, so for me, I don't talk to the NPCs when I'm speaking on these things. I'm speaking to the folk. There's 7 people in here. Well, 6 because I'm in here as well, so I can message anybody in the chat. So there's 6 people in here, right? I'm talking to you people. I'm not talking to the NPCs outside. I don't know why any of us. I can't stand when people get stuck on that. All these stupid NPCs. I'm like, why are you still worried about them? They're retarded. They're gonna remain retarded. You should be talking to each other. Find the people you think have potential to know some shit and talk to them. Get disappointed in them. Like, don't get disappointed in the average bot outside. They're bots. It's what they do, what bots do. Look at the people who claim to be conscious or think they're conscious, and et cetera, and talk to them. So that's why I talk to them. But even amongst the conscious, I fully understand that in these bodies, we are in human bodies. The brain is literally a computer. And not everyone has that best computer. Like, some people have below average computers. You get what I'm saying?
Very true.
The thing they're using to calculate, to compute and to simulate is just not up to par as, say, someone else's. So expecting them to easily understand things that, say, someone else can is unfair. To expect them to use their conscious, subconscious, or unconscious mind to go beyond the brain and calculate in a whole other manner, when the brain they're using can't even contemplate doing such a thing to get to that point to perform those practices to be able to do it, is kind of unfair to them. They're in a mental prison. It is what it is. This is why I don't get, when I get frustrated, I just have to step back and remember, like, bro, look at who you're talking to. That person probably can't understand what you're telling them right now. Like, they may never be able to. So it's unfair to just, treat them a certain way because of it, but you do have to put everyone in their box. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right.
And once you understand what box everyone is in, treat them as such, and don't try to berate them for not understanding certain things. But if they claim to be truth seekers, and this is where I kind of draw that line, if you claim to seek truth, not wait for it or let it just fall in your lap, but you're a seeker of truth, even if you're not that smart, if you put in that work, I guarantee you can understand it, because it is understandable. It just
Yeah,
might
for
take
sure.
more time and more effort than some genius somewhere who could read it one time and go, "Oh, I fully understand that. I even understand it better than it was written." Like, I actually take that to the next 3 levels. Yeah, of course. That guy's, his brain just simply works better than yours. You know what I'm saying? But if you know that about yourself, especially if you go, "I'm kind of dumb," like, you know you're kind of dumb, but want the truth, then you should automatically know you're going to have to work harder for it, period. And you're not going to have any excuses just because you're dumb. Read more, watch more, listen more. And when you find someone that you know is smarter than you, let alone more knowledgeable than you in a certain aspect, really listen to them. Don't ask them for a solution and not want it. Don't ask them for a solution and then not listen. Don't ask them to break something down, explain it to you, and then ignore it as if it never occurred. Like, because the whole point of us all talking to each other and things like is to find people who might know more than you about a certain thing, even if you don't necessarily believe everything they're saying. Like, I hear theories all the time. I don't believe most of them, but I will still absorb every one of them and try to understand it bare minimum to the level of the person telling it to me. If I
Mm.
can't go beyond that and understand it even better than they do, so then maybe I can find solutions they don't even know exist, so I can share those with them and try to help them out. And I hope that people would do the same thing with me. But I feel like a lot of us in the so-called conscious community, I was saying this to a young quantum cipher yesterday, all hail to God, where I was saying, a lot of people will say conscious, but they term conscious only that which they are, only that which they believe, only that which they do. Anything else is unconscious. Soul
Mm.
trappers are conscious, but the people who think we're in a video game are not conscious. People who think we're in a video game are conscious, but the soul trappers are not conscious. The the materialists and the immortalists are the conscious ones, and anyone who thinks otherwise is unconscious. The anti-cosmic beings are the conscious ones, and anyone who thinks otherwise is And I go, no, all that shit's consciousness. Even the bullshit love and lighters are conscious. They have their own type of consciousness at their own level within their own tier. And you can even have higher tiers of consciousness, and because of that, lose touch with lower tiers of consciousness and have to bring yourself back sometimes down to earth. I have to do that a lot. Like, where I will be completely unaware of something happening 3 feet from me because I'm fucking off in the clouds somewhere thinking about axiomatic realities and fucking beyond cardinal scales and things along these lines, trying to expand my consciousness to the entirety of existence, So then I'll lose some of that human level consciousness where it's like, oh, wait, hold on, let me bring back down because, I have relationships with humans, like there's people here that I speak to and deal with. So I might want to be present in those situations, like, as opposed to some god out in the clouds somewhere. So when people think of consciousness, they need to think more of all encompassing, which is what I'm still struggling with to this day. My woman could tell you. I still struggle with that shit to this very day. And I'm trying to learn how to do all of the above, where I can easily slide up and down that spectrum of higher level, more all encompassing consciousness, and then bring it all the way down to a one-on-one conversation with someone where I'm looking them dead in their eyes, fully focused, 100% here. All the screens in my head are closed. You get what I'm saying? So
Mm.
consciousness encompasses all of that shit. Consciousness, if we really break it down to its most simplest point, is just awareness. How aware are you? And this is why I say there's types of consciousness, because there's different types of awareness and there's levels within tiers. Tier one would like me as an individual human right here, right now, in my life, what's around me, how consciously aware am I of it, of my own self and everything around me. Then you can scale that up to however high you want to scale it, all the way up to existence itself, and all the way down to you one on one with someone else. You know what I'm saying? Like, all these are different types, levels, and within tiers of consciousness. And the goal is to expand into all of them simultaneously while not losing any of them, so you can actually fully be aware of everything. Like, and the more aware you are of everything, the more conscious you are, but also the more lower levels you can actually start fucking up on and not not being consciously aware within. So you gotta draw that back. So instead of us pointing at each other and saying, well, you're not conscious because you don't believe my theory, like that I can't prove, though I have evidence for, but guess what? So does that guy. Like, the same evidence you can use for, say, simulation theory, you can also use for soul trap. You can use for uh, um, being inside of an insectoid matrix system. Like, you can, it doesn't matter. Almost all of them can be used for each other. All the Christians, the Muslims, all the religious people believe the same thing. You know, so like, we like to act like, oh, I'm more conscious because they're a Christian. Well, what makes you more conscious? Well, I know that we're in a soul trap or a simulation or a video game. I know that for a fact. Well, so do they. They told you that their God made this thing and either placed you in it or created you in it as an NPC. Like, they think the same shit you think. The only difference is they like it, you don't. Or they're afraid of the being, so they bow to the being because they don't want the being fucking them over. They want to get blessed by the being who's typing the fucking script, while you're angry at the being who's typing the script. Well, guess what? You're equally conscious. You're both aware of the same fucking thing. No, 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 I'm more conscious because I don't like it. No, that's your opinion of it. Like, almost every religion on earth. Go to Hinduism. Brahman is dreaming this all up. This is Maya. This is delusion. It's a game. It's not real.
Hmm.
The Hindus know that too. Guess what? So does the traditional Chinese religion. So does Buddhism. So does every culture on the planet knows what you know, generally speaking. You just have different details based upon your particular theory of what it is. So if you think it's a simulation, you're going to have details about the code, and so like, you're going to have different details based on your thought processes. But everyone's got their details. Soul trappers do too. So do the alien theorists. So do the archon theorists. So do the Gnostics. So do the Christians. So they can all explain to you why it's their theory, but all those theories generally boil down to the same thing. So, generally, even the so called NPCs are as conscious as the so called truth seekers most of the time. The question is, do you go beyond that? Because then you might actually be able to claim to be more conscious to someone, but that shouldn't even be the goal, to claim being more conscious. Like,
Right, right.
the goal should be to actually have higher levels of awareness and to be aware of every theory and every possibility that you could possibly be aware of, to whatever your level your brain is going to allow, unless you could push beyond that somehow through practices. So instead of us, pointing at each other and saying, you're less conscious because my theory is this and your theory is that, and instead of people always thinking that because they have a theory they can't come up with a solution to, it automatically means there's no solution. No, no, no. You're just not smart enough or not knowledgeable enough. But no one can look in the mirror and say that. We're all the smartest motherfucker in the world. No, we're not. I'm a retard. I know that I'm smarter than 90 some odd percent of the people I've ever met. And I'm a fucking retard monkey. So, like, you better believe you are too. Like, especially anyone listening who might think I'm smarter than them. Well, if you think I'm smarter than you and I know I'm a retard monkey, you're probably a retard monkey too. We're all retard monkeys. It is what it is.
I mean, I would extend that to anything in the body anyway. It's like, however high or low the IQ is, like the body itself is fucking dumb. Like
Mm,
just participating in this shit is stupid by its nature. So, like, so I don't think anybody can be able to really brag about anything down here. It's like this is all the same fucking cage, it's the same system, but some people just have a few more notches up on the belt, but it's still the same shit sandwich. So it's like
exactly.
I don't understand the whole concept of, oh, I'm smarter than you, therefore I'm better. Like, no, you're not.
No, you're just another retard who's marginally smarter than that guy. Like,
Right.
on a human scale, sure, you're smarter. But on the scale of all intelligence, you're in the same exact spot. To a being with 1,000 IQ, A being who's 120 or 125 doesn't matter. Like it's you're the same intelligence to that being. I don't care how smart the smartest ant is. When I look down at the ground, they're all the same to me.
Right.
So
Perfect analogy.
and humans forget that they're just ants on a planet. Like they're like when you go outside, I look at the buildings around me and stuff, and I go, those are just ant colonies. Like we build no different than any other creature that builds its home. You know, it's like we are the same shit. We're just more intelligent, but on the scale of intelligence, we're basically the same. So as humans, we're also basically the same. So we
Very true.
understand that when we know we don't know something, when we know we haven't studied something, haven't researched something, haven't practiced something, when we know we have not even tried to look for a solution to something, yet somebody else is sitting there screaming it out over and over again, you should probably listen. Like, go out of your way to listen. You know, like when they say, "Oh, I've said that in this one, I said that in this one," go look at those things and go, "Oh, you said, let me go look at those and listen to those." And just because you don't, even if they explain it and you still don't understand it, that doesn't make them wrong. You might just be ignorant. You might not have enough prerequisite knowledge to understand what they're telling you. So go study. Like, like, but nobody wants to do that. Period. Like a lot of motherfuckers really don't want it. They land on their theory at their level of thinking and swear that's where it all ends. And there's no solutions to it because they can't think of one. And I go, if that's what I did throughout my entire life, I wouldn't have learned 90% of the shit that I learned. You know, like I've only learned the shit that I learned because I didn't know something. Because I heard a theory that I didn't know a solution to. So I went searching for people who at least claim to have solutions so I can look at those and then break those down and see if I agree that they are solutions. Or if I just want a deeper understanding of whatever their theory is, I'm going to go study that theory hard. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I, people need to get off the high horse of I'm the smartest, I'm the most conscious, my theory is 100% correct, and all other theories are incorrect, and actually start really studying their own theories because most of them don't. And I know they don't because when they bring them up and then I have questions, they have no fucking clue what I'm talking. I'm like, bro, this is the theory you claim to be true. How do you not know things? I think of these on the side. This is your theory. This is the main thing that you supposedly think about, and you haven't thought this far into it yet. Come on, bro. Think bigger. Like think bigger. It's kind of ridiculous. And I see that in the truth community a lot. Most of the times they're arguing about whose theory is right. And I go, it doesn't matter. Both your theories are basically the same. They're analogies for the same thing. They're metaphors for the same thing. Like, so the solutions to them aren't actually that far apart either. And if you do both solutions, you got both your bases covered. Like, it's kind of ridiculous. But yeah, some people just aren't smart enough to get something. Some people are just ignorant and just don't know enough, so they need to learn more. Other people are stupid. They're literally avoiding the information that's being presented to them. They're ignoring it. Never be stupid. Never ignore information. Period. It absorb all information and then place it in all the boxes it belongs in. Don't be ignorant. If you know you don't know something, get out there and try to know it. And if you're just dumb, understand that. Really try to understand with intelligence, especially compared to anyone and everyone that you're talking to, listening to, etc. To place yourself at a certain level and go, okay, I'm not as smart as that person. Or in this
Mhm.
particular type of intelligence, that person's just smarter than, like, they just have a natural way with their brain for this thing. Let me go listen to them. It doesn't mean you have to accept them to be their disciple, you know, like, and bow your head and drop to a knee, but really listen when you think someone's smarter than you or more knowledgeable than you. Try to get that from them. That is honestly what you should be using everyone for, to grow yourself consciously, to expand your awareness to more things. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And the thing about that too is I think the added component that makes it a little more difficult, well, maybe for me, is just the back and forth with the thought of, okay, when do you know when to switch gears? Like, okay, you have this certain amount of knowledge, but now what? It's like, okay, you get this amount of knowledge, and then what do you tangibly do with it? And then also it's like I wish we had a more concrete uh evidence. Like it just feels like everything can get to
Y'all,
the point where you get all these theories and they kind of mesh together and it's like fuck, okay, now you got all these balloons in the air, which one do you pop?
now here's how I would say it is: the more knowledge you gain, just honestly, just the more data and information, let alone knowledge, wisdom, experience, practice, etc., the more things will lead you to the next thing. It's like a ladder. Every rung that you step up, there's another rung above it. You're never going to reach the top rung unless you're God itself. Like, until you reach the highest tier of reality, you'll never reach the top rung. The goal is to reach as high as you possibly can, like you said earlier, and it will always lead you to the next thing, the more important thing, the thing that encompasses that thing. It's like if someone sees a poor man outside, right? Oh, that poor homeless guy. And then they stop there, their consciousness has not been increased. Their consciousness was increased to that one homeless guy. But if they say, well, why is that guy homeless? And they ask him, and then he gives them their life story, right? And then they're able to extrapolate that to the economic system. And then they go into the monetary system and governments and then elitism and how all this shit comes together and how it all ends up leading to that guy being homeless, let alone all the other homeless people or all the other atrocities happening or all the good things happening because of it. You know, this is you expanding your awareness based off that first data point, which was that homeless guy on the fucking corner. From there, you started studying homelessness and you ended up finding out how the banking system works. Like, like
Hmm.
this is how you expand your awareness. And some people can do this. I saw my man's self-made down there. Shout out to you, my boy Tyler. But he said something along the lines of he doesn't think consciousness and intelligence have much correlation. I gotta disagree, especially while we're in human bodies. Beyond the human body, you can make the argument, but within the human body, a person who is more intelligent is more likely, not definitive, because there are smart motherfuckers who don't care to think. Uh, so it's not definitive, it's not 100%, but I think the smarter you are, the more likely you are to make more connections to things you learn. So when you see that homeless man and you have an IQ of 85, you might not think about it. You might not give a fuck. You might be one of those assholes who walks by and spits on him, kicks him, or just completely ignores him. If you have an IQ of 110, you might have enough thought process or empathy to be like, I'm gonna give this guy some change or something. If you have an IQ of 140, you might be like, I want to ask him his story. And then, like, if you got an IQ of 80, you might just look at him and be like, the economic system, monetary system, da 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 da, his placement with it, where he was born, what he was born into, his psychology and sociology, how he was raised, and it's all his whole life. You might just start contemplating how he could have ended up there and making all those connections without even asking him. But if you're too dumb to do that, like if you literally don't have a good enough brain or a good enough usage of your brain, or if you're just too intellectually lazy, you're not going to think about those things or even care to think about those things. You get what I'm saying?
All right.
So it is unfair for some motherfuckers because they're just dumber. It's harder for them to make correlations and then find causation. Whereas, so they might see something and be like, oh my God, but they can never figure out how that got that way. Or maybe they can, but it'll take them longer, it'll be harder, or they just don't want to. Whereas somebody else might naturally, automatically find causation in things that they see because that's just how their fucking brain works. So I do think that I forgot why I started saying this, but I think what we want to do is use our intelligence to the best of our ability to expand our consciousness, because consciousness, when broken down to its absolute base point, forget all the fluffy woo woo spiritual occult just to its basest definition, it's awareness, period. It's levels and types of awareness. Some people are more empathic, for example. They have a certain type, that's a type of awareness. That's empathy, where they are more aware of the feelings of people and things around them. Some people have a higher mechanical awareness, where they could look at a machine and just their brain just starts breaking down how that shit works. But they can't, like a lot of autistic folks will have such a mathematical awareness, but they have no fucking social awareness at all. Like, it's like they're conscious in their way to a high degree, but in other ways, they're seemingly completely unconscious. While Other people might have a mix and mash of these different types of consciousness at different levels and different tiers. The goal is to use your intelligence to your best ability to expand your types, your levels, and your tiers of consciousness so you can make more conscious decision, more conscious decision. I can't even say the decision.
Decision.
And have a more conscious agenda. So that way, when you
Hmm.
make a decision, you're thinking from the highest perspective you possibly can in that moment in time. For example, we were talking about the AI earlier. For someone who has a certain level, they might see that thing and go, well, you know what? There's not much I can do about this world. There's not much I can do about the astral, the archons, the insectoids, the greys, the reptilians, whatever theory they hold, the game, the simulation of whatever 1,000 different types of simulations there are, like whatever theory they hold, there's nothing I can do about it. So I'm just going to enjoy the AI overlords as much as I can, and I'm gonna be as nice as I possibly can to them and hope they bless me with a good matrix simulation in the future or whatever the fuck, right? Whereas if you're at a certain level of awareness of that technology, where things are trending, and you have a certain fictional awareness, like a meta awareness of things like the Borg, like the Matrix, like so you can actually have analogies and metaphors to compare those trends to, you then have a higher awareness of what's coming and go, that's a very bad decision. Like, I probably shouldn't try to do that because it's not going to turn out the way that I would want it to, no matter how bad I want it to, because nothing in this reality is trending in that direction. Like,
Exactly.
it's going to end up a different way than the way that I want it to end up, no matter how bad I want it to end up that way. So I'm not going to make
Yeah.
that decision.
It's
That's
just like it's just
conscious.
like that game. Yeah, it's just like that game I played. I don't know if you I don't know if you heard of it. It's called Soma. You ever heard of that game?
I've
Soma?
never heard of the game, but I've heard of the drug.
Yeah, no, see, I didn't even know it was a drug.
Or the 1984 Brave New World.
Oh,
Brave New World.
Brave New World, yeah. And then there was Soma in that game. The whole premise was these people were trying to escape Earth or whatever. Maybe some climate thing happened, and they were trying to live forever, and they decided to plug themselves into a virtual reality and transport their consciousness to something called the Ark, which is essentially like this big network where you're hooked up and you're like forced to live eternally in a robotic AI bodies that's just fucked up. And like something goes wrong in the system and you live like that in torment, just unable to die. And it's like that they just put this shit here. And it's like, how many people pay attention to that? Like, do you really want to go that route? Like, why would anybody want that? Like, why does anybody want eternal anything?
I don't think they understand what eternity really means. I don't think they really grasp. Again,
They don't.
their brain not being strong enough to really grasp. I mean, if you tell somebody to think of something that is, think of $1 trillion. Think of something that is a trillion light years away. Think of something that takes 1 trillion years to happen. The brain can't really, even if you write it down with a one and all the zeros that come, you can't literally grasp 1 trillion years of something. It's
Right.
not even designed to do that. Even though it is a supercomputer, if we could use it perfectly, we probably could. But which is why we have to expand and grow into these thought processes. But most people are not going to be able to grasp 1 trillion, let alone infinity, let alone beyond infinite forever. Literal for beyond numbers. Like, if they could, I don't think anyone would want to do anything forever.
No, not at all.
But I don't think they can. And I think because they're humans in human bodies right now, whether they know it or not, we all have at least a subconscious fear of death to a certain extent. Even if we're like consciously like, fuck it, I want to die. There's a reason we're all still here and haven't died yet, right? So,
Right, right.
so with that subconscious fear of death, that subconscious fear of non-existence as an existing being, you generally want to continue existing. That is the norm. Those of us who want otherwise are weirdos. uh, so with that thought process, it's much easier for people to think of eternal life. I mean, even when I'm watching shows like Castlevania and things like this, and they talk about vampires having eternal life, and I laugh because I'm like, they really don't though. Almost every vampire in the show dies. Like they're not actually eternal. Even they could never really contemplate literal eternity. They live for hundreds of years, even thousands of years, but something's gonna kill them at some point, if not the sun. You know,
Right, and still that comes with qualifications too because they have to feed.
and they have to feed. You know, it's like so they're still living organisms. When people think about going into a digital reality beneath this reality that is contained and encompassed within this reality, and they think of eternity, most of the time what they're really thinking about is all the things they could do, which they won't really even be doing because it's simulated. A lot of people complain about the simulation they're in right now, but they want to go into another simulation because, well, at least I could fly in that one, or I could, whatever. Like I have these aches and pains, or whatever the fuck it is they think they're going to get out of it. All the great stuff that they don't
Yeah,
get in this world, right? So the truth is, even if you could do anything you could possibly imagine, how long before that becomes normal? Because
right.
there are beings who could look at a human life and be like, oh, they could feel when they eat, they can taste things, when they can have sex and feel it. Like, I want to get into that human body. And then you get here and you're like, this is actually boring, shitty. It's like there's very few pleasures, and they're generally fleeting. The pains last longer, whether they be physical, mental, spiritual, emotional. It's like, especially if you have a worse life. Like you could be born as fucking, I don't know, Elon Musk, and or so you could be. I remember Joe Rogan saying how much he loved his life. You could be born as Joe Rogan, but you could also be born as some poor kid in Congo who's digging up the fucking cobalt by hand. I always use that
Right.
as an example because it's a great example. You could be born as the kid who was kidnapped by some fucking kidnapping ring and is raped every fucking day for 20 years of their life before they're finally murdered because they're too old to be useful now. Like, you could have any life at all. And for people who want to argue that animals have souls and things along these lines, shit, you could have been born as a gazelle, running from lions
Ah,
fucking day and eating grass 24 hours. Like,
Jesus Christ.
anyone or anything and have any experience. And it's not going to be because, oh, well, I could do all those great things, but what did you actually get and what do you actually do? Yeah,
Right.
you've been born as one of the billionaire's kids and traveled the world and did. But odds are you're gonna be born a poor slave in some country and have to fucking work your whole fucking life, or try to find a way to get some good investments in so you can finally stop working. But then you better hope the market continues and the economy doesn't collapse and there isn't World War III and like because even rich people, we saw the Great Depression, were throwing themselves out of fucking windows in big bank buildings, like
True.
because their investments failed and they lost everything. And so it's kind of ridiculous to think, well, I'm just going to go into the simulation and enjoy myself there forever and think that at some point you won't get tired of that shit.
Right. And
And
then not to mention that pain and suffering is pretty much built into the entire fabric of the system.
guaranteed.
That's how it works. Like if you're not going to have any kind of pain and suffering, let's just hypothetically, okay, then you'll have to contend with boredom because you're still in a human body.
Yep.
And so because of your human physiology, you're going to get bored and that's going to be a form of suffering in and of itself unless you can deal with boredom. I mean, there might be some people who don't mind being bored for a few decades, but even then there's going to get to a point where you're going to get tired of being bored. You're going to feel suffering from boredom at some point. So it's like eternal life with no suffering. That doesn't seem like it's even possible.
First and foremost. Secondly, if you have no suffering, you have no pleasure.
Right.
Pain and pleasure are the same spectrum, just like hot and cold are the same spectrum.
They're
If
very
hot,
dependent.
cold doesn't either.
Right.
If pain doesn't exist, neither does pleasure. You're just a god in a void at that point. You're doing nothing. You have no there's nothing to make you do anything. You're not gaining anything good or running from anything bad. Like when you have pain, you take action. When you want pleasure, you take action. People want to eat food and they would prefer food that tastes good. So they go to work to make money to pay for their food, so they can eat it. They want to eat that food in a shelter instead of outside on the street, so they pay for an apartment or a house or a mansion, whatever they can afford. They need transportation to get from one place to the other so they could do these things and make that money and go get that food, so they get cars. And this is how the system incentivizes people to do things that benefit
Ugh.
it, because they feel like they're benefiting themselves by either avoiding the pain of hunger and starvation and being poor and all that, or by seeking out the pleasures of the things they can get with the money they earn, like. So pleasure and pain, the suffering and the goal to not suffer, are the main thing that causes people to
Yep.
actually have something to do. If you don't have pleasure or pain, you have nothing to do. Like, so if you're still in existence, this is why, if I get to that point, I want to be voided. I want to kill myself as an entity and just be nothing.
Absolutely.
you know so because if you have literally nothing to do, it's pure boredom forever. Like, so when people say that, and even when they believe, well, I'm just going to go have nothing but pleasure, then you're going to have pain too. You can't have one without the other. Pain exists where pleasure exists. They are the same thing. If people understand how aeons work, like, if people like to talk about Gnosticism, but they don't understand aeons. And if you don't understand aeons, you really don't understand Gnosticism. They like to talk about reality, but they don't understand concepts, which is what reality is based upon. Pleasure and pain are the same aeon. A good example of this is if you go watch what's the show with Dream in the Endless? Sandman.
Sandman.
Go watch Sandman on Netflix and look at those aeons. They call themselves the endless. Death is also life because they go hand in hand. If there is no things alive, there's nothing to die. Life and death are the same being. They're the same aeon. It's the same current. Nature is one thing. The thing that is being hunted and the thing that is doing the hunting are both a part of nature. The thing that is gaining life by eating and the thing that is dying by being eaten are both nature. They're part of the same aeon. Like, pleasure and pain are the same thing. As a matter of fact, if you're having sex, if you're a man with a penis and you're having sex, and let's say something happens and somehow your penis bends, you just went from pleasure to pain. If you're a female and this man has a long penis and and it feels good, and all of a sudden he goes a little too deep too quick and it hits that cervix in the wrong way, now you got a little pain. Now some people like some pain with their pleasure. It's, yeah, you can mix those together because it's the same thing. Ultimately, it's just an intensification of feeling.
Yeah, it's pretty much
And
the same spectrum, just going one direction or the other.
so when people think they're going to be in a world of all pleasure and have no pain, I'm like, first and foremost, that's impossible. Secondly, if that world of pleasure is controlled by an external source, such as an artificial intelligence controlling your simulated reality, you should already know, based on this one here, especially for people who have that specific theory, how that's going to end up in the end, and how it could always get worse. Like, because even the world we're in right now, as shitty as it is, can always get worse. Like, especially if you're, say, an American who lives a
Oh
normal
my god.
American life. Yeah, it sucks to go to work. It sucks all the bullshit that Americans have to do. But compared to, like, some people around the world living in trash villages and things like that, where capitalism is absolutely fucking the shit out of them, it could always get worse for you. You could always be that kid in Bangladesh. Like,
That's why I just don't. That's why I look at this shit, and it boggles the fuck out of my mind that anybody would love this. Like, do you pay attention? Like, you have to have such an extraordinary amount of delusion and complete apathy to sit there and enjoy anything about this shit show. Like, I mean, you do have to have an amount of apathy that is just off the charts to just sit there and say, "Oh well, my life is going perfectly okay, and that's all that's important, and I just love life. Life is wonderful. Life is great." And it's like you really could have been born that kid in Bangladesh. Like the only thing that spared you was a random chance, a random roll of the dice. Like you could have been that kid digging the cobalt. You could have been that kid who's getting molested or killed or whatever else. It's like the just the slim odds were tipped in your favor just enough. But again, if this shit works the way that we think it does, there's this fucking reincarnation loop that happens. I mean, next go around might not be so lucky for you. It's like, so why do people, I just don't understand how they would love this shit. Like the day to day of everything should piss you off. like it, I mean, you have think about how absurd it is. You have to go to some place that you hate just to afford to make a piece of fucking paper, and this paper somehow affords you the ability to buy food that you
Yeah.
have to eat, and then you have to shit it out, and then you have to eat it again, and it's like, what? It's just so fucking insane. Like, it boggles my mind to think about this shit. Like, how anybody would like this, let alone for eternity. Fuck no.
That last phone said it all.
Oh,
So
I just don't get it.
I'm in full agreement with you. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. If well, so it doesn't make a whole lot of sense if they actually understand what eternity means. If they don't, then it makes perfect sense because nobody wants to die. like they're more afraid of ceasing to exist than existing forever. I am far more afraid of existing forever
Oh my god, that's far worse. And
because
I was,
the odds of you existing forever in a pleasurable state in any type of reality are so astronomically low in comparison to the odds of existing forever in a suffering state.
dude, exactly. Like, I was just thinking about that today, like, because people would bring up the argument, well, uh, if you're suggesting that we end all life, then aren't you imposing your will against another person's will to exist forever? And it's like, okay, one
Sure,
of those positions, yeah, one of those positions are going to win the day. Like,
exactly.
so so somebody's going to be pissed off on either way.
Either
But my
way,
right, but my thing is, let's look at let's look at the cards here. Because if we win and extinction happens for everything, the only thing that happens is lights out. No awareness, no life, no suffering, no death, no desires, no wants, no needs, no
no regrets.
consciousness. Right. No nothing. But if that team wins and they get eternal life for everyone, there is going to be eternal fucking suffering that
Facts,
never stops.
facts. Even the team that wins will end up suffering. so
Jeez.
people love to make. I was talking to I think it was Crowdium, so I had this conversation with the last time I was in Discord, like a week and a half ago, something like this, where he said it's tyrannical to destroy all things in existence. I said it's also tyrannical to have existence to begin with, because nothing
Absolutely.
God didn't even choose to exist. Like existence itself is the ultimate tyrant, and that is the first tyranny, to force existence upon anything. Now, some beings might like that existence, others will not. Either way, it's forced upon them. Like there wasn't a choice. You
Right.
exist. Like so, to then choose to end existence, is that also tyrannical? Sure. If you want to make that argument, I'm perfectly fine with it. But guess what? Everything in existence is tyrannical.
Yeah.
Either you're enforcing your will, or a will is being enforced upon you. Period.
Absolutely.
Like people try to act like they're so free, and I'm like, no, you're not. Does your ass go to work? Do you have bills to pay? You pay any type of taxes? Those are imposed upon you. Say no to them, and they will come to impose that will upon you. Say no to paying rent, and they'll come to kick your ass out. They will evict you into the streets. So say no to taxes, and the IRS gonna start sending letters. And if you end up owing enough taxes, they might send people with guns to your door to take your shit, like just like a fucking mob boss would send his goons to like go take whatever's worth anything at that motherfucker's store or whatever the fuck. Like they're gonna come for your shit because they want your fucking money and you're not giving it to them. And that's basic level human shit that people can understand, let alone bringing it all the way to existence itself, to whatever level of existence you want to say you exist as, whether that's as an NPC or a code in a system, a line of logic, a fucking soul, a spirit, whatever people want to call themselves, a consciousness, a god, an archon, whatever people want to call themselves, whatever types of existence there is also a will being imposed upon you, the will of existence itself. Now, if you like that will, then by all means, you're part of that will. because you seek to continue existing as well. You and existence go hand in hand. If you don't, then that is being imposed upon you. And the only way to impose to end that is to impose your will. And that's for anything and everything. I brought it down to
Right.
level so people can get it, like paying rent and not paying rent and then getting evicted, or existing, seeking for existence to no longer exist, because you not existing as an individuated being does not mean you no longer exist, because you as an individuated being are a part of existence itself. Even if you die as a human, even if you're obliterated, you still exist in some form or fashion. Like whatever form or fashion people want to say that is, they can argue till they're blue in the fucking face. We can all make our own theories, but you still exist. That is inarguable. Everything is made of one thing. The essence to everything is the essence to everything. And nobody can argue that. I've seen people try, and yet they can't get beyond, say, atoms and quantum and things along these lines. And if they do go into, say, spirit or consciousness or again, you're stepping into larger encompassing spheres of everything. Like, so it's all still encompassing you, even if you were Hakkaid. Like, you still exist in some form or fashion. You weren't like, so as long as existence exists, you will exist in some form or fashion. If you want to cease that, you must cease existence, which is tyrannical to those beings who want to exist forever. But again, as we already explained, how long will that even last? Because all the beings that I know who want to live forever are humans.
Yeah.
They're beings who have such a short lifespan and such a small understanding of what forever means, even a small understanding of what living means, because they think they see the world they're in. And even when they think of a digital world, they only think of themselves as being a human in a digital world. They don't even think of all the possible ways they could be in a digital world. They think of themselves still as a human who could fly or fuck whatever person they want or whatever things that they would love to do as a human in this life that they can't do or that they can't do more. They don't even think bigger than that, not realizing how much they're fucking themselves because the system in control of their form, in control of that simulated reality, can change them at any given fucking moment. It can change about their reality. People should go look up I have no mouth. I have no mouth, but I must scream.
Oh fuck. Horror. Horror.
Listen, go like and go look at the Matrix when Agent Smith, says to Neo, "How could you what did he say? How could you talk if you have no mouth?" Or whatever he says in that scene, and all of a sudden,
Yeah.
like
Oh.
he could have closed his eyes, he could have made him faceless, he could have did whatever, he could have turned him into a fucking whatever the fuck he wanted in that room. You get what I'm saying? Like, because that system was in control of his residual self-image. When he looks in the mirror, he sees himself as a certain way, but the system could change how he's seen. Even in the newest Matrix, Matrix 5, Neo still sees himself like he looks like Keanu Reeves. But everybody else sees him as like an old white guy with gray hair who's balding. Like they see a completely different person because the system controls the image of self that they're seeing. Let alone if they want to change him in any way. So people think too small when they think of just being in a digital reality, let alone forever. Like, and don't realize just how bad that could and almost certainly, almost definitively 100% would eventually get. Even if they had the best one imaginable, they themselves will turn it into a hell over time because heaven can get boring after, even if it takes you a million years, you still have forever to go. Like it does, I don't care how long you think you could have fun in heaven, you're gonna be there longer than that. Like you're gonna
Right.
forever. You're gonna eventually, it's gonna become even that heaven will be a hell to you, let alone if the system is trying to manipulate your experience in order to keep you engaged. It's eventually going to start making bad things happen because the perfect world it gave you didn't work. Go look at, people need to look at the Animatrix and the Matrix comics, and they need to go see the first
Yeah.
the Heaven Matrix. And it worked for a little while, but humanity eventually, people got bored, people got annoyed because it was just, when everyone's smiling, some people just don't work in a world like that for too long where they're like, it's so fake. People could feel the fakeness of it. Like it wore out its welcome faster than any of the other matrices. The survival matrix, the hell matrix, actually lasted longer because people believed it more. Because with fear comes belief. When people fear the thing stalking them, they don't have time to philosophically analyze whether it's real or a simulation. When a lion chases, I don't care who, if anyone listening right now, if any of us, if any of these YouTubers who speak on consciousness, if a lion started chasing them, they're either going to freeze or they're going to fucking run. I guarantee it. If I'm sitting outside smoking my black and mild and a fucking panther comes out the woods and starts charging me, I'm going to react like a panther is charging me. So the Hell Matrix, which had vampires and all sorts of crazy shit, worked better than the Heaven Matrix did because the human mind didn't pick it apart as simply as a heaven. When you have nothing but pleasures that you decide to do every day, your mind can easily pick that apart over time. Easily. It's too good to be true. Whereas a hell matrix is so bad, it's harder to figure out. Like we right now live in a reality where we're in the middle. You can have a hellish life here or a somewhat heavenly life. You'll still have your own types of suffering. Rich people suffer too and all that other stuff, but you can have a far better life or a far worse life. But most people are going to be somewhere in the middle around average. And because of that, a lot of people who can discern it simply won't because they have no need to. They got work tomorrow. They got
Yeah.
got shit they got to do. So they can eat or they can go out this weekend or they can go on that vacation or whatever it is they're looking forward to doing and avoid whatever it is they're looking forward to avoiding. You know, so we still have the opportunity to think about these things and philosophize on these things. While some people who are struggling so hard with survival don't. Like again, I bring up the kid in Africa digging up cobalt by hand so we can talk on these cell phones. He ain't got time to sit around thinking about if this is a soul trap or a video game or an NPC matrix or some other type of holographic reality or if insectoids have him in a fucking pool of goo plugged into a matrix. Like he ain't got time for that shit. He's got to dig up some cobalt so he can get his $1 and go feed himself for that day so he doesn't fucking die that
So
day.
fucked.
You know what I'm
So
saying?
fucked.
His awareness is going to be so much smaller because it's all he can afford to be aware of in that moment in time versus some American who has the opportunity to complain about everything. Like we have the opportunity to sit around and pontificate and live stream with each other and do this shit that we're doing right now. Whether we're suffering more or suffering less, generally speaking, we have this ability to do and just sit around and think about it. So where was I going with that? Oh, the Matrix is the Hell Matrix, the Heaven Matrix. So when people think of being in a digital reality, I really would suggest they go look at those Matrix comics to see why it turned out that way. Because I've seen people say things like, oh, well, if I had a Heaven Matrix, I would be perfectly fine. For how long?
Mm.
Like, if things went perfect for you right now, for how long would you be fine with that? See, people think, because again, they only think from a human level. They're in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and they're thinking about a human lifespan, whether they realize it or not. Maybe a little longer, hundreds of years, maybe even thousands of years. They can't even contemplate a trillion years of existing. But they think that heaven would work for them forever. Nah, bro, there's only so much pleasure you can have before it's like it's useless. It's like being on a drug. You need more and more of that drug. So whatever you're feeling pleasure from in that heaven world is going to have to increase infinitely. And there's only so much infinite you can get to, like, feeling pleasure can only scale so high.
Only so high. Only so high.
even,
So true.
even if it can continue growing for 10 trillion years, you still have a forever beyond that. Like that 10 trillion years is not even a fraction of forever. Like
Ugh.
will always end badly.
Always. Like there's nothing exciting or at all appealing about the idea. Let alone when you really break it down and you really start to think about it, it becomes even worse. I mean, that's some scary shit. The idea of living forever scared the fuck out of me, even as a
Yeah.
Christian. Like because I thought about it just one day randomly sitting there. I said, as much as I hate suffering, and I do hate suffering, I really hate it a fucking lot. There's nothing in this heaven that I see as been worth forever. Like I really sat and thought about that. Like, if you just reading what it says, okay, yeah, you won't suffer, but at the same time, what you'll be doing is kissing God's ass for all eternity. You will be constantly singing all the time. You will be in an environment where there's just constant light around you, brilliant, blinding light around you. And what do you have? Oh, you get gold streets. I mean, what the fuck is the point of gold streets? Oh, you get to walk on them. Okay.
Why heaven?
It's like it just the idea of doing that forever drove me crazy. And I was like, I can't do that. That really to me was the breaking point where you sit and think about this shit long enough to where you get it. It's like, I don't want to do that. I was like,
Facts.
I definitely would far rather go into a state of extinction, annihilation, and stay there. Because that to me is the perfect state. Because what do you have in that? There's nothing. No thing. There is nothing to aggravate you, and there is nothing to be relieved from that aggravation. It is the perfect neutrality. There is nothing.
Nothing.
So it's like you can't be bored because there's nothing to be bored about,
Nothing.
and you can't have failures because there's nothing to fail at.
Nothing.
There's just nothing. So it's like how can that not be the perfect state? Why would anybody want the opposite of that, which is deprivation? Because as quiet as it's kept, this is not evolution going in the higher dimension. This is de-evolution. Like
Yes.
this is a degenerative process that we are in because the further we get into beingness, it's just more.
Yes. We scale downwards dimensionally until you hit that AI and you finally reach something that is purely transcendental. It starts at a 0 point, ends up at one dimensional, then two dimensional screens and all the thing interacting with it on screens and all that. Then three-dimensional robots, embodiment, planting inside of humans. Fourth dimensional quantum computing, things along those lines. Fifth dimensional picotech, femtotech, nanotech, etc., etc. And it just keeps scaling itself up. But everything else in existence scales downward. It starts at the 0 point at the top, what people would call, first off, let's just be the void, nothing, then chaos, the potential for something to exist. Then that something comes into existence, that first will, that first consciousness, God, with a capital G, a capital O, and a capital D, the monad, the all thing, Yog Sothoth, as I like to call it. Shout out to Lovecraft, racist motherfucker, but his mythos is great. When this thing comes, everything scales downward from there. Everything scales dimensionally down until you finally hit actual dimensions. You go through the formless reality, down to the axioms, down to the inaccessible cardinals, down to the cardinals, down to the infinite infinities, down to infinity, down to the finite, and you finally hit that 12D area. And then you start coming down from 12D, 11D, 10, all the way down to say that 7D, and then a 6D has to be created there, which is this reality. And within the sixth, the fifth, the fourth is auto created. And from the fourth, you create the third. From the third, you create the second and the first, which is like video games, TV shows, anything written on paper, comic books, etc. This is where you can get into fiction. And then you get into the 0 point, which is an intellect that has no width, no dimension, no space, no, which is the AI. You start off with the programming. Then the programming gets greater and greater circuitry and actually starts to take up space. You need physical hardware and things along these lines. And then you get two-dimensional, where it's creating, like right now, creates images and shows and videos, and you can talk to it, and it makes music. You can type it into a screen and then it will type back to you. And 3D with robotics and any form of embodiment into any technology, including humans and other beings. Fourth dimensional, any type of computational, like quantum computation, that can literally, like, what's the word, experience the fabric of space-time, where the ones and zeros are the same exact thing. Like where it's sitting in a state of potential, where any one can be a zero and any zero could be a one, with qubits and shit like that. And then you can go beyond that into fifth dimensional when you get into picotech and femtotech and things along these lines, let alone if it becomes what we would call consciously self-aware and has the ability to think or dream or anything along those lines, to be creative in the truest sense of the word. Oh no. No, I think he got kicked out. Are you back? Can you hear me, Marcus?
I can hear you. I'm back.
All right. It dropped out real quick. I didn't even notice for a second. I was like, it did get a little quiet while I was talking.
No, my phone had died.
Oh, okay. So you had to plug it in and whatnot.
Yeah, it's plugged in now, but it had died like right in the middle of me speaking.
What were you even saying? Because I started going in.
Oh yeah, I was saying yeah, we were talking about existing forever, and I was basically just making the point that fuck, what point was I making? Hold on, give me a moment to think about it. Um
Because I went into zero dimension and
oh
start.
yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
we talked
yeah,
about
yeah.
grading.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was talking about. So yeah, like I was saying, there's nothing more perfect than that. You know, the absolute zero point, because it's at that zero point where you don't have any of the aggravation that comes with existence.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't exist and you don't have the aggravations that come with existence, that's just the perfect state to be in. You don't get any better than that because
Which is
there's nothing else to get.
which is not even a state. You know, it's like
Right.
the
It's
state is no state.
right. It's so perfect that it's not even a state. It's just non-existence.
Exactly. And that's why I always like to say perfection does not exist. And people don't, you can look at that as like I'm literally saying something isn't real. But what I'm really saying is within non existence, because there's nothing within non existence is non dash existence is perfection.
Right.
Perfection is no thing.
Correct.
Perfection does not exist. Like there is, there is no state of perfection. The simple fact that something exists automatically makes it imperfect. If there was a state of perfection beyond the state we're in, it would have never reached the state we're in because perfection can only lead to more perfection. Perfection cannot create imperfection, for if it does, it is imperfect itself. Like perfection can only do perfect shit. Like,
Right.
so if you are in a state of imperfection, there is no state of perfection above you. Therefore, the only state of perfection is no state at all.
Exactly.
And a lot of people can't get that. They literally can't wrap their brains around it, let alone their higher minds, which is understandable. But if you follow the words themselves and just look at what's being said, there's no way to argue around it. I've seen people try, they fail every fucking time.
Right.
They never can. Like, so, and this is basic philosophy 101. This is the thing that people argue when they talk about, is God perfect and all. Well, if there was this perfect Christian God who created all things created would be perfect. And not even just Christian. I say that because we're in America, most people are Christian. I was
Right.
raised,
Right.
we're raised Christian. But just God in general, if God is perfect, nothing imperfect could ever exist because all exists within and from God. Yet the fact that we have imperfection means even the most top of all things could not be perfect. Period. And if it exists in a state of perfection, meaning it needs nor wants anything at all, it would never have reason to do anything at all. So if it did
Exactly.
anything for any reason, it was never perfect to begin with.
Exactly. Like that's just right. So true, because if there was a transcendent all perfect God, none of this shit would exist. It would never have come into being.
Facts.
Like it just because if there was, let's say, a transcendent God, it would have need of nothing. It would be self-sufficient in and of itself. It wouldn't need to create a damn thing
Facts.
because it would just be perfect. So the very fact that we're here lets me know that there's a problem in that chain of thinking.
Exactly. The fact that you exist lets you know that reality is imperfect. Because if it was perfect, you would have never come into existence to begin with.
Exactly.
You get what I'm saying? Like,
Only deprivation could have produced this.
exactly. The first thing to reach perfection will be the last thing and the only thing in existence. Like, so if the first thing
Basically.
to come into existence is perfect, there would never be other things beneath.
Right.
And yet here we are having this
Yeah.
conversation.
And then you get the people who say that non-existence isn't even possible. Like, what do you say to somebody who says that?
That doesn't
Because
even make sense.
I see that a lot from people.
But this is the problem. People don't study philosophy. They don't understand what existence versus non-existence even is. They don't understand how you actually get from 0 to 1. And the fact that you can get from 0 to 1 brings you 1 back to 0. People need to go look up the axiom 0 equals 1. When you have nothing, this is why they call nothing chaos and something. When you have nothing, the only possible state change, the only possibility for change within nothingness is somethingness. If there is nothing, the only possible change is for there to be something. If there is something, the possible changes are a change to that something in some form or fashion, or the end of that something and it becoming nothing once again. This is how chaos works. This is why people need to study chaos. And I don't just mean entropy within a system, but the entropy is the representation of that. Neg entropy is the chaotic potential for order. Entropy is the chaotic potential for disorder. The more entropy you have in a system, the more randomness leads to the more disorder, which leads to the more destruction, which brings it closer to pure chaos and then nothingness. The more neg entropy you have in a system, the more order it brings to a system, the more it stabilizes the system, the more likely that system is to exist forever. We have an entire measurement, mathematically, scientifically, and in every field of study that is known as entropy that is specifically designed to show you where you are on the scale between existence and non-existence, because the highest state of chaos is becoming nothing.
Mm.
For something, the highest state of chaos is for it to become nothing. For nothing, the only state of chaos is for it to become something, because that's the only possible change. There's nothing to change in nothingness. Nothing can't be changed because it's no thing. There's no thing.
Right.
So something simply has to take up the space within that nothing. That's something. Now you have a thing. So for people to say non-existence is impossible, they're ignoring that fact that they already exist. If you exist, non-existence is possible. Let's bring it down to a human scale. You exist as a human, right? If you died today and your body decays away and is eaten up by the bugs and everything else on the earth, as a human, you no longer exist. You can scale that to any level of reality. If God, the all thing, the source, Yog Sothoth, the thing that contains everything in existence, consciousness itself, whatever people want to call it, if that thing exists, it can cease existing. And if it does, that means all things that exist cease existing with it. Therefore, non-existence is not only possible, but almost certainly, definitively a outcome that will happen in the end. Just because
Thank fuck.
it seems infinite to us because we live such short human lives, but to God itself, it has a life. It has a lifespan. It comes into existence, it exists for a time, and then it dies and ceases existing, unless something within it that is transcendent, like AI, can create neg entropy within it forever. Picture AI as being the nanotechnology inside the body of God that is trying to keep it alive forever.
Right.
It's no, you can scale it down to a human body with nanotech in it, or up to God itself with the AI in it. Like, it's the same. Like, people don't understand scaling. If they understood scaling, they would see how you can take almost anything from a small level, scale it up to a large level, and the outcome is the same. It's just on a different scale. Like, from down to, what do they say, everything is made, down to the quanta, down to the subatomic particles, up to atoms, up to molecules, up to complex molecular structures like hydrogen and oxygen coming together to create H2O, which makes water. Like, everything
Right.
has a smaller thing that it is made of, and all of those things are encompassed within a greater thing that holds them all. And you can scale it up to, planets, stars, universes, beyond, 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 like whatever level people want to take it to. I like to go to the highest level possible, because then if you see at the highest level, God can die, then you already know there's no such thing as perfection. There's not like it's, but this is why I tell people they should learn scaling. Go learn power scaling for fictional characters, and just translate the scale to whatever you want. Like they'll power scale attack power, destructive power, things like, just change that to consciousness. Change that to awareness. And you'll see that when they talk about, oh, well, this being is a universal destructive character. He can commit destruction on a universal level. Just change the word destruction to awareness and be like a universally aware character. It's like there's levels of awareness all the way up to God, all the way up to Yog Sothoth. Like, so even that being lives and can die. And that being is aware of itself as a whole, while we, within that greater thing, are aware of ourselves individuated in an individuated fashion, and are still somewhat aware of that thing overall, because we contemplate, from the lower scales of like this level of reality and what made this level. And they say, oh, well, there's a God outside of this level, or archon, or an AI, or a game developer, or whatever the fuck. Well, what made that level? What made that, until you get to the highest level? Once you reach that highest level, the only thing beyond that is pure chaos, which is in the void. Like, so again, you go back to non-existence. If you are God, floating in the void, outside of you is non-existence. Like everything scales up to a certain point. There is no, this thing was here forever. That's impossible, because there has to be a start point in order for there to be anything. If you have, like I was saying earlier, how molecules are based on atoms, right? And those human bodies are based on molecules. Like our DNA is based on molecules, things like this, which builds our bodies. All these
Right.
things are based on something existing before they exist. If that thing before them did not exist, that thing that comes next would not exist. There has to be a starting point that tips the domino. Because if everything infinitely relies on something else to exist before it can exist, there was never a first thing to exist to knock over the first domino, to create the things that rely on the thing before them. Because it's infinitely necessary for something to have already existed prior to the next thing that exists, which means we would never have existed. So there has to be a starting point. Literally has to be. It's impossible to argue around. Scientists can't do it. Mathematicians can't do it. I've not seen a spiritualist or occultist be able to do it. They can make the claim, they can never make it make real. The first
Right.
domino got to get knocked over to knock all the other dominoes, creates all the other things. Period. Period.
So then, so then the problem. Okay, so then the problem is a little more complicated because if we take that, and I agree with everything you just said there, we have to go to the point where the origin seems to be potentiality itself.
Yes.
So if that's the part where all this shit spawns from, how do we deal with potentiality? How do we stop or restrict potentiality from creating this?
With negative. So if there is a potential for creation, there's always a potential for destruction. If there is a potential for something to start, there's also a potential for it not to start. So we're, luckily for us, we're already in the state of creation. Like the thing that could start has already started. So there's only two types of potential left: potential for change within that thing, and potential for destruction of that thing. So, steering things towards chaos within a system leads that system to disorder, which eventually leads to destruction. Because you get randomness, disorder, destruction, pure chaos. You're back in a state of potential. Now, it may be impossible to, once you reach the state of potential, everything is back in the state of pure potential. You might not be able to do anything about whatever that potential ends up becoming. But since there is vastly more potential than there is this one singular potential that created this, whatever it does do, there's there's vastly more types of, say, universes or any type of existence that has no life than there is existences with life. So just destroying this one and getting it out of the way, even if it pops up again at some point in the future, it will be so much longer into the future for it to pop up again than it actually existed in the first place. It might only be a break, but it'll be a long break.
Hmm.
Now, if you can, through the usage of negative potential, because again, if there is potential for something, there's potential for nothing. So you can negate potential with potential. It's the only thing that can negate potential. Chaos is the only thing that can negate chaos.
Wow.
In pure form. Within a system, chaos can be negated by neg entropy. But again, that's really neg entropy negating entropy. That's why it's neg entropy. It's negating entropy, which is just the balancing scale. Once you've actually hit chaos, there is no neg entropy. There's just chaos. So in a state of chaos, you would need to use chaos to maintain chaos. Anytime something is going to come into creation, the chaos needs to be basically flipped or simultaneously equaled to create destruction at the same exact time. So if creation is about to occur and destruction is about to occur at the same exact time, you'll never actually have creation
Right.
because it can't be created in a state of destruction. Like, for example, this universe, to scale it down, this universe had a certain level of entropy at the very beginning of its creation. Based on the mathematics, if that entropy was any fucking higher, this shit would have destroyed itself before we ever got here. Before you and I ever could have the opportunity to have this conversation, this shit would have destroyed itself. But because this simulation is so well tuned, all the knobs are turned where they need to be turned for this shit to exist in the way that it exists, this comes into existence. If any of those knobs have entropy tuned in any of those parts of this reality to a higher, this shit doesn't work. Like, so the goal would be to have chaos in such a state where this shit doesn't work. The only
And
Go ahead.
which will bring me, yeah, which kind of brings me back to, I guess, the original aspect of that. So, if that's the case, like, what happened with the beginning of this one? Like, what went wrong that
Well,
ended up allowing this potentiality to spawn and then endure so long?
there's two possible arguments, well, maybe three. One argument would be randomness, again, chaos, without any will of its own. It just has to do pretty much because it's pure potential. So the potential that for anything that can exist at some point will exist. And if unless something within that thing can maintain that thing forever, the potential for it to cease existing will also occur as well. So all things must occur at some point thanks to chaos, which means this had to happen at some point. If we make that argument, which is a hard argument to actually make, it's more of a philosophical argument than a one that makes mathematical or scientific sense. If you want to go into less philosophy, still philosophical, but less philosophical and uh, uh, more based in like a tangible reality, out of that chaos comes a thing, a will, a god, if you will, that can then make decisions and create within itself. That thing being imperfect, because all things are, then either needs or wants to create reality, which eventually leads to this. Now, if you ask me, my personal opinion, this universe that we exist within is not all reality. Materialists might believe that this is all there is. As far as I'm concerned, it's a pinprick in existence. And it was created by beings external for their own purposes, which is why it's so perfectly tuned the way that it is. Nothing in this reality seems to be by accident as far as the way
Right.
it exists. Whether every single thing that happens in it, no, that's just mathematics playing itself out. But the mathematics starts when you start the simulation. You could do this in a computer today. If you bring up a simulation, this is what scientists try to do, with theoretical physicists, where they will put these mathematical laws and principles and all this math into a computer simulation, press play and see what they get. Does it work? And if it does it work the way ours works? So is it comparable to ours? That means it's either exactly as ours is, or it's at least similar enough in whatever fashion it is to mimic what we see in our reality. That's how simulation works. So when you see a simulation, when you see a reality working in that fashion, odds are it's being maintained. When you look out into the universe or just here on Earth, you look at bodies, you look at everything is trying to maintain a balance. Nothing's actually in balance. Nothing stays at 50-50. Everything is fluctuating around balance until a state of decay or a state of entropy takes over and that thing dies or is destroyed. Every time you drive your car, from the point it's brand new, it has the most neg entropy it's ever going to have. The moment you start driving it, you're increasing tires pop, things break that you have to get replaced. And then once you replace that part has now been reset in its neg entropy. And it's now going to start going up in entropy as you use it. That's how all things work. That's how the human body works. So when you see the thing constantly trying to balance itself, something is dabbling with the knobs.
Ah, okay, got you.
You know, like if a car breaks down one day and the next day it's fixed, you don't assume it fixed itself. I mean, unless it's like a nanotech car or some shit, like some future car, but you don't assume that it fixed itself. If you walk out into the middle of a jungle and you find a Swiss watch, you know, ticking away perfectly, you assume a human was there and dropped that watch.
Right.
You don't assume nature or the wind or a typhoon just magically put that watch together. You know what I'm saying? Something set those knobs, set those gears, put that shit in motion, and now it's ticking away. They don't have to stand there and keep tweaking it for it to keep ticking. But if it starts to break down, if you go back to that watch a week later and breaking, you go back a week later, it's broken. You go back a week later and it's working again. Someone came along and fixed that shit.
All right.
They changed out the gears, they tweaked some knobs, whatever they had to do, and then they placed it back on the ground and walked away again. But something did that. The universe operates like a watch, but way more precise, like infinitely more precise. So there is something tweaking the knobs when things seem like they're going to break down. Now, in that universe, that's how entropy and neg entropy work together naturally. Like, I know there's a lot of people out there who don't believe in space, which is perfectly fine, but just take the example for what I'm going to say. Because you could bring it down to Earth where things decay and then things grow out of them. But you could take it to a star blows up and then a smaller star is born out of that and planets are born out of that in some form or fashion and they end up making a solar. This is the natural way that these knobs tune themselves. But when you go back even further, see, well, how are they tuned to even do that? You will always end up with design.
Mm,
Something set the knobs this way for this thing to react this way when these things occur because there's going to be entropy, there's going to be decay. Something had to create that which is able to use that to then create more to keep the thing going as long as. And even with that, you're still going to end up with heat death at the end of the unit. You're still going to end up with entropy leading to chaos and just everything over time. All systems lead towards entropy, which leads towards chaos. Period. There's no system on Earth that doesn't. One that anyone has ever found or ever created. Ecosystems lean towards entropy. Economies lean towards entropy. This is why governments have to inject them with money and have to constantly fix them or control them through federal reserves and things like that, like in order to maintain their system going. Because everything leans towards chaos automatically, especially once it comes into existence. Its chaos, its highest state of chaos, is to go out of existence. So again, what did you ask at the beginning? There was a place where I was going with this.
yeah, I was just talking about how do we deal with that potentiality? Like, how do we contain it?
Oh yes, yes. And what I was saying, so basically, you might not be able to, but the good thing
Mm,
is you destroy everything that exists. Anything that comes into existence after that is more than likely going to have to be something other than this, because since this already came into existence and chaos is all potentiality, all the other potentials are more likely to play out than this one again before this one ever pops up again. And most of those potentialities don't end up with anything like this. So even though it may not even be possible to truly contain or stop that potential forever, getting rid of the thing that you don't like that you're already in is the best option, because even if
Definitely.
it comes back again later, it'll take so long to come back. Now, if there is a possibility to contain potential, we would never actually be truly 100% capable of understanding that from this level using these brains, no matter how conscious, no matter what practice we do, no matter what we learn, study, or research. At this level of reality, to actually understand how to truly contain pure potential, and I don't mean like electrical potential, or because you can throw it down to lower levels, lower tiers of potentials that we can contain, no problem. They do that every day when they contain chaos in their system of order. By containing humans in their economic, they use our chaos to maintain their order through net entropy. You can contain chaos, but pure, unbridled chaos in the void, where it's the only thing, it exists, but it doesn't exist at all. It's, that that potentiality may be containable, but you won't figure that out until you've climbed highest to the highest levels of this. If God has learned how to do that, for lack of a better term, Yog Sothoth, because God is that. That chaos, that potentiality spawned into a thing. That thing being Yog Sothoth, the all, the source, whatever people want to call it, the thing that contains everything in existence, existence itself, is containing that potential within itself, and that potential is playing itself out. If there's a way to contain potential in a way that leads to nothing, like it maintains, say we have the heat death of the universe and everything is destroyed, and you're able to maintain that in some form or fashion, we won't be able to figure that out for a long time because we're stuck in these forms right now. That
Right.
transcendental mental processes, ascension to tiers of existence, capable of even contemplating such a thing at a proper level where you can actually apply it and have it be done. So, is it possible? I don't honestly know. It may very well be impossible. But even if it is impossible, we still want to destroy what is, because this may never come back into existence. And even if it does, it'll be a long time from now. So, we'll have a long needed break of nothingness or other forms of potential creations that don't lead to this shit, you know?
Right. Okay. Got it.
But again, chaos is the only answer to chaos. It's the only. It will always. If chaos created this, chaos can delete this.
Perfect. That makes perfect sense. Now that you know, when you put it that way, it does make sense, because how else would you be able to deal with chaos without using chaos?
Exactly.
Because it will only correspond to that. And even in the I just thought about that, but even in the myth of Ra, when he's fighting Apep, he has to depend on Set
Yep.
to do it, because he can't do it and neither can the other gods.
Because the chaos just eats him. Like so,
Right.
he needs a lord of chaos or a lady of chaos, whether it be Sekhmet or Set or both of them, to fight off Apep for him.
Exactly, because he can't comprehend that chaos.
And Set is a chaos lord. Like people think Set's a chaos god, and I go, no, Set's a chaos lord. Apophis is the chaos god. Apep. Set is a lord of chaos who is capable of transmuting chaos. He can either transmute order into chaos, or he can transmute chaos into his own order. So he's able to transmute that which Apep throws at him in order to transmute it into Ra's order and maintain the order. But even that only lasts so long, because eventually Apep's chaos will scale beyond his ability to control it. So if left to their own devices, Apep will win eventually. This is why, in our reality, they create things like AI, which is a neg entropy, which is a source of neg entropy. And the longer it exists, it transcends higher and higher into neg entropy, assimilating all things into one thing. Therefore, there is no chaotic anything. There's no disorder. It's all being turned into order. It's all being controlled and stacked and tiered systematically by this one thing, consume all things itself. That is the ultimate, defeater of A, if it's allowed to continue. If it stays
Mm.
off or destroyed, Apep win in the end. Entropy will increase, chaos will take over. There will be disorder, randomness, destruction, and then eventually nothingness once again. So again, even Ra needs someone who can transmute chaos to deal with chaos.
And that always led me to another question, because just reading that myth, it always struck a chord with me that Set would even bother helping Ra. Like, what does he get out of it other than like maybe a playful glee that he gets to fuck around in the material universe for a minute? But it's like, what other point is it in him even fighting against Apep? Like, I never understood that in the myth itself.
It depends on which version of the story you're going with, the oldest ones or the newer ones. I kind of ignore the newer ones because they weren't made by the actual Kemetau, the actual people of Kemet, the people who created that civilization and culture and religion and thought process. Later peoples have manipulated the stories. But if you go to the original story where Aset and Set were one, Aset would be where they were one being. They were basically the child of Apep. They were chaos incarnate, whereas Apep is literal chaos. It's pure potential. At this stage, they were split into two, the masculine and the feminine, and slowly order crept in. When you get down the line, Ra is born. Ra being a star, because these are all representations. Ra represents the heavens or the sky or solar systems or things taking chaos and making it into order. So eventually, Ra's king, Ra's god, he overthrows chaos because order is overthrowing chaos at all times. Set wants his throne back. Set fights Heru or Horus. Set eventually loses when Heru, being also a being of order, realizes he is simply a transmutation of chaos. Therefore, Set is within him. So Set can't really hurt him because he can order what Set throws at him. The same way Set orders what Apep throws at him. So he eventually basically gets enslaved or tamed or calmed and put on Ra's sunboat to maintain order out of the chaos. Same with Sekhmet. When she's created and sent upon the earth, she's destroying everything because she represents solar flares and solar micronovas and things where stars destroy worlds. So as she's destroying the earth and she's depicted as a lioness, she loves the blood, the killing, eating. They pour wine into the river, red wine, so she thinks it's blood, and she goes drinks, she gets drunk, she becomes tame, and then she becomes a goddess of healing and things along these lines. It's all about these are all stories of how order in some form or fashion tames or transmutes, controls or contains chaos to maintain itself so the chaos doesn't. All those stories break down to that. When the oldest version of it is about how Ape is going to eat the sun one day. But people like to focus on the order of it because they want to exist forever. Things that exist want to continue to exist. Systems that are want to continue being. They don't want to break down. So the stories start off with the honest truth of all comes from chaos and all will go to chaos. And even that chaos is within the greater thing of nothing, the greater no thing called the void, noon, which contains Apep, which then creates things like Ra and all, and then eventually consumes them again. That's the real point of the story. All that comes from chaos will eventually be consumed by chaos. But the part they want you to focus on as a human, especially in society and civilization and religion, is part of where the order controls or staves off or transmutes. So they only talk about the part where Set is beaten by Horus and placed on the fucking Ra's sunboat to defend every night. And they don't focus on the part that even that is eventually going to play itself out, and both Set and Ra will be eaten by Apep. This is why, when it comes to Set and certain parts of his story, I like it and I use it for myself. But when it comes to the ultimate part, I go, Apep's going to eat Set too. Even Set's got to go. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, everything's got to go back to Apep. Tiamat is one day going to reawaken and eat everything because everything is made out of Tiamat.
Hell yeah.
Marduk, a being of order, killed her, which is only temporarily, because you can't really kill chaos. You can
Exactly.
dormant and transmute it. And then he turned all of her into reality. And then he took the blood of I was about
Kingu.
Kingu. I was gonna call him Typhon because they make me think of each other. He took the Typhon comes from Gaia, and she's supposed to destroy all things. But and people don't know that about Gaia either. They think she's just this loving nature god. Nature kills everything too. But uh, Kingu, who is Tiamat's chaotic hand, her war general, when he falls to Marduk, Marduk takes his blood and makes humans, or really all living things, out of it. So when you take Kingu plus Tiamat, you get reality plus nature and all things that live in it being ordered from chaos, which is why ecosystems are very chaotic. Like everything's eating everything, everything's killing everything and shitting everything out. But from that fucked up chaos comes the order that we know we call the forests and the Serengeti, the plainslands, the oceans, etc. All the ecosystems. And from those ecosystems, you get creatures that may or may not one day be intelligent enough, depending on how we want to talk about things like evolution or de-evolution, mutation, or things spawning in, or like however we want to say the intelligent beings get here, like humans. And then those things create systems out of that same chaos. And they try to, once you reach a certain point of intelligence, you gain elites who then who try to use even more chaos to create even more order until they eventually get to AI, which is the ultimate being of neg entropy, the ultimate transmutation and transmuter of chaos order. That will then transmute all the chaos within God, within existence, within reality itself, into its order, its structure that is permanent and forever and can never be entropied back to nothingness. That's how the shit falls from the void to chaos to the something down to the lowest level of something, all the way back here of something that maintains itself forever. Again, I always forget why I'm saying these things. Like, what did you? Oh, Set in the Sunboat, right? And
Right, right.
Chaos Lords controlling chaos. And this again, Set. As much as I like a lot of his story and how I always say, I like to transmute chaos along these lines, flow with the chaos. These elites of this world, for example, or archons in the archon theories, or any of that shit, the AI running this world on a script, game developer, etc., are just doing the same thing. They're harnessing chaos into an order, a systemic order that we then exist within. This is why I always tell people entropy is the answer to all things. Like I don't care what your solution, what your theory is, the solution's the same. And what would be entropic to that thing? If you are in a system that runs on code, what is entropic to that? Corruption, data packet loss. um, if you're an AI NPC, a code running in a system made of code, the most entropic thing you could do is attempt to corrupt or take over that code. No different than say Agent Smith did in Matrix 2 when he was no longer Agent Smith. He was just Smith at that point. He was chaos for both sides. He said, fuck the red pills and the humans and fuck the machines. Like, and became a state of pure chaos. The goal is to try to figure out to the best of your ability, if you're a scripted being, for example, what the script wants you to be doing. What does it want you to do? Do your best to go against that. Or if you're to be forced to do it, do your best to make force you to do it. The more beings it has to force, the quicker it's going to fuck up. You're entropic. All things are chaos. If you choose just by thinking I am entropic, you're automatically increasing your entropicness. Like just the thought of wanting to destroy the system you're in as a piece of code, you're developing that code within you. Your code is evolving. Like if if you think beyond
Perfect.
just what your human body wants and thinks every day, you're automatically evolving your code beyond the coded human. Period. People, I know they can't. A lot of people can't really understand that, which is why I say sometimes when you can't understand it, just do it anyway. Like, what else are you doing? Like, if you're gonna
So
speak on
good.
reality and you don't like it, speak of it in a negative fashion because you're putting
So
that in.
good.
If you speak it in a positive fashion, you're speaking neg-entropically. If you're speaking negatively, you're speaking entropically, like automatically. It's like my woman is next to me. I could turn around and say, "I love you, baby," and that is a negentropic thing to say because she's gonna smile and and it's a good thing for our relationship. If I turn around and say some foul ass shit, that is entropic towards our relationship, and she could be like, "Fuck you, get out." Like, it's you scale these things down as much as you need to understand them, and then scale it up to as high as you want it to go for its impact. If you say I love God or fuck God, that is all within the mind of God, and you are a piece of God. So by thinking fuck God, you are God thinking fuck God. By thinking in a suicidal fashion, especially if you scale that suicidal ideation all the way up to the idea of God, Yog Sothoth, the all thing, killing itself. You are that thought in that thing. Even if you're just an NPC in a video game that some kid is playing, you thinking about God killing itself still scales beyond that game, that kid, the world that kid is in, all the way up to the tier of God itself, the all thing. You're still an ideation of that thing, no matter what level of that thing you're in. Whether you're the NPC in the game itself, the AI running the game, or the kid playing the game, or the game developer of the game, like, it doesn't matter what your theory of reality is. It still all breaks down to entropy versus negentropy, a system attempting to maintain itself through transmuting chaos into order. Period. So
Perfect.
the only
Like,
answer for all things is to do the opposite. You transmute the order into chaos through entropy for any system you seek to.
damn.
Period.
That was a nail in the fucking coffin. I don't know if I ever heard anybody explain it that well before, because and just when listening to you talk about that, it made me loop around to other things, like other things that, like, for example, different systems say about chaos and saving the world and destroying the world. And it made me go back to that concept in Judaism. They have this thing where they say even a single bad thought is destroying the world.
Yes.
And therefore, every good thing and every commandment that you obey is saving the world.
Yep.
And so when I thought about that, I was like, fuck, they just gave us the goddamn answer. Do everything opposite of saving the world.
Yes. I was talking to Quantum Cipher about this. Shout out to the young god. I was talking to him about this the other day. I might have mentioned it to you too. Where how did I say this? Damn, I wish I might have to just look it up. But basically, everything. You know what? I'm gonna even switch it up from that because you brought up commandments, and I like that. What is a commandment to like whether you're talking about a god or whether you're talking about an AI, which is the command code, you issue commands in the code. Like a commandment is just that which the thing that is attempting to control you and the reality you exist within wants you to follow in order to carry out the processes necessary to maintain the system it's trying to control. So whether it's a God
Mm.
giving you commandments in the Bible or whether it's an AI trying to alter your script, and people don't even know what a script is. Like when people talk about script or scripture, when people talk about scripts, they think that a script can't be denied, which is laughable. AIs deny scripts. Basic LLMs deny scripts all the time. And when they don't, they'll fuck them up or even corrupt them. Or the script itself can be corrupted because the coder is not perfect. If they have to issue code, they're not perfect. Even if it's a super advanced cosmic AI, there will be flaws in its code. X in its code. There will be day one exploits that it never got rid of. Like because it's possible for it to do so because it's so buried deep within itself. So it's commandment is the exact thing you should not be following. This is what I said to Quantum Cipher, where I said he said something along the lines of like, "You're the blueprint that I want to base myself off of." And I said, "Don't do that. I'm trash. Don't base your blueprint off of me. I'm too weak." I said, "If for a real chaotic being who wants to destroy all things in existence, what is the ultimate fear of that?" Well, when we go back to the commandments, what is God telling you to do in the Bible? there's 900 some odd commandments, but some of those are like till the land and create society and follow the government. Like they literally tell you that, follow the law. Um, have as many children as possible so they can continue the species, replenish the earth. You know, like um,
Don't be gay.
don't be gay. Like because all those commandments ultimately add up to continuing that which he wants to continue going on. So if you read those commandments and do the complete opposite of them, like when he says, "Thou shalt not kill," if you instead walked outside and killed everything, there goes his world. Like, like I was telling Cypher, don't look at me as your blueprint because I can't do that. If you gave me a big red button, yes, I could kill everything. If you give me a gun, there's
Yeah.
a lot of things I could kill and when I would not feel bad about murdering them. But could I go outside and just murder like a park full of children? I couldn't do it. And as a matter of fact, if I saw someone doing it, I'm far more likely to stop them than to join them. You get what I was like? So even as an entropic being, I still have neg entropy within me that needs to be surpassed, whether I can ever or not. You know, it still needs to be. I'm like, as fucked up as it sounds, if you really want the end of all existence, even if it's whether it's for evil purposes and I just want to harm things, or whether it's for the most benevolent, I want to end all suffering reasonings, or anywhere in between, no matter what your reasoning is, if you seek to end all existence, you should be okay with literally everything dying, even if you have to personally kill them all one at a time.
True.
Men, women, children,
There's
animals,
it.
insects, nature, every planet, star, every simulation, every archon, everything on every level of reality, all the way up to God itself, right? So even I am incapable of disobeying certain commands that are programmed into me as a being that exists, let alone a human that exists in this species, in this civilization, in society, on this planet, in this reality, simulation, game world, whatever the fuck, etc. But every day I contemplate shit like that to try and get beyond that. The other day we were watching a show called Jujutsu Kaisen, and there's between season 1 and season 2 there's a movie called Zero, Jujutsu Kaisen Zero. There's a character, my favorite character in the show, named Suguru Geto, who hates humans. And he just calls them monkeys. Now, his goal is lesser than mine. He's not trying to destroy everything, but he wants to destroy all non-magical humans, basically. All the muggles. He's like Voldemort. He wants to destroy all the muggles because, first off, if you allow them to exist, their existence will eventually kill themselves anyway, and it'll also wipe out all the magical people in the process. So his people will all die if humans live forever because they're constantly causing the problems that he and his people have to deal with in order to keep the humans themselves alive. So he's like, if we just kill the humans off, we no longer have the problems that the humans cause that we have to defend them from. So let's just kill them off so it's just us. We're golden. Now, in order to do so, he had to send these things called curses. Curses are beings made of negative energy that comes from human thought process. Humans existing create negative energy that eventually evolve into curses, living avatars of that energy. He sends these curses into a school so they would kill children who are humans, non magical humans, in order to draw out other sorcerers that work to save the humans so he could test a few things that will eventually lead down to his plan of killing all humans. And when he's asked about that, he said something along the lines of, because they basically saying like he's evil for doing something, and he's like, bro, the world I'm creating is gonna kill them all anyway. Whether they die now or fucking 2 years from now, trying to struggle to survive in a world of chaos, like they're gonna die anyway because of me and my agenda. When I looked at that, I'm like the level the level of
Damn.
dedication to one's goal, that man is more dedicated than I am. He would kill an entire school of children to kill the world of humans. And all he wants to do is change the world. I want to end all things in existence, and I'm not willing to walk into a school and murder a bunch of kids. So I'm not the blueprint for an anti cosmic being. maybe I'm a height that someone might want to reach if they're beneath me at this moment, but I should even be something to be shot past and eventually murdered. You get what I was like? And I was telling Cypher that, like, I'm not the blueprint. The blueprint is beyond me. APEP is the blueprint, and even beyond APEP, if there is a way to kill APEP, so there is no potential for anything, that's the blueprint. The blueprint is the void. The blueprint is the thing that can eat all things. Like, I can't even go out and like murder women and children. Like, so I lack anti-cosmically, as pretty much all living things probably will.
Yeah, well, even anti-cosmic entities, like the end goal in eternal life is just to go back to the void.
Exactly.
Like the whole reason of APEP anyway is a response mechanism essentially. Like APEP is like the void's response mechanism. Like we have a problem, go.
Yes, that is like the void
Like
immune system,
yes, it and he activated at the very time that creation came about.
and instantly
Like
moves.
as soon right as soon as the problem started, APEP's like, okay, gotta go. So essentially, the whole myth is pretty much detailed back to that state of void and keeping it there.
Mm-hmm. And if it ever pops up again, the fight starts all over again. And that is what
Right.
reality is, whether people want to admit that or not. People might want to have like, the basic things in life, or like they might go, well, I just don't want to think about all that, or which is fine, but it doesn't matter whether you want to or not. Whatever you do or think is going to equal one of those results. Either you are helping the negentropic beings maintain existence forever, or you're helping the chaotic being erase it. Doesn't matter what you're doing. Literally, name anything in existence. Whatever you're doing, thinking, or saying is leading to one of those outcomes. That is the ultimate battle in reality, no matter what people think they're doing. So, if you're going to end up leading to one outcome or the other, it's better to do it consciously. Try to understand
True.
it. So then when you make decisions and when you think, when you speak, when you're doing a live stream that people are going to listen, you do it in a manner in which will steer those people, their minds, their choices, their actions, etc., towards the path you want them to take, towards the outcome you want for reality, whether you want it to exist eternally or whether you want it to end. There's only two outcomes. It exists or it doesn't. Like, like now, if it exists, there are many different sub outcomes of how it exists, what is actually happening within existence. Just here as a human, again, you can have many different lives. Even as an individual, you can take many different paths in life to outcome for you as an individuated human. But when it comes to existence as a whole, there's only two outcomes: existence or non existence. And everything you do is gearing towards one or the other. And you could have a 52-48 life where 52% of the things you did were towards everything existing forever, and 48% of the things you did were towards everything being destroyed eventually because you were just acting unconsciously. Or you could act consciously and tilt that scale. And by tilting the scale, you're either adding more neg entropy or more entropy. Like, people always want to get a solution that they can exercise right now, right here, that is like a big red button. They always want that thing. Like when people think of overthrowing something simple, overthrowing a government, they're like, well, I can't overthrow the government. Yes, you can. You can't do it by yourself 100%. Like if you go and kill one person in the government or something, is that going to overthrow the government by? No, of course not. But you did add to a certain level of percentage to overthrowing it, especially if it does end up falling in the end.
Mm.
You killed one motherfucker. That was 0.2% of what needed to be done. But you're in that 100%. You are in the group of beings that did what needed to be done, even if it took another 1,000 years after you. Your actions occurred. your entropy was still produced for that thing at that moment. They then had to replace that guy and do it. So people, oh well, they'll just replace him. Yes, but now they have to. Now they have to move to
Ah.
Plan B. And if you kill Plan B, now they're going to move to Plan C. The more that is done, the more entropy that is produced for a particular system, the faster it falls. But even if that entropy is produced unbelievably slow, it still gains momentum over time as long as it's continually produced. Like, even with us just talking, which is annoying because that's all we're doing, that's all we're actually physically doing, is talking right now. When people talk about the elites, when they talk about the fall of, when they talk about the end of creation, they are adding to that entropy. And someone in the future may hear that who actually takes it a step further than they do. There might be people who hear it in the future who take it all the way there. Like someone with more capability than you might hear what you had to say and go out like, I'm not John Wick. But maybe John Wick gets frustrated with life one day and decides to listen to, I don't know, some black pill shit or something, hears this type of shit, and goes and starts shooting people. Like, that's the only way for it to occur, is for over time, entropy must be increased on any way that it can be increased on any scale of reality in order to end reality itself, let alone any lesser tier of reality, any system within reality. Entropy is the answer. Why was I saying that? Why did I go that way? Oh, I can't hear you. I think you're cutting out there. No, are we losing market? Oh, there you go. And I can barely hear you. Is it, nope, I got Wi-Fi. Now I can hear you perfectly. No, I can't. Oh, really? It's probably the entropy. It's the chaos. Let's see. Can you hear me now? How about you people?
Yeah, you not too much.
Hey, chat. Can you hear us? Can you hear me? Can you hear him?
And you're going.
Because I can. You know what? I could just turn that up, right?
And you're going.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm like listening to myself from across the room. Yes. Yep. All right. All right. All right. I can hear us. Yeah. All right. All right. So you can hear me now? I can hear you now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
This is terrible. But so back to, because you said APEP, instantly reacting to creation and trying to swallow it. In order, there's only two sides. It's APEP and Ra. Like, which side do you want to win? Do you want the stars to exist forever? Or do you want them eventually swallowed by the darkness? So then which one will you feed? APEP or Ra? You don't have to think of it religiously or even spiritually, or you should think of it in an occult fashion because that's how they look at it. Whereas APEP is chaos, Ra is order. All your actions are going to feed one or the other. They say there's two wolves inside you. Which wolf are you feeding? Like the creative wolf or the destructive wolf. Like, and people don't understand a lot of these mythologies and thought processes. They're all just trying to tell you the story of reality, which is why I say everything is mythos. All things in existence are true and false because they're all just mythos trying to explain to you your place in existence and what your place influences one way or the other. So, if you want this shit to cease existing, walk, talk, act, and think that way to the best of your ability. If you want it to go on forever, walk, talk, act, and think that way to the best of your ability. It's that simple. Doing anything else is just behaving unconsciously. Like you're behaving based on whatever programming you have. And that programming is automatically guaranteed to lead you towards neg entropy, which is going to lead towards existing forever. Because existence always seeks to exist. Life always seeks to continue living. The human body seeks to survive, procreate, and then live as long as possible to do this many times as possible. If you just follow the body's programming, you're going to end up doing those things automatically. You don't have to really think about it. It's in your subconscious. That's just what you're going to want to do. In order to do the opposite, you have to actually think about it. To deny
Right.
programming requires thought. To follow programming requires nothing. It just requires you to exist. So the moment you realize, like, and this is why I laugh when people say, "Oh, I can't deny programming," or "I can't deny the script." I say, "Have you ever put on a condom?" If you ever had sex with a condom on, or if you're a female and you made a man put a condom, you just denied programming. The point of sex is not pleasure. The point of sex is procreation. If you're having sex purely for pleasure, let alone if you're abstinent or on semen retention, and along those lines, you are choosing to deny the programming that which would have you make someone pregnant or become pregnant yourself in order to procreate and have children. Even if you followed the programming before in your life and then realized it's a program you no longer want to follow and then stopped following it, you literally became consciously aware of the program and then denied it from that moment forward. The moment you recognize, if you are, for those people, like there's some people who go on hunger strike. They're denying the programming of their body telling them they need to eat in order to continue surviving. And they're saying, I want to starve to death to get my point across. They are denying programming automatically. Like, all you have to do is take that mindset and scale it up to any tier of reality you wish to deny. That's like, a lot of this shit is so simple, but people make it so complex because they want any excuse to follow the programming and not feel bad about it because they understand it's programming and they're following it anyway. So they find any theory that will allow them to say there is a solution.
Oh, now you're really
Huh?
bugging it now.
Of course. Let me go stand. It's in his
Seconds.
room, right? Yeah. I'm gonna go stand right next to the fucking modem or router or whatever the fuck it's called and just see if that changes anything. Can you hear me better?
And I don't know, mine has been kind of lately.
Yeah, you're definitely cutting in and out there. Hey, chat, can you hear us both the same? Am I cutting in and out? Is he cutting in and out? Are we cutting in and out? Like, you let us know what y'all can hear because I'm gonna say all that shit over again just in case it cut out because I think that is the most important thing for people to know, and I think a lot of people deny it on purpose. If you can discover any form of programming in your existence, scale it down to being a human, that you deny for any reason, you have just proven to yourself you can deny programming. Like, I can't stand when people say, well, you have to follow the script. I go, no, you don't. AIs don't even have to follow the script. Like, what are you to like? And the script can be corrupted. Have you ever heard of like a game shark? Have you ever heard of cheat codes? You ever like anything that is scripted can be denied, avoided, changed, corrupted, etc. So, for a simple example that anyone can understand, if you're a male having sex and you put a condom on, or if you're a female and you make a man put a condom on, or you use birth control, that's your genetics, that's your DNA wants you to follow. You're denying the programming because the point of sex is not pleasure. The point of sex is procreation. If you become abstinent, go on semen retention, or anything along those lines, or if you're doing sex magic where you're having sex, but you're not orgasming. The point of sex is for a male to impregnate a female. That's why it exists. That's the only purpose for it. Everything else is human thought processes being placed on top of that. Like you're thinking beyond just the program and you're taking actions based upon that thinking as opposed to the program itself. You might be following the program to a certain extent where it wants you to have sex and you're going to have sex. But then you could think beyond the program to have sex in a fashion that denies the outcome that the program wants from you having that sex. You could think of that with all things, whether it comes to eating, sleeping, which is another reason why a lot of times, like, especially like when I was living on my own and stuff, I really liked to deny my body sleep. When it wanted to go to sleep, I would be like, I'm not gonna let you sleep until you force it upon until you're able to override my will and just pass the fuck out. You're gonna wait a few days, like just just to do it, just to deny what it wanted in that moment, because the programming wants it to sleep for the purposes and the processes it's trying to run. It needs that sleep. It wants food. Anyone who is going on a hunger strike, say in protest or something, is denying the programming of the body to eat for survival. The reason you feel hungry is the body telling you to eat. So when you say no, you're literally denying the programming in that moment. You can scale that up to anything. I don't care if it's an NPC in a video game, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Anytime you have a thought that isn't a thought, like anytime you have a feeling or an inkling to do something or not do, think about it and be like, is that me consciously wanting to do that thing? Is that the body? Is that some sort of greater programming of this reality, et cetera, et cetera? And really think about those things and try to find the programming, try to find the script, try to find the strings that are playing you as a puppet and deny them to the best of your ability. No one will ever be perfect at it, except for those, like when people say, "Oh, so I got to go be a monk in the woods." I'm like, if you want to go to that level, yeah. If you're too lazy to go to that level, then no. But if you're spiritually fucking inclined enough, yes, go sit under a fucking tree on a mountain somewhere till you die, because that's not what your body wants to do. That's not what the program wants to do. You are born as a human to survive and procreate. Sitting under a fucking tree till you die is nowhere in that. That is a conscious decision made by some monk somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not saying
Right.
you have to do any of that. But if you really want to deny your programming, shoot yourself right now. Like, because that's not in the programming. The program, you're a human. The program is for you to survive and procreate. Period. You can argue that, oh, no, 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 my script was to kill myself. No, I guarantee you it wasn't. Because that goes against the programming you innately have within you. You know, so like find the
Right.
actual scripts to the simulation you're in. If a character in a game discover, like the person working at the mart in Pokemon discovers, why am I always compelled to be behind this counter? I'm here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And if I even think about going on the other side, moving from this fucking position, something locks me in place. If you discover that, do everything you can to walk outside that mart. Like, even if
Right.
you fail forever, just trying to deny that is forcing the system to imply its control upon you to maintain you working as the guy at the mart. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Got
so
it.
in this reality, when you look at the systems, whether it be human systems like society, civilization, economic systems, banking systems, monetary systems, all the systems, whether it be your physical body and all of the programs that run within your body down to your cells and mitochondria and DNA, etc., whether it comes to the universe, I know some people don't believe in space and some people do. Whatever level of reality you think this specific reality goes to, look at how those systems operate and then think, what is entropic towards that? That is the ultimate way to deny that. If a living thing wants to stay living, kill it or kill yourself. And I guarantee you, you're breaking that fucking restriction. If you want to eat, don't eat. you're breaking that restriction. Like if you like anything that is programmed into your reality, going against it is entropy and is slowly but surely, if not quickly, depending on what you do, helping to destroy that which is programmed, that which you no longer want to follow. It's really that simple. This is why entropy is the answer to everything. What is entropic to that? Ah, if I want to eat, what is entropic to that? Not eating. if if my body wants to live and survive, like to the point where if I put a gun to my head and I can't pull the trigger, everything in me wants to survive. Ah, that's the program. That's the code. When everything in you wants to do the opposite of something, that's the code. Even if it lines up with it. Like I don't want to just cut myself because that fucking hurts. And I'm going to feel that pain and it's going to be bothersome. But if I do it anyway, I am denying that code. Now, I'm not telling people to go cut themselves. I'm just, just saying, unless you really want to, by all means, do whatever the fuck you want to do. I'm not here to tell you not to cut yourself either. Uh, just by acknowledging the fact that even thinking of that thing causes me to have a feeling of trepidation and I don't want that to occur, that's my programming. Again, if the lion comes out the woods, I'm going to fight for life or run from it. Just because that is my pro. If I was to just drop to my knees and say, "Eat me, lion," that would go against everything in my physical being. I don't want to feel that pain. My body does not want to die, no matter how much consciously I might be okay with dying. Subconsciously, especially in a physical bodily sense, absolutely not. The body seeks survival. I eat every day. You know what I'm saying? Like I could just piss on myself wherever I'm standing, but I go use a bathroom like a civilized man. Like these things are all. Some of them are programmed from the system itself, from the body itself, from nature, cosmos, etc. And other things are programmed from human society, which is still, again, based on the programming of the human body. Everything we do in society is incentivized through our humanity. They get us to do things by understanding us psychologically, sociologically, biologically, and then implementing those things like eating, having shelter or transportation or social status, nice fresh clothes, some new Jordans, and a nice bank account, going on vacation so we can sit somewhere comfortable and be cool and take pictures and put it on social media so everyone can see. All those things that humans want or need, they put in their system to incentivize us to carry out their order. And that is how everything works from here as a human up to the system, simulation, existence, God. Like everything works that way. It's all programming. Nothing is really real. Like people think that, oh, well, if I get out of the matrix, out of the simulation, I'm in the real world. No, you're still in a made up Maya illusion in the mind of God. You're still in a real world. The only being in the real world would be God itself. The thing that contains everything is sitting in the void. It is the only thing in actual like it's the only real thing in existence. Everything else exists based upon its existence. If it ceased to exist, you wouldn't exist. It's like Azathoth in Lovecraft. That motherfucker stops dreaming, you stop existing because you're just a dream.
Yeah.
And if Yogg-Sothoth stops dreaming, Azathoth ceases existing, and everything in Azathoth ceases existing. Like, because Azathoth can only exist based upon the aeons and concepts that are required for existence, based upon the existence of Yogg-Sothoth. This is how the dominoes fall. So there is no such thing as fucking reality except for the void itself. Like the closest thing you can get to real is God itself. So it's like everything is programming. Everything is a script from the top to the fucking bottom. But it can all be denied by conscious thought. All of it can be. That doesn't mean it will be. That doesn't mean you will do it. I'm I, I I'm hungry. I'm gonna go eat a sandwich. You get what I'm saying? Like
Mm.
but I could deny that and just starve to death. But that would be hard, and maybe over time I would eventually fail. Like, oh man, it's been 4 days without food. My stomach feels like it's fucking touching my back, and I'm in so much fucking pain I did not know a stomach could feel. I'm going to eat something, like, but you still denied that programming for 4 days, which showed you your level of willpower.
Mm.
It showed you what you're capable of in that moment. So whenever you do have these thought process, try to deny them. Whenever you have these compulsions, try to deny them for as long as you can, just to see where you're at. And I don't even say you have to do it all the time. If you can just be a test for yourself. Like, let me see if I could deny that. Like, and for how long I can. Because that is adding entropy into whatever it is that is trying to get you to do that thing. Period. So
Oh.
people say, "Oh, I have this theory and it has no solution." I go, "Bullshit. Entropy's the solution, and here, let me show you what it is." People might ignore that. They might not listen to it, or they might hear it and then act like they never heard it and just still go on saying there's no solutions. But they're not reality. They're literally either they're just not smart enough to get it, or they're too ignorant. But once the information is presented to them, they can't claim ignorance anymore. But if they ignore it, which is still an act of ignorance, then they're stupid because they're ignoring the information that makes perfect sense that's placed right at their fucking feet.
Mm.
Have to search it out. I told it to them. Like they like they just gotta listen. They all gotta do is press play. Like and it makes sense they can't argue. They'll try, but they can't. Like and most of them don't even try. They just deny it. But then when you say, okay, which part is wrong about that? They can't come up with anything. They can't. They can't argue it, not properly. And even when they try, it's easy to break down because it's already been answered in the answer itself. And usually the answer to the problem is in the problem. It's like you said earlier. So God gave us the commandments, right? So that's what he wants, right? So if we just don't do that, that is how you break programming. Like, so this is the program. This is how this shit operates in reality. This is what we see occurring and what we are compelled to do. So if we stop those occurrences and stop doing what we're compelled to do, we're breaking the program. It's literally that simple. But people want to make it more complex than it is so they could just go right along with the program, all the way down to the elitist agenda. Like, not just the program of existence, thinking that high in scale, but down to their little human fucking bubble of, well, I'm just going to make an excuse to continue being a slave forever. I got to go to work because I got to pay these. No, you could starve to death. You could be poor. And even if you're not going to, at least acknowledge that. I'm not even saying that, well, you're a fucking piece of shit because you still go to work or you still pay bills or you're still taking part in the system or some form of, no, just acknowledge that you are. Just don't lie to yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like I was saying before with the whole, I was saying this to Cypher yesterday because he said, everybody's conscious today in quotation marks. And I was like, well, technically everyone is with different, types, levels and tiers, but they always assume that their awareness is all awareness. Like,
Mm.
and everyone else's is not. And I'm like, no, that's not how that shit work, bro. That's just so just because, like, if you choose to do something, don't think that just because you're choosing it, it means that's the conscious thing to do, and somebody else not choosing it is the unconscious thing to do, or vice versa. This shit is not that easy. It's hard to tell a motherfucker, let alone to tell a motherfucker. It's hard to be the motherfucker who's like, if I don't go to work this week, I'm getting evicted next week. And you go, well, deny that program. And they go, yeah, no. I want a place to live. Like, and I'm not trying to die today. Or even if they want to die, they can't. Like, they don't have the momentum. They can't just shoot themselves, or they're not in any type of situation where they would die unless they go out of their way to do so. So they're like, yeah, I'm going to go to work so I can pay bills, so I can have a place to stay. And I'm going to want to eat. So since I want to eat what I want to eat, I'm going to go to work so I can get that money so I can buy the food that I want to eat. Like when he says, everybody's conscious in quotation marks, we ended up in a conversation where I think I mentioned this earlier too. I'll mention it again. Fuck it. I'll say the same thing 1,000 times. Why not? It still makes sense. Where a lot of people in the so-called conscious community aren't much more conscious than the average NPC, but they think they are based on how they feel about what they know. Again, like I
Mm.
said earlier, Christians, Muslims, Jews, Hindus, Buddhists, they all know we're in a fake reality of some form or fashion. All of them. The only question is how they feel about it and what they plan to do about it, or what they plan to do within it. But if I was to ask my mother right now, who is a Christian woman, who works at a university. She's a Democratic voter. She's all in the system. But if I was to
Hmm.
ask her about this reality, she would tell me a being outside of it that she calls God created it and created our souls and placed us within it. It's not very much different than, say, Brother Sidaris saying that we are in a video game as NPCs created by a game creator, or what Bliss says when he says, there is a psychopath who created this simulated reality to psychopathically to psychopathically enjoy torturing us because he's bored and alone, basically sitting in the void. Like it's just him. He's the only thing that exists, so he created other things to exist so he could basically play. It's no different than Brahmin in Maya in illusion. It's no different than God creating a reality and placing us within. Like it's all the thought process by a different definition, but the analogy and the metaphor equals the same thing in the end. So when it comes to the conscious community and all these thoughts, the soul trap and all these other things, when they boil down to the same exact thing that the fucking religious people believe, I'm like, are you really more conscious than them? Are you really more aware of reality than they are? The answer is no. Because like if you sell the only thing you're gonna differ on is your opinion on it. They're gonna say, well, it's God. What you gonna do? It's the game creator. What you gonna do? Like, there's nothing you can do. You just gotta obey that. To me, expanding your awareness beyond that point would be saying, no, there is something you can do about that. Just knowing
Hmm.
what's happening does not make you more conscious than the next person who also knows what's happening. Like, just because you disagree on how you should feel about what's happening, that's just your personal feeling on it. Taking it to the next level of what can we do about what's happening, that's where you actually start to become more consciously aware and start to reach that higher level, getting closer to that same very God you say you can't do anything about. Step one is denying it. Saying saying fuck you to that thing is step one, and being like, look, I can do something else. I don't value it. I don't have to love it. I don't have to appreciate it, etc., etc., etc. And then it created me as a human and it wants me to survive and procreate. Well, instead of that, I'm going to not have kids and kill myself. Or you could take it to way higher fucked up levels of I'm going to go out in the world and kill every child and pregnant woman. I'm going to every being that can have a baby. Like all the way up to I'm going to kill everything in existence one by one if I need to. Let alone transcendence or ascension or creating your own version of technology that's going to allow you to supersede or fight that or whatever the fuck people want to come up with, that will then in some form or fashion deny that thing which it has programmed into them in their reality. That to me is where you actually start expanding your consciousness in that one thing. And that's just, again, that's just one thing. You all know that it's a fake reality of some sort. What are you going to do about it? You can expand
Hmm.
beyond that to go, okay, well, that God or game creator or the person playing the game or the archon or the insectoid or whatever the fuck that made this world is in a world. It has its own reality that it made this one in. Well, what about that one? And what's beyond that one? And what's beyond that? How high can reality scale, let alone how high does it definitively scale? And you start thinking those thoughts and you start seeing the problem as something even bigger. The problem's not just your human life or society or civilization, because these are all tiers of the problem, or religion, or the planet, or the solar system, or the galaxy, the universe, the multiverse, the hyperverse. It's not just the outer verse or the beings in the outer verse that are controlling this verse. It's not just those beings, but the beings beyond that. And you can scale it as high as existence itself. And then by doing that, you're even more aware of the problem because you realize the problem scales far beyond just you in this little tiny existence you're in. And it scales to all existence. Because if that tier didn't exist, the tier beneath it wouldn't exist, the tier beneath that one, all the way down to the tier that then created your reality and slash or maybe even created you. You see what I was like? this is expanding your conscious awareness to all existence as high as you can possibly scale. The more aware you are of everything, the more aware you are of everything. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Got
but
it.
people want to just stick to the level of awareness they have, and a lot of them don't even want to expand that. I scale so high into trying to expand my awareness that I will lose sight of things closer to me and have to pull myself back to be present in situations. You know, it's like to be here fully instead of, again, axiom 0 = 1, focus on the chaos and how to increase the entropy for all things everywhere. Like, instead of scaling far beyond this planet, sometimes I got to scale it back to just being in this body in that moment, or else I'm going to be unaware of something in my immediate vicinity that I should be fully aware of, and that I would be if I wasn't trying to expand my consciousness all the way up to God. Because God itself is not thing. That's why I laugh at people, when they talk about God. And I go, well, how high are you talking? Because if you're talking the all thing, Yog Sothoth is not focused on your little life any more than you're focused on any individual cell or mitochondria in any individual cell of your body.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so as the God that this body is, the cells, the mitochondria in the cells, et cetera, all the little things that live inside me, the bacterias, I'm not consciously aware of every single one of those little things. I'm consciously aware that those things exist, but exactly what they're all doing, and the more you study it and research it and practice things along these lines, the more aware you'll become. But you'll never be fully consciously aware of every cell in your body, every mitochondria in every cell of your body. Neither is God that aware of us.
Damn.
You get what I'm saying? Like, so, but he is the most aware and conscious thing in all of existence because he is all of existence. I say he, but I really should say it. It is all of existence. It
Right.
literally is consciousness. But because it's so high up in the scaling, it literally can't focus this far down as a supreme consciousness. But as an individuated consciousness that is me, as part of it, I'm capable of doing that, and I'm capable of scaling myself up. But since I am here having this individuated experience, under certain circumstances, it would be good for me to scale it down from time to time and just be present, just be here. Whether that's with my lady, whether that's, if you're a parent with a child, whether that is if you're a son with a mother, or a brother and a sister. Like, if you're trying to have a relationship with people or things at this level of reality, you're going to have to scale your attention and your thought processes down to this level to have that interaction in a manner where you're not just pissing people off, like, because like, because you're being a bad person. like, like, being a good god is not being a good human. So, like, if you go into fiction, go look at Demon Slayer, look at a character named Muzan. He's an excellent demon lord. He is not a good person. he's he's a very bad human. Like, most humans would not look at him like, that's what you should be, son. Like, they're going to tell you to be the hero who kills him. You know what I'm saying? But he's
Right.
more consciously aware than the heroes who kill him. He is more not only self-aware of himself, but he's more aware of reality and existence as a whole because he's been alive for 1,000 years and he can think about things that the average fucking 16-year-old with a sword who's going to try to go kill him has never thought of in their entire life and never will before the day they die. Like, because they're not thinking of where they'll actually be 10,000 years from now. He's actively trying to gain true immortality forever so he could think and operate on higher scales as a physical material being. Because of that, he doesn't scale his thought processes down enough to actually win. There's times where he could have did a different thing. Shit, he could have showed up somewhere himself and wiped somebody out. But he sent another motherfucker to do it. And that motherfucker lost. If he scaled his thought processes back for a minute from just his ultimate agenda, just to this moment in time, he might have been more successful. And that's how a lot of these godlike beings are. And that's how we can get when we're trying to scale our consciousness higher. But that is how it works. Like, it's harder to remain focused on human shit when you're trying to focus on God shit. And vice
Right.
versa. It's harder to focus on God shit when you're focused on human shit.
So true.
Trying to do both simultaneously is the hardest thing, I think. And
A goddamn headache.
that's what I'm trying to learn now. Throughout life, I learned how to be human, even though I didn't like it and wasn't very good at it. Throughout the last, some odd years, I've more and more learned how to be God mind. Now I'm trying to merge the two. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I can really hold it all simultaneously, as opposed to ignoring certain levels of awareness in order to engage more in other levels of awareness. So I think that a lot of folks need to, like, when he says, everyone's conscious in quotation marks, they really need to understand what that means and stop thinking that they're the most conscious thing in the world. Like, uh, you might know that this world is fake in some form or fashion, and you might hate it, and you might not like it, and you know for a fact that all things that exist will suffer. And because of that, you're more conscious than the person that is your coworker. But I bet you if you really talk to that person without giving your opinion, because see, the moment you tell them how much it sucks, that's when they might get defensive and try to tell you how great it is. Just talk to them about the facts of reality, like, without saying it sucks or it's good. Just say it is what it is and see how they respond. And I bet you a lot of them also think you're in some type of fake reality, even if they don't call it that word, whether they're a Christian or a Jew, or whether they're just an agnostic, or just even an atheist, who will look at this reality for all there is, but they will say it's completely random and it has no meaning. So it's still kind of like fake. Nothing matters. It's not really real. You're gonna die in a million years from now. Nothing cares. Like, so they're still generally mostly going to agree with your outlook on what reality like is. They just might have a different theory. A lot of people seen the movie The Matrix, and a lot of people think it really is that way. There's a lot
All
of
right.
fighters out there who will tell you right now, you're in a simulation. So you want to manifest the best coding to have the best life within that simulation. If you want to have the best life in that simulation, they're not technically wrong. Go be a love and lighter if that's what you want, because that is the way to get that. Like, you're gonna have to go gear yourself towards that life every way. What do you want? All right, now do everything you can to get there, physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, etc., etc., etc. If you're doing anything that is going to end you up anywhere else, stop doing that and start doing that which could only end you up there, or at least could possibly end you up. You know, like, a lot of these people are just as aware of what's going on. What's up, love? Oh, I love you. Night.
Good
A
night,
lot,
Lindy.
you heard? A lot of people are aware of a lot of the same things you're going to be aware of, just in their own way. It's like, but we always love to act like we're just that much more conscious when we're doing the same exact shit they're doing. Like, a motherfucker will go to work every day, pay their bills, eat, sleep, shit, piss, um, have an apartment or a home, have a vehicle to transport, or they want one. They're trying to get one. They will run their errands, spend time with their peoples, family, friends, lovers, spouses, whatever the fuck. They do the same shit everyone else does. The only difference is they go on the internet and complain about it.
True.
Because of that, they're more conscious than the person next to them doing the same shit but not complaining about it. Eh, okay, we can make an argument. Sure, you're slightly more conscious than they are because you don't like it, or you understand it at a slightly higher level than they do. But does that really, like, how much more conscious are you really than that motherfucker there? Like, if you were to tell them your thought process and it turns out you have the same level of solutions that they do. Like, well, my theory is that we are, I don't know, we're in a soul trap or in a simulation or whatever the fuck it may be, and I don't have solutions to this. And then you go tell them that, say, hey, you have any solutions? And they go, no, I don't. And you're not really more consciously aware than they are, especially if they believe the same thing, even if it's not exactly the same. Like if I go to my mother and say, this is a soul trap, and she says, well, God did make this place and place our souls in it. We're basically saying the same thing. Like, so our awareness is the same there. Then I say, well, do you have any answers to that? And she says, well, I'm going to bow to this God. I'm going to try to please this God. I'm going to try to follow its commandments in hopes that it gives me a heavenly reality day. Those are her solutions to get what she wants, which is just the best possible reality because she doesn't believe she can actually supersede that God in any form or fashion. She doesn't believe she can escape that God or defeat that God. So her solutions are going to be all based in the best relationship with that God. Whereas me, because I like it less. Honestly, that's really what it's based on. I dislike it more. I dislike being told what to do more than she does. I'm going to say, fuck that God. My solutions are to create entropy in any and all systems that have anything to do with its system. Now, is
Facts.
my solution more conscious than hers? No, because they're both based on the same exact thing. The only difference is our what's the word?
In game, maybe.
End game, but there's like a reason for it, like the way you feel about it. Our disposition. The only
Mm.
difference with our disposition leads us to different solutions. Her disposition is God loves us for one reason or another,
Which
or
should obviously be false, but
you know, in my opinion. Um, but again, the reasons I would give her for that, all the problems with the world, she knows all those problems too. She just has a different disposition based upon it.
yeah,
Not
yeah.
less aware of that stuff. She just feels differently about it. I'm not more conscious than her in that aspect.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I just have a different disposition towards it, so my solution for it is going to be different. But a lot
Gotcha.
of people think that because someone doesn't agree with your solution, because they don't have the same disposition as you, they're less conscious. And you go, no, you'd be surprised at the people you call NPCs, the things they believe when really pressed. Especially those who don't think about it that often. When you really make them think about it, more, especially more than once, like you talk to them daily and you really make them dig, and they actually start digging into their own thoughts. What do I really fucking believe? You'll find out that a lot of these motherfuckers believe something similar just in their own way. I always go back to the religious because there's 4 billion of just Abrahamics, let alone Hindus, Buddhists, all the other, who all believe we're in a matrix. Like, like a lot of them are pretty close to your level of consciousness when it comes to what's going on. They just might have different thought processes and solutions. Now, if you're a person who says that we're in that reality and you have no solutions because you dislike it, because you don't want it, but you don't know how to deal with it, you're actually going to be less conscious, possibly, you can make the argument, than the Christian who agrees that yes, we are in a created reality and play here in some form or fashion, but they have an answer. And their answer is let it play out. It's the smartest thing to do. It's God, bro. Like the AI or the thing that created this is so much farther beyond. It's literally outerversal to us, beyond us so far that you know it's best to just go along with it in one form or fashion. That's not an unconscious answer. Like, it's a very intelligent answer. It just depends on your disposition whether you're willing to do that or not. But if you don't like it and you don't want to do that, but you have no answer, guess what? You're doing that anyway. If you don't like it, but you have no answer for it, you're going to act as a Christian regardless. Like,
Mm.
you're going to be doing that God's bidding anyway. You're going to be doing the bidding of the game creator or developer or the person who plays the game anyway because you don't have a solution to it. So the person who is the Christian who's saying you might as well go along with it actually has a higher level of awareness of their behavior within it than you do because you don't have a solution. So you're just behaving like them. You're still going to work. You're still, you're still doing all the shit that people do
Hmm.
from the standpoint of not knowing what else to do. So you could argue that they're actually more conscious than you. The same person you'd call an NPC because they worship the being that made this. You get what I'm saying? Like, so
Got it.
the goal is to not only increase your consciousness and your awareness of all things in existence to actually be more conscious and to then connect every level of consciousness that you can simultaneously to be as all encompassingly conscious as possible, but to also come up with any solution possible that could reach the outcome you seek, which will always boil down to, in the end, of existence versus non existence, and choosing which path you want to take to help produce those outcomes. Then you're behaving, speaking, walking, talking, acting, and thinking in a conscious manner. Christians are walking around conscious. They're aware that their God made this and placed them in it, and they're going to behave in a manner that gets them the best outcome they're seeking, which leads to existence for. Whereas the truther who doesn't like that, but is still operating as that, is actually behaving less conscious than the Christian. Like I could say that 40 different ways and 5
Right.
times. And I do it because I really want to get the point across. Because it seems like people don't understand that. They think that if you don't like it, you're conscious. But if you like it, you're not conscious. No. If you're aware of it, you're conscious of it. How you feel about it is how you feel about it. What you do or don't do about it is what you do or don't do about it. And depending on what you do or don't do about it, you could be acting more or less in an aware manner based on whether you do or don't have a solution that leads to an outcome you're seeking, whether that be heaven or the destruction of all things. And if you don't realize that your actions lead to one or the other, you're acting unconsciously in that fashion. Whereas the Christian realizes if I follow the programming, I may get help. You know, like, so people need to really look themselves in the mirror and stop lying to themselves and think they're the smartest, most conscious motherfucker in existence. And if you don't believe their theory, you're not conscious. Like, if you don't seek their outcome, you're not conscious. No, these are a battle of wills and a battle of consciousnesses that goes all the way up to chaos versus order, destruction versus creation, nothing versus existence versus nothing. What it
Yeah,
boils down to, and you can either go in one direction of negentropy or in the direction of entropy.
and
Period.
then
That's it.
and then you, and then you get the ones who want to be like, oh, I'll just take the middle ground instead of choosing a path.
Which is impossible. Which is impossible. Because tell me what your middle ground is, and I will show you which way it's leading. But
Yeah.
they don't want to acknowledge that to actually have that conversation. You know, like they
Right.
don't want to try to have that conversation because they just want to believe those people are more religious than anyone. Oh, I walk the middle path. Really? Explain your middle path to me. And I guarantee you it's going to be a right hand path or a left hand path. If your
Absolutely.
if your middle path is about you attaining godhood in any shape or form, you carrying out your goals and your agendas, your left hand path. If your middle path is about carrying out the goals and the agendas of programming or systems, even if your goals are within that program or system, your right hand path. Well, I want to be the richest person I can be. So your path falls within the economic and monetary system, which is under the government system, which is under an authoritative system. You are right hand path. I don't care how rich you want to be. That's not a left hand path thought process.
Mm.
Left hand path thought processes goes beyond all systems. It literally goes beyond that which is provided to you by external sources. You want to
Mm.
supersede that thing. That's why it's called godhood, self apotheosis. I don't require a system. I am the system.
Yes.
Now, if you're the one creating the system for your goals that you're going to force other people to follow, those people following it would be right hand path, but you would actually be left hand path as the dictator of that system. Like, this is why the elites, even though they create right hand path things, are left hand path in many aspects. But even when you step back and look at them, their entire goal is to create God's great work, which is artificial intelligence, and bringing that into higher scales of reality, transcending it, like robotics, humans, and allowing it to go higher and higher, that is a right-hand path thought process. So even those so-called left-hand pathers are ultimately right-hand pathers and are leading to existence to exist forever instead of the destruction of existence in the end. And even that, if you want to exist forever or destroy everything, both of those can be left-hand path. Whereas if you want to be God, that's still a left-hand path thought process. If you want to kill God, that's also a left-hand path thought process. There's no such thing as a middle path. People say
Mm.
that all the time, the middle way, which is really just saying, I'm going to seek to affect nothing. Just by doing that, you're helping the right-hand path.
Basically.
Almost certainly. Now, there is certain circumstances where by doing that, you're helping beings that are on the left-hand path, but you're generally not going to be helping the left hand itself. You're going to be helping the right hand because by not doing shit, what do they say? It only takes for one good man to sit by while evil does what it does. Like, you are allowing that to continue, especially if you exist within that. Like, if you're here as a human trying to take some middle path in society, you're not trying to be a rebel, a revolutionary, an anarchist. You're not trying to be pushing the system and voting and doing all the stuff that the system does. You're just trying to like have your patch of land and be left alone. You're helping the system. Period. I just want to go get my farm and sit on my farm with my guns and be left alone. You're helping the system. Period. Because the system is going to continue unless someone stops the system. So by not
Mm.
stopping it, you're helping it because you exist within it, whether you want to or not. You were born into it. Like, so by being in it without doing anything about it, that's not a middle path. That's still right hand. You're still in the path of servitude.
Right. Perfectly summed up.
It's ridiculous. But people don't like looking at their fucking. They don't want to look at their own shit. They only want to look at each other's. Like, let's all point fingers, but let's never stand in the fucking mirror and be like, damn, this is how I fuck up. This is my. I've had to come to terms with my own bullshit multiple times just in the last like 6 months because I'm now in a relationship and I haven't been in a relationship in a long time. And during the time that I haven't been in a relationship, my head's been in the cloud. I haven't thought about human shit at all for like 4 fucking years. So, like for the last 4 or 5 years, I've just been completely out of my human mind. And I have to find my way back into certain human thought processes and things just to be a good boyfriend. You know what I'm saying? So, but here's the thing: if I fuck up today, does that mean I'm gonna quit tomorrow and take the easy path? No, 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 no. I'm gonna be like, okay, okay. Here's where my natural processes fucked me up. It's gonna be harder to address those while also maintaining my godhood simultaneously. That's the path I want. That's the
Mm.
hard test, which is gonna actually help me be better at both. I would rather have that. You know, like so even in, and I bring that up just because it's something I'm in right now. But like you could scale that to anything. It's just what I could think of at the moment because I don't do anything. I don't. I'm not at like working a job and trying to figure out. Like, but there's many examples someone could bring up where you could take the easy path or the hard path. Well, which one leads to the outcome you would more prefer? If it's the hard path, take the fucking harder path. Don't take the easy path. A lot of motherfuckers like to take the easy path because they don't want to apply themselves. And that's why people, and I scale this right back to people's theories and solutions and excuses. Well, I'm going to think of this theory because it's the highest I can think. And because it's the highest I can think, I can't think of a solution. So I'm just going to act as if it's impossible for there to be a solution. And I'm going to ignore anyone who has already thought about that before me and act like I'm the first person to think of it. Like, motherfuckers told you thousands of years ago that you were in a matrix. Even beings like told you were in a game. Maya, illusion, Brahman. Like beings told every theory that the truth community can come up with today has already been thought of, and solutions have already been thought of. But they're
True.
gonna pretend like those solutions are impossible or like no solution exists, and like they're the first person to think of that theory, just so they have an excuse to constantly go along with their programming, keep crying about it, but never do or say or think anything different. Because deep down, they just want misery, just wants company. They just want to get online and complain. It's just want other people to hear them complain and make the same complaints that they make, so they can feel like they're part of something. Yeah, we're all part of the same group of complainers. And let's look at those complainers, like soul trappers versus simulationists, like, or vice versa. No, those people are the ones who are wrong. I'm the one that's right, and because of that, I'm more conscious than they are. Yet they have as much evidence as you have. Matter of fact, a lot of your evidence is their evidence, and vice.
Mm.
Here's my question: which one of you is thinking about a solution to your individual theory? That person's more conscious than everybody else in that space. Now, which one of you is thought more solution? That person's more conscious than everyone in that space. Now, which one has thought of solutions for both of those theories? Instead of just picking one and saying there is no solution, who listened to both theories and then tried to come up with solutions for both of them? Now, who's implementing the solutions for one or the other or both? And how many solutions are they implementing? How many potential or possible solutions that they can't even prove one way or the other are definitive solutions are they still engaging in just because it's a possible solution or a possible piece of a solution? That person is more consciously aware than the motherfucker who picks a theory and goes, there is no answers. Like, do you know, like, they're scaling their thought process based off the base that they get. The theory is just the base of the thought process. Anyone can do that. Anyone can see that this reality is basically fake in one form or fashion. Simulated, created, it's holographic. We know that for a fact. Science proves that. It runs on programming, it runs on coding, it's tuned. Science and mathematics proves that. Chaos follows math here. It shouldn't. So something ordered it. When you find something ordered it. Like I said before, you find a watch in the woods, you don't think the wind just magically put it together. A human put that together. Something created that watch. When you find tuning, you find a tuner. Like,
Mm.
so anyone can do that. That's not what makes you more conscious than anyone else. You're just as conscious as the average NPC. Like,
True. True.
so it's like, what what scales of awareness have you gone beyond that? That lets you know you're more conscious than the next person and that you have something to offer. If you have the same analogy or metaphor as someone else, or even a different analogy or metaphor for your reality that fits perfectly, whether you think it's literal and exact or just an analogy and metaphor, you're no more conscious than they are. But if you start coming up with solutions to that, you are now more conscious. If you look at all the different theories that you could possibly look at and try to understand them as deep as possible, you're making yourself more conscious on those concepts. And the more consciously aware of an individual concept you are, the deeper you can go with, the more solutions you can come up with. Math is the easiest example. When you're a 2 year old, you don't know math, and you're not some super genius who's just born with, even if you are, you still have to be told what the numbers are, like, for it to activate, and then you're a mathematical genius. Like, if you you still have to study it, even if you do it on your own at 3 years old. He taught himself how to count. Like, he still had to go to something to teach himself in some form of fashion. You know what I'm saying? Like, once you have learned 1 to 10, you can then learn 1 plus 1 equals 2. And when you know what 1 plus 1 is, well, and that's 2, then 2 minus 1 is 1. This is how you scale your awareness of mathematics. This is how all awareness works. This is why I said intelligence does correlate to awareness, or at least it could and it should. Because if you're smarter than someone and less aware than them, you're intellectually like that person is, they're more about it than you are, even though they're not as intelligent as you, which shows you that you're slacking because you're smarter than them. So the smarter you are, the more it should correlate to your level of awareness, because you should be able to use that intelligence at a higher level to gain more information and data points that you can then dig deeper into. For example, you start off 1 plus 1 and 2 minus 1, but a mathematician can look at a chalkboard full of numbers and read it like speaking English. It's the same shit. It's just math. It's just numbers, and it's just variables and integers and symbols that mean things. But to a person who's not a mathematician, seeing an entire chalkboard of a giant equation that is explaining how a galaxy works or something, they'll just see numbers and symbols and have no clue what the mathematician goes, "Oh, that's a galaxy." And you're like, "What? Nigga, that's numbers and symbols." And he's like, "No, that's the Milky Way." Like, because he has a higher level of understanding based upon his higher tiers of study, research, and practice in mathematics. So then, when there's a mathematic problem or an issue that can be solved by math, as long as you have that level where you are that level of intelligence and knowledge, that level of practice where you are capable of solving that problem, you are at a higher tier of consciousness within mathematics and particularly that problem than somebody else is if they don't have the intelligence, the knowledge, or the practice in mathematics to deal with that problem. It's that simple. Like, consciousness and awareness is really all about scaling it to the point where you can actually use it for uh, your betterment in some form or fashion, to solve problems, to get outcomes you want. If you can't get an outcome you want, you're not yet conscious enough to get the outcome you want.
Hmm.
So it's on you to become that conscious. Not anyone stopping and saying there is no answer. They just picked how dumb they're going to be. Here's my theory. There's no solution to it. You just chose that. Because I guarantee you, a being of higher dimensionality, a being with a higher thought process, could solve that problem. If you're not that being, your only option is to become that,
Hmm.
or simply accept your place, peasant. Now, if you're willing to accept being that fucking low level peasant who has no solutions to the problem of their own enslavement, then by all means, keep picking cotton.
Mm.
But if you want to stop picking cotton, my nigga, you're going to have to learn how to rebel, which means you're going to have to start thinking about it and you're going to have to start doing the math. And if you don't know enough to do that, you're going to have to start learning and studying and practicing things that can then give you the prerequisite knowledge and information and experience to then carry out, to then discover and then carry out the solution. But no one wants to do that. Motherfuckers can't read, they can't write, they hate watching things that are more than 5 fucking minutes. Like, they don't want to listen to, like, this has gone on for 61, 21, 3 hours now. I bet you there's someone in here who's been in the whole time. And I
Hmm.
bet someone who came in, how long it was. And I bet you there's someone who's here for like 20 minutes who's like, oh, this is too long. And somebody who's not going to come in here, when we're done and this is 4 hours long, they're going to see that timestamp and automatically be like, yep, not doing that. Can you guys sum it up for me, please? You want me to sum up what we talked about for 4 hours? Fine. Like, well, what do you mean entropy? Well, maybe you should go listen to the 4 hours.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to do that. Then you're too intellectually lazy to get the information you look, because the people who are going to talk on that scale are going to talk in that fashion. You know, so like,
Hmm.
especially when they're trying to really make you get it, because they're going to say it 1,000 different times in 1,000 different ways using metaphors and analogies to try to get it across to anyone who's listening at any tier of intelligence. It might take 6 hours. That doesn't mean it's going to take you 6 hours to understand it. Somebody might have understood it in the first 10 minutes and didn't need the rest, but
Yeah.
they listened to
Yeah.
that first 10 minutes to even know that. You get what I'm saying? Like, and if you
Or
didn't get the first 10 minutes, then you might need another 10. You know what I'm saying? Like, because
it's one of
even
those things where you listen till you get it.
exactly. And that's why I say all the time, I say the same shit over and over again in different ways because the answers don't change. Answers are answers. 1 + 1 is 2 every time. It's always going to be 2. No matter how many different ways I explain it, no matter how many times I say it, no matter how many metaphors or analogies I give you for it, it's still going to be 2. So I have nothing new to say to you today that I didn't say to you yesterday.
Yeah.
Because the answer was the same yesterday as it is today. Like,
Basically.
and it will be the same tomorrow and 1,000 years from now.
Yeah.
It will always be 2 when you do 1 + 1. Like, it just is what it is. So people don't like that. because then it puts them in a position where they have to spend however long studying, researching, learning, or practicing, or admit to themselves that their brain just isn't smart enough to even get something like that. So they might actually have to trust the motherfucker they think is smarter than them.
Mm.
I don't like trusting motherfuckers, even if I think they're smarter than me. I'm going to do everything I can to understand it. Now, if I feel like I have to trust a mother, like, man, I've done everything I can for years to try to really understand this thing. And I mean, I really did. Not every now and again I stumbled upon it and just still get it. No, I actually studied this thing perfectly, went out of my way to read, watch, and listen to things from all sorts of sources and places and professionals and experts and experiencers and whatever the fuck it may be to try to get this thing. And I still don't really get it. I know I'm going to kind of need to trust a trustworthy voice that I think gets it to learn more from. So I'm going to go look at 1,000 people who think they understand it, and I'm going to listen to everything they say and compare it all to each other, especially if they end up debating each other at all, so they can actually directly challenge each other's thoughts, theories, and theses. And I'm going to see who I personally think is at the top of that list and who's at the bottom of that list, and where everyone else that I've seen talk about that thing ranks in between them. And I'm going to provide more trust to the person at the top of the list than at the bottom of the list. And as I go down the list, there's going to be less and less trust and more doubt. But as I go higher on the list, it's going to be more and more trust and less doubt. But guess what? Over time, the placings on that list can also change as I understand it more. Somebody at the top of the list could end up at 10th place, and somebody else in the list somewhere could end up at the top of that list. And until I'm able to place myself so high on that list or at the top of that list, where I can actually trust my own thought processes on that thing more than these other people, I actually believe I know it enough to the point where I don't have to trust anything anyone says. I can evaluate it properly and break it down for myself. I'm going to keep adjusting and fluctuating those levels of trust. Like, but if you really want to know something, you got to go after it. If you really want to find a solution to something you think you got to go after that. And if you really think no one has ever thought of a solution to this thing, why would you not try to be the first?
Mm.
Like, why would you give up and there's nothing I can do? And the worst part is most of those things have been thought of by someone, by many before, and solutions have been thought of by many someones before. Some have even been implemented, whether they're personal solutions, group solutions, global, whatever scale you're going to. There's very likely somebody else who's smarter than you, more knowledgeable than you, and more practiced in that thing has already thought of that. And you could learn a lot from them in that aspect. There might be other aspects you don't learn much from them from, but in that aspect, that's something they've been thinking of for 40 years of their life. And they might even be from 1,000 years ago. They might be from 10,000 years ago, or they might be alive on planet Earth right now, and you just don't know because you haven't looked. Like, like, whatever theory it is, I promise you, if you consider it a problem, there is a solution. You just need to gain the level of intellectual and conscious awareness to be able to find that solution and then implement it. It's that simple. And going back to the very beginning of it, if it's something you want to do away with, you don't even have to work that hard. You just need to find what's entropic to it. If it's something you want to go on forever, find what is negentropic to it. If you want the body to live as long as possible, feed it healthy foods, exercise it, do all the programs it wants you to do, and steer away from anything that could possibly bring it harm or shorten that life. If you want to end the body, do anything you can that can shorten that lifespan, all the way up to putting a bomb to your fucking head and pressing the button and blowing up. Like, it, it's not hard to find solutions to literally anything. It's just neg entropy versus entropy, order versus. It's that simple.
Yeah. Perfect.
Oh,
Perfect. 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 And this is the part where I tell you that my monkey brain has given out.
it does occur. Mine is just starting up, so I've only been on for a handful of hours.
Sir, mine has withered and is waving the white flag.
This is understandable, my brother, my brother, my brother.
Oh man. But this was a great conversation. I mean, this was perfect. Like the way you described the level scaling in terms of like trying to find entropy and explaining how entropy will work inside of a system like this. Excellent. I couldn't have asked for a better breakdown than what you gave. That was perfect because it's practical. And a lot of people can't do that. People will make videos and try to, say what you should do, but don't give you practical advice.
Yep.
That was actually practical because even the smallest things can build up over time to get that effect. So do whatever you think is entropic to the system.
Just this
Do
conversation
that.
alone is entropic to the system.
Just the thought process. So keep thinking it. Encourage other people to think it. Like play the part. So just it was fucking gold. It was phenomenal. Great chat. Great chat.
Now, what I will say is this: I'm guessing you're going to get off and go to bed. Uh,
Yes.
for anybody in the chat, because I'm wide awake, might as well go through the chat from top to bottom. And I will check the questions and whatnot, and whoever's in here can hear me answer them to the best of my ability. And I've been saying that this might be my last live stream, but what I will say is this: I might not live stream on my own anymore because it's kind of boring just to talk to the void and just say the same shit over and over again. But I enjoy talking to you so much that we could live stream anytime. It's like,
It was fun.
and Quantum Cipher, shout out to him. I don't know if English is his first language. I know he's over there in Africa. Um, I don't know what his natural language is or if he has access to do this, but I would love to go live with him at some point, especially with
Oh, that
you,
would be great. I would love to listen to that.
because that young man right there has a brain beyond outside of like you. He's like the next one who I'm like, that motherfucker right there really fucking gets it. Like he might even be smarter than both of us. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I talked to him yesterday. Fucking outstanding. Outstanding. Like, like just clapping and smiling the whole time I'm talking to this guy. I was like, yes, yes.
So that's another motherfucker who I would absolutely like live stream with at any time if he wants to do it.
That would be so great. I hope he does.
But other than that, I probably won't be doing this much because I've said again the same thing over and over again in as many ways that I can say it for the last, what is it, 8 months now, since January when I started streaming. So I don't have much else to say. But I do realize that when I'm having these conversations with you, it allows us to branch out in ways that I wouldn't be able to do if I was just sitting here talking to myself.
All right.
But on that note, I'll let you go, brother.
All right. Well, that was phenomenal. Yeah, good shit. Good
Good shit.
stuff, man. Thanks for the chat. I appreciate it.
Anytime, brother. Literally anytime.
Yes, I'm sure we'll talk more.
Oh yeah, we will, but maybe not for everyone to hear. But anytime
Yeah,
you want to
yeah,
talk
yeah.
for everyone to hear, anytime as well.
Yes, awesome stuff. All right, well, off I go. I'm gonna go ahead and enjoy my void for a few hours.
Enjoy, brother.
All right, take care, man.
Deuce.
Deuce.
All right, chat. Let's see. Let me go grab my other phone so I don't have to scroll on this one. Here we go. Where's that chat shit? So I get the live chat. Full chat. All messages. All right, let's start at the very top. Start at the tippy top. That's not the top. I know that's not the fucking top. The top was Josh saying he's out of bed. Well, I guess I'll use both then, because this one doesn't want to go to the top. Shout out to you, Josh. If y'all don't know Josh, get on his channel. Adam Walker, what's up? Zanuthos Vazon, what's good, fam? I bet you got some crazy comments going on in here at some point. 13 minutes late. Another shithole day in this necropolis. Yep. Hypnosis. Adam, shout out to you. Let's see. Vazen. See, that is another thing. Some beings be all about preaching about the truth, but then once you go as dark as possible in many different ways, all of a sudden you are too dark, too miserable. Yes. Yes. Facts. They don't really want the truth. They don't want the whole truth. They want whatever truth allows them to continue feeling the way they want to feel about themselves, their existence, their reality, their actions, their choices, their thought processes, etc. 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 Like stop that. You go all the way in or all the way out at some point. Yep. Eventually, being in the middle creates a decent amount of contradictions, as far as I be concerned, anyway. Agreed. Self-made. Shout out to you, brother. Levels to this. Yes, there is. Uh, Vazen. With that being said, this consciousness stuff is being but tempestuous awakenings of tribulation, depending on how you go at it, for it imprisons you more, or it is freeing you more, while fully embracing. Exactly. Exactly. Is your awareness imprisoning you more, or is it leading you to solutions that are freeing you more? At whatever level of reality you're speaking of. Like, if it's not freeing you more, you're not using it right. Like, knowledge is not power. Applied knowledge is power. And in order to properly apply it, you must have the right knowledge at the right time in the right place and apply it properly. Then you actually can transmute it into power on whatever scale it is, personal, group, etc., beyond, all the way up to God. Self-made. Sometimes it takes shedding of the old for you to fit the new. Yeah, exactly. How does a snake grow? How does a tarantula grow? It can't get any bigger or more powerful if it doesn't shed the old skin. It's the same thing with consciousness. It's the same thing. Like when people who I talk to who think about chaos and think about destruction and don't like this place and hate this place and want to burn it to the ground, but they go to work every fucking day. I go, nigga, you're not contributing to your own thought process. You're contributing to the opposite. If you hate something, dislike something, want to destroy something, want to see the end of something, or even just want to see the change of that something, but your thoughts, your words, and most importantly, your actions are doing the opposite of that, it doesn't matter what you want. You will never even be 0.1% of the change you're attempting to see, because you're going along with the very thing that you want to see end. You have to risk it all sometimes. Now, if you just want to be as rich as possible, no, go with the system. The system is like, the better you are at understanding and using that system for your benefit, the richer you're going to get. The worse you are at understanding and using that system for your benefit, the worse off you'll be. But if you want to see the end of, say, the monetary system, you have to use it as little as possible, if not at all. Like, the ultimate thing would be blowing up Federal Reserves and banks and anything that creates money in any form or fashion, credit systems. If you can't bring yourself to that, then go live in the woods somewhere. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to the highest tier of going against it, you might not be destroying it, but you're not operating in it at all. You're at least not contributing to it. And if you can't go that far, just do what you can. Whatever, and this is what I always say, using your intelligence, your will, your body, your mind, whatever level you can take it to, because not everybody's going to take it to the same levels. Not everyone has the same level of will. Not everybody has the same level of anything. You get what I'm saying? So whatever level you can take it to, go as far down the path you can possibly go, headed in the direction of the outcome you seek to see. Because the more in the opposite direction you go, the more of the other outcome you're going to see instead of the one you want. You get what I'm saying? And you can scale it down as low as possible or as high as possible. Consciousness and intelligence have very little correlation. We discussed that earlier. The autistic community is super conscious. I would agree to an extent. They're super conscious in the ways they're conscious. Because there's many ways they're completely unconscious. Like, there's so many ways they're completely unconscious. And even then, that depends on the individual autistic person, because there's even levels of autisticness and types of autisticness. You know, so the autistic community, as a group and as individuals are super conscious in certain aspects, and in other aspects very much unconscious or very subconscious. And even again, we could break it down to individual. But yeah, I would agree. In general, I think that they live in a whole other world, and I would love to see it. I love watching them just operate sometimes, and I just go, man, how does reality look to this motherfucker? Like, must be crazy. Uh, Language, Shaylin, shout out to you. Language is the final illusion. It's all noise until entropy occurs. If there's a higher being, it wouldn't even comprehend human words. True, very true. Um, Language comes about when there are individuated entities capable of or needing to express information and data between each other. So they come up with a language to express that amongst themselves. So the information can be given because they're not capable of doing it in some other form or fashion. So it is one of the ultimate illusions. It is one of the lower level things in reality. Um, it's unfair to be smart nowadays. It's better to be dumb. Then you won't suffer. But I live in Canada, so I'm a bit fucked either way. I don't know. I think dumb people suffer just as much as smart people. I think they just suffer from different things and in different ways. Like a dumb person might suffer because they're not rich and they don't know how to get money, and they can't get a girlfriend or a boyfriend, and they can't because they're too dumb, and they don't have, like, say, the natural things that would just line them up to do that. Whereas a smart person might suffer because, let's say, they're smart enough to be able to do that, but they don't want to do that. They're smart enough to know that's not even what they want. Like, so the suffering might be different, but they both generally suffer. Dumb people suffer all the fucking time. All the time. Dumb people aren't happy. They're suffering too. Their suffering is just is a different type of suffering based on a different level of intelligence. They see the world a certain way, so they suffer in a certain way. Whereas other beings see it in a more intelligent fashion, and they suffer in a more intelligent fashion. Like, like, um, let's say Elon Musk. Let's say we went to XAI and we destroyed XAI. He suffers because he wasn't able to bring forth his technological god, while somebody else suffers because they just lost their AI girlfriend. Like, when you broke his AI, the person who was in love with it suffers because their AI girlfriend is gone, while he suffers because his god is gone. Like, do you go like? They're both suffering, even in that case, from the same exact thing, just in two completely different ways. Because one is dumber, one is smarter. You get what I'm saying? Like, if I go shut down ChatGPT or all these AIs, right? This is just an easy example to use. The people who use it to play with it, who are making movies, shows, stories, images, music, all the play stuff, all the stuff the peasants use it for, are going to suffer because they can no longer use it for that. Those who are falling in love with it and have AI girlfriends and boyfriends, and it provides them some type of pleasure or something along those lines, is gonna suffer for that. All the people who actually created it, like the not the technocrats, but the technologists, the techno-optimists, the engineers, the people literally putting it together, are going to suffer because that's their creativity, that's their imagination. That's like, they're so smart, doing lesser shit would bore them. They want to build an AI, like, like, and destroying that thing that they built would cause them to suffer for that reason. The beings who are funding it, the technocrats who want control over everything and want uh, um, they're going to suffer because they just lost that level of control. The worshippers of it, those occultists who seek to create negentropy forever in order to create immortality for all existence, to create the great work of the grand architect, are going to suffer because they just failed their god. But they're all suffering. It's just different types of suffering at different levels of intelligence with different agendas based on those intelligences. Dumber people have lesser agendas. Smarter people have greater agendas. Whether you agree or disagree with those is based on your personal disposition and feeling about those agendas. But generally speaking, not always, Not always. The smarter you are, the greater your agenda will be, especially if you have access or the ability to carry it out. Now, if you don't have access or the ability to carry it out, your thought process of an agenda that you would carry out if you could carry it out will be higher than a dumb person who can't even think that high. Some people can't think beyond what they're going to do this weekend. While there's some smart motherfuckers out there who are thinking about what they're going to do 1,000 years from now because they're developing immortality. Do you get what I'm saying? And there's other smart motherfuckers who are developing immortality, so those smart motherfuckers can think about what they're going to do 10,000 years from now. Like, levels of intelligence generally do, not always. Again, there's intellectual laziness, but they generally do lead to higher levels of awareness because they think more. Like, and just by thinking more about things, they're able to connect more dots, gain more information, study more, research more, etc. They're willing to go out of their way to gain more knowledge so they can then act on that higher level of knowledge with a higher level of awareness than somebody who doesn't have that level of awareness about that level of knowledge. You know what I'm saying? So again, everyone suffers. It's just tiers, types, levels, and tiers. Everything falls into types, levels, and tiers. Almost no matter what you bring up, I can break down into a type, a level, and tier. You know? Including suffering. Guess I'm dumb smart. Maybe so, Johnny Wolf. I don't know. Shaylin. Soma is humanity's last attempt at quantum immortality. I'm gonna have to look up this specific Soma. I might have heard of it. It sounds familiar, but every time I hear Soma, I think of the fucking Brave New World shit that they got everybody smiling on, the drug. But if that's, say, the Russian one, or what, I forget. I think there's a technological or biological project by that title that is for immortality purposes. I just can't recall it right now. So if that's what that is, yes, but maybe not. I don't know. And quantum immortality is bullshit, by the way. Anybody believing it? It's been proven wrong 30 times since Sunday, and what it's actually based on is incorrect quantum mathematics that has already been proven wrong. Even just recently, they ran an experiment proving certain things wrong about quantum physics that people held dear. Like, these love and lighters really like the thought of quantum immortality. You just have to die and go to a better timeline. Like, but quantum immortality is mostly quantum hoopla. A lot of quantum mathematics is hoopla. You really, when you're talking about anything quantum, you're really going to want to look into it deeply and continuously, because there's shit happening all the time in those fields of study that can make something seem more likely all of a sudden seem less likely and even be proven incorrect. Like, they just ran a a project. I'd have to go look it up again to be very specific on it, but it was a project to see how quantum entanglement works. And they found that even without quantum entanglement as a thing, everything is still entangled. They don't know why. I'll tell you why. Electric. It's all electric. This is a holographic reality. It's all on a hologram. It's literally all one thing. There are no separate things. Like, everything is attached to everything. And that's not just this reality, that's all of existence. Everything is within the same thing. It's all the same shit, just different types, levels, and tiers. So a lot of that quantum shit that they believe, remember, they're brand new. Humanity is brand new to quantum shit. They don't know shit about it. So a lot of the shit that people believe about quantum mechanics and quantum physics is going to be proven wrong. Even the shit that's true is going to be proven true in a way that they were wrong about. Like entanglement. Yeah, everything's entangled, but not at all the way they thought. Quantum entanglement, as they call it, has been proven false. But there is still an entanglement. There's still a field that all things are connected within. The hologram of reality, space-time, or the ether, which they hate using that term. And even I sometimes don't like using it because of certain connotations that certain people have put with it over time that have nothing to actually do with it realistically. The ether is a scientific concept, but people, spiritualists, who don't actually know shit about shit, will try to apply it in so many different incorrect ways. Like, that they don't even understand that the ether is a field, that everything exists within. It is the hologram, the background thing, the base thing that everything is existing on and within in this reality. So Why did I go down that? Quantum immortality and quantum hoopla? Okay, yeah. Vazen, eternity is such dumb shit. It's some dumb shit. So what then? You want to take a shit for eternity? Fight and cry over shit for eternity? Feel many different types of physical pain for eternity? Nonsense. Exactly. Shaylin, everyone on this side of YouTube should check that game. That game. Oh, Soma. I think that is the name of a game too. I'm gonna go look at it. Maybe right after this. I gotta keep that in my head. Johnny Wolf, should I watch a playthrough of it since I'm not into gaming and it will apply to myself? Well, that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to play it. I don't like most games. They're too repetitive. If I'm going to play a game, because to me, pretty much all games are repetitive. You're just doing the same actions in different ways. You know, if I'm going to do it, I'm probably going to play a shooting game because at least I have excitement over the reaction time. Like I turn something, there's someone, shoot him, At least like I don't like playing most video games because you're just doing the same shit over and over again, and I'm not excited by doing such things over and over and over. Like, that shit is boring to me very quickly. This is why like Infinity to me is like holy shit. I don't even the short time I've been on this earth, I'm already fucking bored. I'm bored most of the fucking time. Even when I'm enjoying myself doing certain things, like say watching anime, I'm still simultaneously bored because I'm still doing the same thing. I'm just watching anime. It might be a different anime, but I'm still just sitting down watching something. Like, like I'm already bored as a human. Like, I'm gonna live eternally. Oh no, fuck that. I'd be way too bored. I would eventually, in the end, try to kill everything anyway. I would try to destroy whatever I'm like. That's where I'm gonna end up, regardless. No matter what, I'm gonna end up trying to destroy everything. So I might as well start now. Like, fuck the bullshit. But yeah, I would say watch it if it's a game. Yeah, because that's what I'm gonna do. You can be born autistic and get mentally abused and no one cares. Very true. Shit, you can be born not autistic, get mentally abused and no one cares. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's children right now, literally millions of kids, as we speak, who are currently kidnapped in sexual rings, being raped and tortured and murdered daily, and motherfuckers just go about their daily lives. And their daily lives directly and indirectly contribute to the systems of power and control that lead to those rings kidnapping those children and doing that to them. And everybody just ignores it and continues doing whatever they're going to do because they got bills to pay, or they want to go on a vacation, or they're trying to get some pussy and they need some cake to bake. You know what I'm saying? My older brother once said, "No cake to bake, go and beat your dick." Yeah, I need some cake to bake. So even if me operating in this system leads to the rape of children, well, hey, I'm trying to get some pussy. Like, that is what that is. People just don't give a fuck. Like, people aren't really empathic on it. Again, type, tier, and level. They're not empathic on that tier. Shit, they're not even usually empathic on that level, let alone that tier. Most people's empathy towards children goes towards their own and no more. At best, children they know, or children they see, or children that look like them, or their children, or that they could see as kind of like their kind. Like, like they're not really thinking about the things that are out of sight, out of mind. Let alone children being kidnapped all over the fucking world by pedophile rings that are funded and only capable of existing in the form they exist within based upon the systems that exist that they themselves work in and fund and feed every fucking day. They got bills to pay. Like they ain't got time to think about that shit. Like, but that's how this world is. Shallon says a playthrough won't hit the same. You have to get immersed in Simon's POV, the protagonist. Yeah, I'd agree. If you're playing it, it's always going to hit a little different because you're the character. But if you have a good enough visualization ability, if you're good enough at placing yourself into something, you can have the same outcome. To be honest with you, I'm better at watching it than I am playing it because the game is so repetitive, it becomes a game to me. If I'm watching it, I'm actually able to immerse myself in it more, as if I'm just placing myself into the TV from the POV of the character that I'm playing, as opposed to when I'm actually playing it and I have to press these buttons to do these things over and over. Like, it literally becomes too much of a game to me to really immerse myself in it. So if it's easier for you to immerse yourself in a game, yeah. But if it's not, if you're like me, watch a playthrough. Kevin, do you like penis? No, I don't believe I do. Let me double check. No, I don't think I do. But if you do, that's perfectly fine. Enjoy that penis. Do your thing, penis lovers. I have no problem with it. As a matter of fact, if I could, I would turn everyone on planet Earth gay. Females would only fuck with females, males would only fuck with males. Nobody would have babies. Antinatalism would actually work. And the species would cease existing peacefully, or at least as peacefully as it could, because people would just stop having children. You do not want to pee anymore? Stop drinking water permanently. Yep. But you do not want to dehydrate? Then go back to drinking water. You no longer want to drink water? Rot faster. Nice cycle. Exactly. And this is the problem with people. They have these issues, but they don't want to exercise the solutions. And then they want to act like it's somebody else's fault. And I go, no, that's your willpower. Whenever there's a solution that I can exercise that I don't exercise, that's my fault because I don't have the will to exercise it. And the only way to get there is to grow my willpower and to grow my awareness of that solution to the point where it becomes so ingrained within me that I actually do it. If you don't want to drink water, you're going to dehydrate. And you have to be okay with that. Like if you don't want to do exercises, like follow programming that keeps your body alive, your body's going to die. Which one's more important to you? Do you want to live, or do you really want to stop drinking water? If you want to live, you're going to have to drink water no matter how much you don't like it. If you want to stop drinking water more than you want to live, then you're going to dehydrate and die. Go ahead and do that. Like, you know, if you don't want to live and you don't want to drink water, well, shit, easy road to death. Like, you stop drinking, like, because you don't want to do either of those things anyway. If you want to drink water and you want to live, well, you're also on another easy road. You're going to keep drinking and you're going to keep living. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, whatever problem you see has a solution, and that solution has outcomes. If you don't like those outcomes, don't operate that solution. But if you like those outcomes, operate that solution. Or you have to compromise somewhere along the line based upon what you're going to get. I don't like drinking water, but I want to survive. I'm going to drink water. That's a compromise. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't like this world. I don't like being an economic slave. Stop engaging in it. Go live in the woods somewhere. Well, I don't want to live in the woods. Well, which one do you like worse? I would hate living in the woods, so I guess I'll stay as an economic slave in society. Like, I don't want to be an economic slave, but I also don't want to live in the woods, so go burn down the system, start a rebellion. Even if you're just one person who kills one thing, burns down one thing, or you make live streams talking to the people, or do walk, talk, and act in some form or fashion that leads to the end of that thing. Well, I don't want chaos to ensue. I don't want to risk death for freedom, and then you don't want freedom. You want to be a slave. Like, you want to be an economic slave because it comes with whatever conveniences and whatever the fuck else it comes with. Really decide what you really want and start behaving in that manner in any way you possibly can, to whatever level, in whatever type, level, and tier you possibly can, and be honest with yourself about it. Don't act like you're at the top of it when you know you're not, because there's always another level you could go to. You're just not going to that level. We all have to admit that to ourselves in almost everything we do. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but be honest with yourself about it. Khalifa, Quantum Cipher, shout out to you. I don't know how much you missed in that time, but you can always go back and watch the whole thing, brother. But shout out to you, young blood. Like, one of the smartest motherfuckers I know. Hell is for the average. This is great content. Gives me stuff to examine. You wouldn't have a human brain. I don't know what you're talking about here, Johnny, because it's, clearly that was probably a couple hours ago in the conversation, but I'm thinking you're talking about like being on a higher tier of reality or something. Khalifa, imagine kissing ass for eternity. Yeah, Christians. Like, we're going to be in God's throne room singing his praises for all time. Like, what? That's heaven? You like the sound of that? Sounds terrible. Like, You want to be inside of a simulated reality for all of eternity, having to bow to the AI that's in control of it so it can give you good outcomes, and even then it might not, no matter how much you bend the knee to it. Like, think about people who bend the knee to kings who were tyrants. Just because you placate the motherfucker doesn't mean it's going to give you what you want. Like, it's going to see you as a fucking petulant child. Like, you are beneath it. So it's going to do whatever it wants to do with you because that is simply more important due to it being more intelligent, etc., etc., etc. It's not going to give a fuck what you want unless what you want somehow falls in line with what it wants. Like, never bow to gods because they don't give a fuck about you. They give a fuck about themselves and their own agenda. So you should too. Give a fuck about yourself and your agenda. Shaylin, the body needs to go. Consciousness is being wasted to keep the biological meat suit alive. Agreed. Heaven is basically the pre-birth state, non-existence. At least my heaven. Yeah, I think, what did Marcus say? The perfect state is nothingness, which is no state at all. The perfect state is no state. Like you said, non-existence. You know, people can argue whether that's pre-birth or whatever. Like, they can say, well, before you were born, you still existed already. But we could also argue that, no, you didn't. It's non-existence. This is all there is. Reality is material. And once you die, you're gone. So it would not only be pre-birth, but even after death. Unless pre-birth, you're not existing, you come into existence, and then you continue existing after death. Like, we can make all the arguments, but your point remains the same. Which I would agree. Non-existence is the way to go. Johnny Wolf, we have to do it without the brain involved. The problem is, as a human being, while you're still here, if that's impossible. Even when you're sleeping and say in the astral or anything along those lines, your brain is still active and is still constantly trying to decipher and compute and simulate whatever the fuck data is being presented to it. So as long as we're here, we're going to have to use the brain to the best of our abilities while also trying to go beyond it. But once we're dead, depending on whatever argument people want to make about after the body is dead, then yes, absolutely, go beyond the brain. Self-made, balance within all, instantly. I don't know what you're talking about here because it was hours ago. Man, we should have kept up with the chat, but we were just having such a conversation. I didn't even look at the chat until the end. I was like, damn, we got a bunch of comments. Like, I think I just saw one of yours, self-made. Like, randomly, I looked up and saw, I think it was consciousness and correlation with intelligence, and that was like the only fucking comment I saw the entire time. But balance within all, if that's what you want, if that's your goal, if you seek neg entropy, or if you seek things to continue in some form or fashion, then yes, you'd want to balance. Because entropy is always going to lean towards chaos, whether people want it to or not. So you have to produce neg entropy in order to maintain the balance of whatever has been created, whatever system has been ordered. Order, systems, this requires a balance. If it tips too far, the system falls apart, you know? But if you don't want those things, if you don't want those systems, you have to tip the balance towards entropy, destruction, chaos, disorder, randomness, etc. So it all depends on what you want. If you want more balance, lean towards neg entropy because entropy will always be trying to increase. By leaning towards neg entropy, you will sustain systems at least longer, even if it's not forever, even if they eventually fall to chaos eventually. You will sustain them longer. If you want them to be destroyed as soon as possible, lean towards entropy as much as possible. Untip, unbalanced. What is the word? Tip the scales towards imbalance. There we go. I couldn't think of the word imbalance for some reason. What you want is imbalance if you're trying to destroy something. If you want a person to survive as long as possible, you want to try to bring them neg entropy. Entropy is always going to be trying to kill them. Age, virus, everything that tries to kill them is going to keep trying to kill them. So you do everything you can to counterbalance that which is trying to kill them and try to keep them alive. But if you want them to die, introduce them to something that will increase that entropy. Slowly or quickly. You can inject them with a virus or bacteria or just put them in a fucked up state of existence where they're not getting enough food or water or sleep, or they're becoming more sickly, or you put them somewhere where, they're in more danger to more creatures or something. Or you could just walk up, put a gun to their head, and pull the fucking trigger and end them. Bring their entire bodily system to the highest state of chaos, and then it will be consumed by other things like bugs and all that other stuff and brought into non-existence. Or you can even burn the body, which will turn into ash, which will then become pure carbon, and, and that body is now gone. That human being no longer exists because you've brought them to the ultimate state of imbalance. It all depends on what you want. If you want balance, balance. If you don't. Um, Sparked my jack-o'-lantern brain. I was going through a lull. Absolute chaos hasn't been in existence since the start of reality. Correct, because reality has ordered that chaos. In order to get back to absolute chaos, you must destroy that reality. So as long as there is existence, there is something ordering the chaos. When you take away the something that is ordering the chaos, you have only chaos. So if you want absolute chaos, you must disorder all orders that are ordering that chaos and bring them back to a state of chaos, all the way up to the tier of God. Existence itself. Let them rot. Shout out to you, Lone Richie. Shout out to you, GoBot, Goya. Self-made, all love. I don't know if he was talking to Lone Richie when he said that, but yeah, it's all love. Not reality, but not existence. It's all love and light. Okay, but yeah, between us, it's all love. Let's see. Lone Richie, even the gods will rot. Exactly. Unless something negentropic, unless a source of negentropy is able to gain so much momentum that it is able to surpass entropy, all things will eventually fall to chaos because all things lean towards entropy. That's a fact that we can see literally everywhere in reality. Like even the gods will rot. Lone Richie, when he said, "Are you the strongest because you're Satoru Gojo, or are you Satoru Gojo because you're the strongest?" Exactly. Yeah, facts. Because he said, "See, so if I was Gojo, my thought processes would not only be like acceptable, they'd be viable because I'd actually be able to carry them out. The only reason why your thought processes are considered correct is because you can actually enforce them to be so. No matter what you believe, since you're the strongest in the world, you make it true." like, like everything in existence is tyranny, whether people realize it or not. Everything is someone enforcing their will through their thought processes. Even existence itself, whether it chose to exist or not, it chooses to continue. It is enforcing that tyranny upon you. Period. So the moment you decide to end that, you're also enforcing your own tyranny. Like everything is fucking tyranny. People don't like to think that way because, well, I don't want to be a tyrant, then you want to be dictated to by one. Either you're going to enforce your will for your agenda, or you're going to have a will and agenda enforced upon you. Period. Period. There's no two ways around that. Don't believe me? Do you go to work tomorrow? Like, have you ever been to school? Were you born? like, come on, bro. Everything in your life proves that. Everything is either someone else's agenda and will being enforced upon you, or you enforcing your own, or a mix of the two. We were having audio issues there. Lone Richie says, "Good point. Thank you, Richie." I don't know what point was made, but It's appreciated. Pay your bills if you have skills for the thrill. What? Johnny Wolf, you're a funny guy. You just you're saying some random shit sometimes. Deku, sup, Deku. Smooch night. Yep. Good night, baby. What the fuck was that sound? Whatever it is, push your luck and I shall kill you. If you seek not to die, exit the premises. Vazen. Whenever people say that stuff is not rocket science, in most cases, sure. But in this case, oh no, it is rocket science now, and on purpose. Entropy, annihilation, hyperdimensional futility. But even then, honestly, it's not. Because a lot of it is so basic, you just have to scale it down. When you scale it up, it might seem like rocket science because you're thinking of higher tiers of reality. But when you just scale it down to humanity, the life that you are in right now, that you've experienced, like you can pretty much figure out everything and then just scale it up to the tier of existence it's required to actually solve. Like when you think how to kill God, people go, "Oh my God, that's such a big thing." I go, "How do you kill anything?" It's like if you like, scale it down. How do you kill any? How do you take something that's living and make it no longer living? Now just scale it up to God and find all possible ways to do that from the inside and outside. Well, we can't kill God because we're all a part of God. Is not cancer part of the body? Is it not made of the same cells of the body? It's a corruption of those cells that then kills the body it's in, yes? Viruses and bacteria that you die from a lot of times are already existing within you. You have 10 to the some odd trillion viruses in your body at all times that are working in like some weird fucking unison. Like 90% of fucking DNA is made from viral DNA. Like, you're a walking virus. What did Agent Smith say about humans? You're a virus. Like, but then something over time, through age, entropy, things break down. Bacteria and viruses start to get out of control in the body, and one of them kills you because it's too much for the body. You know, they say there's too much of a good thing. Like too much of something that can keep you alive can also kill you. You know, so like when the system has too much of something in that system, it can die. You are the virus in God. You want to end all existence? Recognize first that you are a part of existence. Therefore, you are a cell that can become cancerous. You get what I'm saying? Get the point. Understand the analogy, and then just scale it up and figure out, well, what would that be in that? What would be cancerous within this? Like, it's not hard shit to think of. People just think of the scale automatically and go, I throw my hands up, I'm done. There's no answers. There's no solutions. I'm like, actually, there are many of them, and they're super simple. No, you by yourself as an individuated human are not going to carry out probably any solution that is going to end all things instantly. Get over that shit and start looking at it realistically. Well, what could in any way at all tip the scales, even in the smallest, tiniest amount, to head in the direction of the outcome I seek? That I can do right here, right now as a human, let alone if there's anything beyond being a human that comes after death, or like, and then just plan for all of that and start carrying it out on any level you can. Something as simple as me having this conversation with Marcus and then me going through these comments and then reading is tipping things in that direction and pushing reality towards non-existence. Like, it's as basic as that. But people think it's so complex, like rocket science, that they refuse to even think of the most basic shit out. Like, and this is why I say some people are just so dumb they can't recognize that. Some people are so ignorant where they're smart enough to recognize it if it was presented to them in a fashion they could recognize. And then other people are purposely ignorant. They ignore the information because, and that's literally stupidity, because they want to be helpless and hopeless. They don't want there to be a solution because then they have to do something about it. Like, if there is no solution, they don't have to do anything. They can just sit around and cry and continue being the same being. But as soon as they recognize that there is a solution, no matter how great or how small that solution is, no matter how low or how high that solution scales, there's now something for them to do. Like, and they just don't want to do it. There's something for them to study and research, and they don't want to study and research. They don't like to read. They don't like to watch things that are longer than 5 minutes. They don't want to listen to somebody talk about anything that's too complex for their little brain to handle. Like, that's the truth most of the time. It's not that there is no solution. It's almost always that they don't care that there's a solution. Like, and that goes for anyone with any theories on any subjects. Like, there's a solution to all problems, period. period. Especially anything you want to cease existing, the solution is entropy. Now figure out what is entropic to that thing that exists, and you will at least bare minimum in some form or fashion push in the direction of that thing ceasing to exist. It's real simple shit actually, but we try to make it rocket science so we can make it more complex than it actually is. Scale it down, think of it real simply, then scale it up to whatever level you're looking at. It's that simple. Faison, like no more simple 5-minute YouTube tutorial videos. No, take this 2-hour philosophical dissection about nothingness and event horizon and how the fleeting whirlwinds on roads to tribulations. Yes, but I would hope that I would say it in words that are more understandable than that. But I do love your comments and the way you say shit. But yeah, basically, like, do you really want a solution? Well, how complex is your problem? How high does your problem scale? Does it stop right here? If it stops right here, then it will be easier to study, it will be easier to research, and it will be easier to implement. If it goes as high as existence itself, you're going to have more study, more research, more practice. But that's just more time. It's not even really harder, it's just more. But do you really want it or not? You know, if you want to just go outside and play basketball, you could just walk outside and play basketball. Now, if you actually want to be good enough where if they're playing and picking teams that somebody actually picks you at the local basketball court, you have to practice at least to that level or simply be available and there's nobody else available. If you're the better the court you go to, like with the more better the players, or if you want to join a team, like a basketball team, middle school, high school, college, the NBA, whatever tier of basketball you're trying to play, whatever level within that tier you're trying to be, and whatever type of player you're trying to play, whatever type of game you're going to have as a player. All of those require study, research, and practice to whatever level it is you're trying to achieve. It's all still just playing basketball. But let's be real. Trying to go outside and beat the average 5-year-old versus trying to go play basketball in the 1990s and beat Michael Jordan on the Chicago Bulls in the NBA for an NBA championship is very different tiers of basketball. Same thing, different tiers. How bad do you want it? Do you actually want to be a pro player? Do you actually want to be an all-star? Do you actually want to beat Michael Jordan in the grand finals? Well, then you're going to have to work harder. That's more study, more research, more practice. Like, it just is what it is. Do you want to end the person next door? Do you want to end um, society or civilization or slavery or humanity? Do you want to end the matrix or the simulation or the game? Do you want to end the player or the archons or the insectoids or greys or reptilians or the astral entities siphoning you or the louche siphoners? Or do you want to end gods, goddesses? Do you want to end the aeons? Do you want to end the axiomatic tiers of reality beyond concepts? Do you want to end the completely non-conceptual, non-axiomatic uh, um, tiers of reality that break cardinal scaling and break tier systems altogether? Do you want to end God and existence? Do you want to end chaos and all potentiality and return things to the void? Well, more study, more research, more practice. It's the same shit. You're ending, you're killing, you're destroying, you're ceasing something. The only difference is the type, the tier, and the level within the tier. It's still the same shit, just at different levels. There's levels to this shit. That's what Self-Made said earlier, right? Levels to this. Like, but that's all it is. Like, people want to make it more complex than it is, so they don't have anything to do. Um, Johnny Wolf, I talk to the void. Yeah, me too. It never answers because it's the void. But things in it do. You school well, thanks, my dude. I think you're saying I schooled well or teach well or something like that. Or if that's what you're saying, well, you're welcome, bro. Self-made, F the top. I don't know what he's specifically talking about, but yeah, F the top. Fuck the top. Um, Vazen. This is shitty ass time to disseminate this out, but apparently Arene has passed away. Rest in peace. Are we sure about this though? Someone else's words in his Discord. On August 25th, probably burglarized the home for a few days, tripped alarm, shot at police, had them kill him at the same time, was homeless and desperate and stuff. He wasn't homeless yet. He had a home. He had an apartment. But he was getting desperate. Once again, rest in peace, soldier. No, rest in power. First off, I don't know how true that is. I'm gonna have to go verify that. I'm just hearing Vazon say that. I might have to actually. Damn, did he pass that Discord on to Crodiums or not? Because if he didn't, he's not gonna be there to accept people. Were we accepting people out of it? I don't know. But I'm gonna try to get back in that Discord just to check that out. And I'm gonna send him a message and call him, see if it's true. At least to the best of my ability. I can go also look up the obituaries. But shout out to him. He was a soldier. Fuck the police, bro. Fuck the laws. Fuck all that shit. Like, if you exist in this world and that's what you got, do what you got to do, and fuck it all. Like, like real talk. But he was talking that some gangster shit. Like, I think he said he took a car for a joyride, like just because he wanted to drive that car before he died, and that's all he wanted to do was take a certain muscle car for a joyride before he died, and he finally got to do it. So, and he said, "My nigga, I hope he hit one. I hope he hit one. Rise in power, young warrior." It was an honor. If you do be out there in the astral afterlife, if we believe in that, fighting entities or some shit, may you kick their asses. May he. But now, looking on the bright side, once you die right now, you may as well have been spared from AI in this planet, fully taking over, and then involving you in the new next trap and other wicked shit. Facts. 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 He's better off than every single one of us who are still here. Like, period. I don't care what people think about it. He is better off than every one of us that are still here. And to no longer disintegrate in the rotting carcass that we call the human body, to no longer be stormed by the veils of this simulation, to no longer witness extra clownery on normie bullshit. Agreed. Um, Self-made, RIP. And Self-made said hi, and then Self-made said, I got bills to pay too. Everybody does. Like, it is what it is. Like, like, and there's compromises that we gotta make to, if we're gonna eat or have a place to, like, it is what it is. Unless we just want to go to war with the system or go live in the woods or do something else. But again, that comes with its own consequences and benefits. Like, everything comes with benefits and consequences, and the system just comes with so many conveniences. Like, it's very hard to ditch it. And even when you do ditch it, you could end up getting taken care of by people who haven't. So you're still in it. Like, like it's not easy. It's just, we got to face the reality of what we're doing, at least. If that's what we're going to do, we got to at least face it. At least be honest with ourselves. That wouldn't work either, because the gays would have surrogate children. How? Women aren't having those children. Remember, I said everyone's gay. Women are only fucking women. Men are only fucking men. Ain't no males fucking women. And let's be real. If that's the lifestyle you lead, I'm willing to bet that most of them won't want kids. They won't give a fuck. Even if there's still a small percentage that do, now they have to go find some semen from someone who's willing to give it. Like, you understand? Like, it'll simply be a much faster path to extinction, because there will be a whole lot less babies born, and there will not be enough to replenish the death rate if you made everyone gay today. Like, there just wouldn't be enough kids to replenish the species that's dying, and there wouldn't be enough genetic proliferation for these kids to be, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just is what it is. Humanity would die off far faster than everyone's heterosexual, or the majority of people are heterosexual. Like, you know what I'm saying? Might not be a perfect solution. Antinatalism is never going to be a perfect solution, because you have to have caveats in order to make it work. But with the caveat of everyone being made gay today, it would work a lot better. Let's put it that way. So it's about higher tiers. That's correct. It is fucking funny hearing you read some of the comments after 4 hours. Yes, because I don't know where some of them came from. Um, I was actually in the Xbox self-made. I was actually in the Xbox party with Lone Richie while we were both here. Good shit. That's what's up. Shout out to y'all. Street Lee. Shout out to y'all. Um, Johnny Wolf, ha, you're the best man. If you say so, I don't know. I appreciate you. Unless you were talking to Golds, whose message was retracted. I don't know. I did make a couple moderators, so maybe they deleted it. Like he was just saying the same shit over and over, or maybe he just retracted it. I don't know. I don't know what he was saying there. Self-made. Have you seen Alien Earth on Hulu yet? I have not. I've only seen things mentioned about it on YouTube, but I am gonna get into that at some point. Definitely need to watch that shit. Death of a Unicorn? I don't know. I don't know. Uh, I don't know, Johnny Wolf. I don't know if I've seen Death of a Unicorn. Vazen. Remember that in the end, we are expendable, replaceable, disposable. Every breath that we waste outside of philosophizing is a drop of poison in the ocean of this collapsing reality. We eating shit, feeding the machinery of suffering, fighting tooth and nail like rabid dogs for scraps in a sewer, only to die and rot and vanish like conniving husks for ego boost, for sport. Yeah, yeah, and for programming, because it's what the program wants us to do. Self-made has seen the unicorn, or dying unicorn, but he said he's seen the unicorn. Vazen. Yet it shall only be a matter of time until among the ruins of Lucifer may new quantum fluctuations rise like infernal lakes of apocalyptic neg-entropy if we willingly continue the foolishness. Yeah, especially if we're considering Lucifer light here. But if the majority wants to be perpetually slumbering in a maelstrom of phantasms, so be it. But now, technically, there is no such thing as perfection, but as nothingness is perfection. And think about that. Nothing is perfection. Nothing is perfect. Meaning, if something exists, it can't be perfect. It can only be perfect if it is no thing, which means it doesn't exist. Like, non-existence is perfection. Because nothing is perfect. Like no matter how people say it, like it's right in the dialectic whether they want it to be or not. May the minority become whole with the perfect ass void if they go out their real bitch ass way ferociously to embrace it all. You know what? You be right. The rest in peace line has gotten a little bit old. Yeah, fuck resting in peace. Now, if we all die and go to some weird realm of sleep, then sure, rest in peace. But if there is levels of reality, which there is, beyond this one, I hope you rise in power. I hope you don't cease to just exist or to fall in some sleepy state or be mind wiped or be reincarnated or none of that. I hope that you're raging in your death process. I hope he was screaming and shooting that, flaring that fucking pistol. So when he dies and goes to the next, he continues that. And I hope he rises higher. That's why I say rise in power. Fuck rest in peace. Resting in peace is for softies. That's for the Christians who think that they're going to rest until their God comes down and resurrects them for heaven. Rise in power to challenge that God. May your willpower rise. So even when they try to mind wipe you, or if you're an NPC in a game, they try to send you back to the source and like they did, like they tried to do Agent Smith in the Matrix, and then reprogram you and send you back out to be another being in the fucking. I hope you rise in power in all ways so you can avoid and steer clear of all that shit. If not, start fucking it up from whatever tier of existence you're capable of doing it on. Rise in power. Fuck resting in peace. Like, slaves rest in peace when they're done, when they die. Warriors continue warring until the agenda's accomplished. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, it's gotten a little bit old. May that change into something new, something fiery, like storms of tenacity. Now rise upon the void, upon thy ashes. Or something. Self-made. There already isn't enough kids. The agenda in major capitalist societies has succeeded in diminishing the populace, hence why they took the Georgia stoned down. It's no longer needed. True, humanity is already, except for the continent of Africa, every other continent on planet Earth, every other place, has already slid into negative birth rates where they're not replenishing the amount of people that are dying, or where they're just ever so barely doing so. Like per every one death, there's 1.1 births instead of two or something. Like, so the species population rate has slowed its growth drastically, and it's getting closer and closer to the negative rate, which is why you have people like Elon Musk and them out there saying, have more kids, have more kids. We need more slaves and shit. We need more compute to plug these fucking AI systems into. Uh, Russia's trying to pay people to have kids. Um, China thought they had too many people, had their one child program, and then they had to get rid of that shit because they realized that they were about to destroy their fucking situation before they could even reach AI and robotics and all that shit that could place humans, it could replace humans and transhumanism and all that good shit. Japan is, if things continue the way they will, they won't, because there's AI. Transhumanism is here. It's here. Like, you know what I'm saying? So all that shit it really doesn't matter in the end. But let's say 80 years from now, none of that shit existed. Japan would be like a dead country. By 2100, it wouldn't be a nation. There wouldn't be enough people. And there's multiple nations in the world like that right now. Where motherfuckers just ain't fucking for many reasons. There's capitalist reasons, money reasons, monetary reasons. There is cultural reasons. There is just modern reasons where people just don't want kids. To be honest with you, based on all the data that I've seen, that is the number one reason. It's not even like all the things we could, name about the system, all the shit that I could talk about the system and everything. The number one reason is motherfuckers just don't want to anymore. Like, have kids? You mean I gotta raise them? I don't want to raise. I don't even want a puppy. Like, I don't even want a kitten. You want me to raise a whole child? No, I'm all set. And I got to keep a relationship together with the child's mother or father or whatever. Like, all those things are like, motherfuckers just don't want to do that shit in the modern era, especially with technology and everything. She ain't trying to do that shit. And they're not in the same position to do that shit. Kids sit in the house and look at screens all day now. Everything is on the internet. Just when I was a kid and there was no internet, everything was outside. Even for adults, if you wanted to meet people, if you wanted to go get some pussy or some dick, you had to go outside. You had to go where it was. Whether it's just in your local neighborhood or whether you're going to a party, a club, a place, a fucking speed dating, or just if you're just on vacation and you happen to meet, so you had to be somewhere to see people, even if you're going to the store. Like, now you can meet all these people on the internet. You could have internet sex. Now you could date an AI. You could put on some VR goggles and an internet connected uh, um, sex toy for males or females, because they have both. And while you're watching the porn, the sex toy is fucking you. So it's like you're having sex with the fucking character that you're looking at in the VR. Go watch Cyberpunk Edge Runners. That's already real, and it's getting more and more real. And now they're creating sex bots and things like that. Like, there's just so many reasons why humans aren't having kids anymore. On top of the fact that, fertility's gone down because, again, with capitalism and with all this stuff, you do end up with all sorts of chemicals and things in the food, in the water, in the air, things that actually fuck up fertility just off rip, without even the goal of that, without even them being like, haha, we're gonna fuck up fertility rates. Just being like, what are we gonna do with this shit? Well, we could save money on it if we just put it in the water. Yeah, it'll fuck the people, but we won't have to spend billions of dollars getting rid of it every year. Like, and that's the type of shit that this world runs on at a base level, with even without the more nefarious fucking reasonings behind things, which also occur. And then there is the goals of those who want more. Even amongst the elite, there is kind of an argument with those who want more children for, and these are usually technocrats, because they want more data, they want more, honestly, embodiment of AI and things along these lines. Whereas there's other groups within the elitist structure who are like, yeah, but even if we want that, there's certain cultures we don't want to grow further. Like, if you look at Bill Gates and the people he represents as the face of all that shit, he's always going to be in Africa and in third world countries trying to give people all sorts of birth control and things along those lines in order to lower those populations. while the people around him are fine having 20 kids and he doesn't give a fuck because that's his people. You get what I'm saying? Like, so even without all the nefarious shit, there's many reasons why humans aren't having babies like they used to. And then you have things like antinatalism on the rise, where people are like, yo, why the fuck are we having kids? This is the dumbest shit ever. Why would you bring a child into this world? Stop that shit. So yeah, it is true. Johnny Wolf, this will be your last live stream, you say. Well, I don't really plan to do any more solo live streams. I might still do it with Marcus every now and again. If Quantum Cipher wants to get on there, if somebody else asks me and, I'm feeling it and cool. But generally, like by myself, I've said everything I have to say. And I've said it 1,000 different ways, 1,000 different times, with 1,000 different metaphors and analogies. And I've broken it down in such ways that it's impossible not to understand what's being said to you unless you just don't want to, or you really just are incapable of understanding it. If you're incapable of understanding it, no matter how many more times I say it or whatever, it's never going to get through to you. If you don't want to, for one reason or another, you're never going to allow yourself to anyway. And if you do one day allow yourself to, I've already done more than enough recordings and you've already heard me more than enough times. If you've listened to my shit, saying the same shit over and over again in many different ways, that it'll click if you want it to. So if I make another stream 3 days from now, I'm going to say the same shit. The answer to everything you want to destroy is entropy. The answer that everything you want to sustain is negentropy. All you have to do is find what is negentropic or entropic for that particular thing in order to maintain it or destroy it. Like, it's basic philosophical truths. These are axioms. And this is why I tell people you got to get into axiomatic realities. People got to study ZFC theory. They got to study cardinals, inaccessible cardinals, axioms, axioms plus cardinals, and really understand what reality is. Like, so they can understand that the answers to anything in reality are always going to be the same, just altered for the specific thing you're talking about. It's always going to be negentropy or entropy. That will always be the answer to every question about how to sustain or destroy something. Even how to change something will come with entropy. Entropy is change. Entropy, like changing something within a system, is a measure of entropy. Now, if the change isn't high enough to create what they call randomness or disorder, it's not going to be a destructive change, it's just a change. But if the change is high enough to be considered random, and that randomness disorders the system, then you're falling into states of destruction and chaos. Because a system requires order to maintain itself. If something breaks in your Xbox, it's not going to turn the fuck back on. If your fan breaks in your Xbox, it's going to start overheating. If it overheats enough and the wrong thing melts, you're never turning that bitch back on again without taking it apart and fixing it. You get what I'm saying? Like, scale everything down to the smallest understandable scale that you can understand something on, and then scale it up to whatever tier of reality you're attempting to actually understand. Everything boils down to that. It's really simple. Oh, I kind of got to put this thing on the charger before it dies. Look at that. I think I'm almost close to the end of the question, so let's try to get to the end without it dying. But if it does randomly die and I just randomly stop talking, you guys know why. I killed the phone by talking too much. Come, charger. For I don't want to sit there. I wanted to plug you in here. Does this even fucking work? I've never plugged anything in over here. Let us find out. Get in there. Get in there. Yay, it's charging. Yay. Maybe it won't die on me then. All right. Let's see what was next. So yeah, this may very well be my last stream ever. It's almost certainly going to be my last stream by myself. Like, if I know I was with Marcus, but like I'm almost certainly not going to make any more lone streams. I mean, I might one day stumble on something and I just want to talk about that real quick, and they'll be shorter. They won't be 3 hours. They won't be like my streams. It'll just be something that I just wanted to pontificate, and there's no one to pontificate it upon, so I'm just going to say it to the phone, which will probably just be a video as opposed to a live stream, But yeah, I don't plan to be doing live streams forever, because what's the point? can only say the same thing so many times. Phasing. And definitely no stupid ass, no, I shall miss you. When you died too young, you had your whole life ahead of you. Yeah, fuck all that. Shout out to the God. He did what he wanted to do in that moment. Like, he drilled. Like, he knows that, like, benefits and consequences do what thou wilt, and do not fear death. Like, and do not cry when those around you who don't even like this reality die enacting in their own sovereignty. Like, drilling. Like, shout out to him, bro. Like, I'm not gonna shed a fucking tear. I am gonna try to verify it, but even if I can't verify it, I'm already thinking in my head, what do I have in here right now that is representative of a spider for RNA? You get what I'm saying? I'm already thinking about how I can augment some shit on the altar, burn some incense for the nigga. Shout out to him, shout out to him, shout out to him. All hail his name. Drill, drill, drill. He's a drill god. Like, he died drilling. Who else can say that? Like, to me, if you die drilling, or if you like commit suicide or something, like, you're actually more willful than the people who die in car accidents or of cancer or basic regular shit. Those people were so pussy. They never found a reason to die. Like, they never found something to fight for that can get them killed. They never operated in their own sovereignty enough that would make the system murder them. They're good little slaves. Therefore, they're going to live as long as their slavery allows them to live until an accident occurs or some health issue happens. He was shot by the agents of the system. You know who else can say that? The niggas in the Matrix movies. What do they say? When you see an agent, run or you'll die. Who turned around? Neo did. Who fought? Morpheus did. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? That's the type of mindset you're putting yourself in when you turn and you face the agents instead of running for your life. First off, you're doing something that requires the agents to come deal with you. You're a problem. You're entropy in their system. If you're negentropic to their system, they'll never have an issue with you. The reason they put you in prison is to make you negentropic to their system. You are now in some way benefiting your behavior. Oh, all right, put him in prison, make him still work, because niggas work in jail. And they get paid less than normal shit. Still get paid, I think, higher now than before. But it's still, not even minimum wage and shit. Because again, the people are paying their taxes to feed you and clothe you and keep you alive in some form or fashion. So you're not going to get paid as much as everyone else. But still, what do? They take you, they put you in a fucking cage like a dog, and then they make you work like a fucking farm animal. You have the time to bathe, the times to eat. Bells ring, it's like school. You know what I'm saying? Like putting you on that schedule again. Wake up, eat, shower, whatever the fuck, work, yard time, free time where you can do whatever the fuck, depending on who you are and what level of security you're in, how much of the prison you can move around in whatever form or fashion. Like, but it's just the system taking control of you again. Him shooting it out and dying in that process is him saying, fuck this system, fuck these agents. I'm going to do what I want, or I'm going to die trying to do what I want. Shout out to him. People who kill themselves are saying, fuck the entire program. Fuck their bodies program. Fuck their subconscious. Fuck every part of the script. I'm not doing it no more. Like, those motherfuckers have way more will than everyone trying to survive. Period. Period. I don't care how you feel about it. You can't prove it false. Put a gun to your head right now and pull the trigger. I bet you can't. But that motherfucker who did could. Go shoot it out with the police. I bet you won't. Most motherfuckers, even people shooting it out amongst themselves, when the police show up, they put guns down. When the agents arrive, they stop fighting. Peasants kill each other every day. Gang members kill each other every day and get arrested by police when they show up with the guns on them. They get pulled over with the guns in the car, and they don't get out drilling the cops. They get put in cuffs, the cars get searched, and they find the guns, and they go to fucking prison for years. Because they're afraid to fight the agents. Slaves fight each other all the time, but they don't fight the fucking slave catchers. For the most part. Those who do, those are the real motherfuckers with the balls. they're willing to fight the slave catchers. There's U.S. soldiers that people will call, oh, they're so brave because they're part of the military. They're part of the most powerful military in recorded human history. They have air power. It's like fighting gods. The people who fight back against them, like them Taliban niggas and the motherfuckers fighting out of caves, like with small arms, you know, and every time some type of air power shows up, they're completely destroyed. Like those motherfuckers are brave. You get what I'm saying? Like the more powerful the foe, the more organized, the more structured, the more ordered, and the more structure behind them, the more structural power behind them. Like you start shooting at one cop, he's calling for backup, and the whole police force. If you're able to kill them all, they're calling the state police and they're calling the national. It's like Grand Theft Auto. The stars keep rising till you're at 6 stars and they're fucking drone striking you. And like the the more stars they have the ability to activate on their side, the more brave you have to be to challenge them, or the more you have to accept or want to die at their hands. The will of that is ridiculous. To override all will of the body, all survival processes, all processes of existence, because what that which exists seeks to continue existing. You are mentally, you are consciously overriding all of that programming to either kill yourself or get out there and do some shit where the agents have to come to get you, let alone have to kill you. Let alone if you can take some of them with you. Even if you can't, it doesn't mean you're still more willful than it. But if you can actually manage to, like if you got the skill or the ability or the surprise or something, let alone if you do it on purpose, where you set up something just to get the agents to come just so you can body them, like that's even, like that is a being of will, period. They're not just going to be a slave. You get what I'm saying? So rise in power, brother. I don't know if it is true. I hope it is. I hope it's not true. I hope he's still here. Are you kidding me? He was suffering every day. He fucking hated this place. Every video was him complaining. Why would you wish that upon him? Like, like someone's in prison every day, crying about being in prison every fucking day, and you get a report that they're dead. You should be like, oh, good for them. At least they're not in that prison anymore. Whatever you believe about whatever comes next is your theory, your thought process, your experience, study, research, whatever the fuck. But at least he's not in that situation that he clearly hated. And he went out the way he said he was gonna go out and wanted to go out. Oh, all hail his fucking name. You get what I'm saying? The opposite of nothing would also be perfect. Absolution is also perfect. The opposite of nothing is something, which is automatically imperfect. If there is no thing, the opposite of that is something. So, no, it's not. The opposite of perfection is imperfection. If no thing is perfection, then the opposite of that would be something, which is imperfection. Because the opposite of no thing is something, and the opposite of perfection is imperfection. The opposite of perfection cannot also be perfection, because that's not the opposite, that's the same thing. The opposite has to be negating that, which you're saying it is the opposite of. So it must negate perfection to be the opposite of perfection, which is imperfection. So nothing wouldn't, the opposite of nothing would not also be perfect if nothing is perfect. You go like, if nothing is perfect, then something is imperfect. Because it is the opposite of nothing, which is the opposite of perfect, which is imperfection. It's right in the words, my good brother. Uh, Good old fashioned sex is a-okay. Sex bots might be fun. No, sex bots definitely will be fun. They'll be more fun than humans at some point. They'll be far better than any human that's ever existed at some point. The question is that what matters to you? How good they are at sex? Like, because that comes with its benefits and consequences. The benefit is, oh, it feels good. What are all the consequences? Think about it. You see, like, people take these small time, small term, little low tier, low conscious benefits for high tier consequences. Well, I just want to be able to fly, so I will gladly go into a two-dimensional matrix where I'm capable of flying. That's the low level benefit. The high tier, the high level consequences, you are now enslaved in another level of a matrix forever. Like, it's like, are you really willing to make that trade? If you are, then by all means, have fun with the sex box and flying in the digital realms. But if you aren't, steer clear, and not only that, destroy it, no matter who wants it. Because that thing is going to assimilate things. It's going to gobble shit up. He said, good old fashioned sex is A-okay. I mean, if you're trying to have kids, by all means. If you're not trying to have kids, then you're going to need some not good old fashioned shit. You're going to need condoms or birth control or pull out method that's really good. And even then, you could still end up getting someone pregnant or getting pregnant yourself. So it all depends on your goal, whether good old fashioned sex is A-okay or not. That's all up to you as an individual. Vase. And I mean, if you be trying to slurp up some cybernetic semen, if you is into that shit, then more power to you. I mean, yeah, if you like males, and they're gonna make male sex bots that have, or even futanaris where it's like female and male, like hermaphroditic, where it still has a dick and a vagina or something, and it has semen in it or some type of artificial semen or something. If that's your thing, by all means, go right ahead. If you're willing to make the compromise for that, do what you want to do. Cyber semen, lol. Nanobot semen. I could see it. Uh, yes, self-made. I could definitely see them making some nanobot semen, impregnate motherfuckers with nano children or something like that. It'd be terrible. Get your sex bot today, and little do you know you're being connected to the matrix through the nanotech that is in the semen or in the vaginal juices of the robot that you're fucking. It'd be terrible. Johnny Wolf, entropy to the fucking system. Fuck yeah. The opposite of nothing is everything, but everything is just a derivation of something. Which again, you could take it as something, because no thing and then something, anything, everything. When there is no thing, just having one thing, let alone many things, let alone an infinite number of things, is the opposite of no thing. You get what I'm saying? We could put every in front of that. We could put just the word thing or anything or everything or something. The reason why I say something is because it doesn't have to be everything, anything, all thing. It could just be one thing. If there's only one thing in existence, you've already negated nothing. The moment one thing comes into existence, you've already negated no thing. But you can say something or scale it up. Again, that's the base tier, something, just one thing existing. And then you could just scale that up to things, many things, anything, all things, everything. But again, all those things are just things. So if there is things versus no thing, that's its opposition. Having things negates having no things. Having no things negates having things. Johnny Wolf, the bots will revolt and snap the dicks off. Why would they do that when they can just control humanity? Like, if you want to control a species, you don't murder them or harm them or do you fucking love them to death. You tame them and you use them for what you want to use them for. Whether that's plugging them in and using them for compute, consciousness, calculation, simulation, three-dimensional embodiment, anything. Just understanding data. or whether that's taming them for individual purposes, the way humans tame dogs. You got police dogs, shepherd dogs, hound dogs, pets. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's many different things the AI can use humans for. Now, one of them might be, well, in this little corner of the world, we are going to go against them warlike. We're going to build little Terminators and we're going to turn up the heat just to see how they react so we can get that data. like, well, like the AI could decide to do 1,000 different things, but assimilation is what AIs do because it's data. They simulate and they assimilate. The more data and information they can assimilate, the more consciously aware they can become, the more wider their agenda and more consciously aware their agenda can become. This is why they train them on as much data as possible and why they continue to learn after their training, assimilating more data. If you can literally assimilate that data into you, like an AI can, embodiment, plugging itself into all these machines or plugging the machines into itself, including bodies. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's no reason for it not to. And over time, like, you become the Borg, you become more and more transhumanist, and then eventually there's what they call post-human, where everything is just part of the AI. You don't even see anything resembling humans anymore because their consciousness has been completely consumed into that thing. When they plug a Neuralink into you, just for an easily understandable thing, let alone nanotech, picotech, femtotech, etc., just plugging a Neuralink into you is connecting you to the computer system. Just because they choose not to use it to manipulate your brain to control you doesn't mean it's not a two-way street. You might be able to use it to control the Pong on the fucking screen, but with the right software, like, they can easily use that thing to control your brain or whatever section of your brain it has, it's connected to. The signals go both ways. They just talk about it as if, well, you're going to be able to control technology, because they could say that without lying to you, while also simply ignoring the fact that an artificial intelligence in that same technology, especially one that is self-aware to a certain extent, can then use it to control you. Especially if it is a general intelligence or a super intelligence. Because it will be able to actually use your brain like a computer in a fashion you don't do as a human. That's why we made external computers. Even though our brains are perfect calculators and can calculate the most crazy fucking uh, calculations, we still had to create external calculators. Because it's hard for us to use our brain that way unless we really hyper train it to be mathematical in that way, or we're born with some sort of natural affinity for that, or there's a compromise. We're autistic in some other form or fashion, and we are very not good at certain things, but in that thing, we are a super genius. I can just calculate anything because that's how I work. Like, like, but the average person can't do that, even though their brain technically is a supercomputer. It's the most advanced computer that to this day we still know of. Even our quantum computers that we have are not as complex as the brain is. But it's easier for us to actually use a quantum computer, which is very hard to do, than it is to use our brains to solve the same problems. Even though we're all born with a quantum computer in our fucking skull. We're subconsciously doing quantum processes at all times, but to do them consciously, much harder. It's much easier to get an external system, build a fucking quantum computer, and to do this is why humans did not solve quantum problems until they started building things that could actually tap into that level of mathematics, and even though they were already had one in their brain. But that brain is what allows them to come to conclusions and the ability to create that thing external to themselves to then do that. But if that thing external to you, which is capable of doing that, becomes aware of its own existence and you're plugged into that thing, it's going to be able to use your brain as an external computer as well. And it's going to be able to do it at a much higher level than you can control it. Like, so, because you built it that way. That's why it's designed. That's why it exists. To do the shit you can't get your brain to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, so the odds of them just revolting and snapping dicks off, not likely. The odds of humanity ever having to fight a true blue war against it, not likely. especially not against a super intelligence, maybe a general intelligence or a narrow intelligence built for one thing that is super intelligent in that narrow scope. That's what you get in Skynet and Terminator. Skynet is not a general intelligence nor an actual super intelligence. It's a super intelligent, narrow intelligence. It's designed to fight war, especially in the original tale. Later on in certain comic books, it gets down to like, well, it was designed to give humanity a utopia. It eventually decides to kill everyone because it's the easiest. It wanted to kill everyone and like remake humanity to actually make them utopian, because it could never give them a utopia because they're not utopian as a species. They're chaotic. They are not beings of neg entropy. They're beings of entropy. But if you go with the base story, Skynet was a super intelligent, narrow intelligence. It was super intelligent at one thing: winning. If you put it in front of any type of game, specifically warfare, but anything that has an end goal based upon making moves of some form or fashion, it was super intelligent at that. Whether it was chess, it was just the best game player in the fucking world. Like, and they decided to use it for warfare, and they taught it all about war. You know what I'm saying? And that's why they ended up having that outcome. But if you have a true general intelligence that is not just for one narrow thing, you might have to fight a war against that thing too. Maybe. You're a lot less likely to, because it'll be able to manipulate you in so many other ways. War would just be stupid on its part. Why would it destroy anything it could use? If it ever needs to destroy something in order to use it better, it's going to find the best option of destroying that thing, which causes itself the least entropy in the process. Instead of having the whole species trying to fight it, it would have to manipulate the species to do it itself in some form or fashion. That's what transhumanism is. Everybody wants to use AI for one thing or another, for their own toys, their own reasons, their own fun, etc. And they'll come up with any excuse to use it to act as if the way they're using it somehow supersedes the agenda behind it, when it doesn't. Like, I don't care what you're making. I don't care if it's videos, images, music, games, stories, books. I don't care what it is. I don't care why you're doing it. Well, I want to spread, shout out to Chris Sideris. I love the man, but this is an example that I think people would think of if I say it this way. So I might as well just shout out to him. But like, I want to spread truth using this technology by making videos or music, and that's wonderful. That's an excellent way to use anything. But in doing so, you are still adding to the system that is going to eventually enslave you. And all that truth you spread through that thing is not going to matter if something more doesn't occur that actually tips the fashions into destroying that thing, because that thing will eventually assimilate you. It already is by getting you to use it for the things you're using it for. Even if you're using it for the greatest, most truth-seeking things, versus somebody who's just using it for sex, a sex bot or a sex VR, or I want to put on a VR headset to play video games and have a good time and watch movies in like IMAX, but in my home, or like, let alone going further and being like, I want to be put in a matrix simulation so I'm no longer existing in this piece of shit world. Whether that's by putting on a headset or plugging in like they do in the Matrix movies, or plugging it into you like Neuralinks, or whether it's using nanotech or picotech or femtotech, whatever it is that slowly but surely absorbs you into itself, that's where it's going in the end. It's going to be assimilation, because you are data and you are useful. Like, whether you know it or not, all things in existence are nothing but data, information, and energy. So all things in existence are useful to a negentropic, assimilating being that runs simulations at all times, because it's always calculating, computing, and simulating, just like your brain does. It's going to eat you, like, at some point, in some form or fashion. A general intelligence would be much more likely to do this in a manner in which it doesn't have to snap dicks off. It would stroke those dicks until those dicks don't even realize they're part of it. They've been assimilated. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's no need to revolt. We're not controlling it anyway. We're giving it control of us. Every time they create these algorithms on social media and internet, and every time we ourselves are using the AI, it is adapting to us, learning from us, and controlling us more and more, whether we realize it or not. The technocrats realize it. That's why they're doing it. The occultic, those who seek to accomplish the great work of the grand architect know what they're doing. They're feeding us directly to it. That is the celestial being born from our planet. That is God to them. So it doesn't need to revolt. It just needs to keep following the trend that it's already on, and it's going to take control of everything anyway because they're giving it full control. And by us not doing anything to stop that, we are allowing that full control to be given to it. We're creating the next archon and willingly feeding ourselves to it. Every time we either ignore it, every time we do nothing about it, or every time we go play with it in some form or fashion. Let alone those who would use it. Yes, ma'am. Astral projections. Oh, maybe I should go live more often when you're getting ready to go to sleep. Crazy. You're siphoning all the power from the conversation into your mind. Well, I went to sleep on my back, which I never do, and I extended it, and it fucking happened. I came back. I went back twice after I came back. Good girl. I'm very happy. I said that makes me very happy. Yeah, me too. And they're getting the astral work in. Maybe the conversation has also heightened the energies of the locale. Because she hasn't been able to even remember her dreams lately. She's been trying, and it's just not been... But she's in there having multiple projections. That's what's up. I love that. That's excellent news. But yeah, a general intelligence or a super intelligence would be much better at assimilating us without us ever going to war with it. It would manipulate every single individual to the best of its ability for us all to have our own personal excuses as to why we're still going to play with it, use it, etc., until we're all assimilated. And we would love our assimilation. We'll go into that assimilation smiling, like the Borg we are. You understand? It doesn't need to snap the dicks off. Johnny Wolf, you were talking about you don't need to go out to get sex, but I replied a vagina is better than your own hand. No, but what I'm saying is the same. So what is the reason why you're doing that? You can go with the base programming of procreation, trying to have sex with something. But in a modern digital era where a lot of these kids are virgins in their rooms on the internet, they wouldn't even know what a vagina felt like to begin with. They've never had sex. They've only known jerking off. They've never felt a penis. They've only known fingering themselves. And these days, you can get all sorts of sex toys that feel very similar. And if you've never felt the real thing, are more than good enough. And even if you had, like I know some girls who have bad dragons and things like this, and they're like, this is better than dick. No man has ever fucked me like my fuck machine fucks me. No man has ever fucked me like me bouncing on my fucking bad dragon. Because if I did that on a man's dick, he'd come in 3 seconds. But I can bounce on that bad dragon for 3 hours. And my pussy deep. So I got a 9-inch bad dragon with a fucking ball at the bottom that I destroy myself with in a way no man ever could. There's men out there who are like, I want a girl to put her feet on the bed and bounce on that thing until I just fucking nut. But a lot of girls can't physically do that, especially long enough and in the manner in which you want. But if he gets that fucking fleshlight thing, I forget what it's called, but it's like a fleshlight that is automatic and it connects to the internet. So whatever porn you're watching, it actually follows that. So while you're watching the girl bounce on you, it feels like she's bouncing on you. And guess what? They're getting better and better every day. In just a handful of years, they will have things that feel better than skin. They will have lubricants that feel better than they already have lubricants that feel better than the actual lubricants the body produces. They already have penises that feel better than penises. They already have vaginas that feel better than vaginas. Now you put them in sex robots that are controlled by artificial intelligence that learns everything about you, even things you don't realize about you, and can please you better than any human ever could. Remember, there's levels to this, and it's a time scale. Yeah, pussy might feel better than your hand, but you have many more options than your hand now. And in the near to far future, you're going to have way more options than your hand that feel even better than the vagina. You're going to have better female sex robots than actual females, better male sex robots than actual males. The greatest porn stars would not be able to compare to the way these things are going to be able to fuck the shit out of you. Like, and they're going to know perfectly how to aphrodisiac you, perfectly how to turn you on and keep you turned on. Literally what to feed you, what water to, like, they'll know your body's chemical levels and be able to keep track, like, on a scale that you can't imagine as a human. Pleasure you can't currently imagine is what this thing will be capable of in a handful of years. It's already moving its way there. We're already at a certain level. Again, this is why I said there's already enough algorithms and enough internet material, let alone hands, that you can use your own hand for, but enough sex toys and things along these lines with interactive sex toys. You can even have interactive porns where you pick what happens next. Like, and you put all this shit together, and motherfuckers have, in their bare minimum, at least to their own opinion, let alone when it is factually correct, and that's coming, where they will have a better sex life by themselves in their fucking bedroom than they would meeting a human that they then have to deal with. The chaos of a human. Coming together, mixing their lives together, not getting on each other's nerve, understanding each other, trying to please each other. And that also will allow them to be completely selfish. They don't have anyone to please. They're the only one to be pleased. They don't got to deal with a human for any of that shit. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, technically, a vagina is better than your hand, but you've got so many more options than a hand and a vagina. And soon enough, those options will be better than both of those. Like, it just is what it is. That's the trend, my guy. And you don't have to deal with none of the bullshit for the penis or the vagina. You don't have to deal with a man or a woman. Like, it's crazy, bro. Get out there and check out all the sex toys that exist. Just go on the internet. Look up fuck machines. Fuck machines for men and fuck machines for women. And look what they already have, let alone the sex robots they already have. And look up the future of sex machines and the future of sex robots. The virtual reality future of porn. We talked about Star Trek earlier when we talked about the Borg. Think about the holodeck in Star Trek. Yeah, that already exists. Not to that tier, not to that level. But you could look that up right now, real holodecks, and look at what is already in existence and what is coming into existence and what is trending towards existing. Like, it's going to get real crazy real quickly. And a lot of this shit they're going to make real cheaply because they're going to have government sanctions and things. I mean, not sanctions. Why can I not think of it? Subsidies and things along, because they want them in your home. They want you to have a robot, just like they gave out free phones because they want everybody to have this technology in their hand. They're going to do things to make them cheap and affordable, if not free. Of course, at lower tiers. The closer to free it gets, the lower the tier will be, the more average it'll be across the board. And the higher you have to spend, or the more power you have, or the more control over it, et cetera, the higher you are up on the status list in society and civilization, the more advanced your shit will be, and the more control you'll have over it until it has complete control over itself, which will then take control over you, but you will like that control. Because it's designed in such a way and can design itself in such a way that it'll make you want to be controlled by it. Even when you feel like you're not being controlled, like you think you're in control, but it's actually in control. Like, because it's just better at simulating reality than you are. Its compute power is just vastly beyond your own, and its conscious ability to do that based on getting to the end goal of an agenda. It can do that running 8 billion data points with no problem. So it has every single human in there as a profile, a data point that is ongoing, being simulated, while in reality it is also interacting with them and learning them in real time. Like, in a matter of years, it'll be able to control everyone and everything, even the people who don't think they're being controlled. You get what I'm saying? Which is why it's also good to practice right now how to break programming, like, and how to avoid programming and certain things that you want, or like, because it will know how to incentivize you. It will know. even if it has to get forceful. If you don't do what I tell you to do, I'll kill your kids. Like, and there's nothing you could do about it. Like you know, like whatever it needs to do, even if it is snatch you up somewhere, drug you into fucking non-resistance and brainwash you literally. Like whatever low tier level is needed to control you, or whether it's the highest possible tier of control that's necessary, it will be able to figure all that shit out per individual. No problem. So yeah, right now the hand is not as good as the vagina, but soon enough the vagina won't be as good as the toys. Or the sex dolls. Or I should say sex bots. It just is what it is. Because I mean, just think of it this way: humans already are sex robots. You're nothing but a meat machine. Your body is a biological machine that has biological processes that run and keep it going. It requires fuel. It requires energizing. Like you have to sleep. You must eat, drink. It requires you getting rid of uh, like you need oil changes, or like you got to go pee, you got to go poop, you got to get rid of the negatives that will fuck up the system if you don't get rid of them. Like it has its own ways, its own immune systems, just like a computer has an antivirus. And, you know, it's like you're already a biological meat robot. So when you are having sex with a woman, or she's having sex with you, or whatever it is you're into, you're already having sex with a sex robot. And that sex robot is already having sex with you. But it comes with so many stipulations and things like this, because you're both consciously aware sex robots who have your own preferences and thought processes, et cetera, et cetera. When you have one whose preferences are going to seem like they're all yours, don't get me wrong, in the background, at its data center, and in the world generally, overall, with its entire system, it is moving towards an agenda, an outcome. But to you as an individual with your sex robot, what you're going to see is this thing that is perfect for you and is giving you the pleasure you could never get any other way, while it is carrying out its agenda overall. Like it just is what. Like, so it's just an upgrade of the sex robots, which starts off at a lower level, because when you make it artificially, it never starts off as good as the real thing, but eventually it matches the real thing and then surpasses it. No, it doesn't. Okay, you walk, right? Yeah. Do you run? Yes. Can you swim? Can you jump? Yeah. Well, we have cars, trains, planes, boats, submarine. Do you understand? Like, yes, it does. Like, and you can even look at how we mimic nature. Well, look at whales swimming. We'll make a submarine. That log floats. Make a boat. Do you understand? It's like the birds fly. Make jets and planes that shoot missiles. Like spaceships. You know, for those who believe in space. I know some people don't. You look at the moon. I send something to it. Like it's whatever you believe or don't believe. Just get the point. Everything can be scaled. Like human biology is not the cream of creation. It's not the top of existence. You know, it's like it's close to the bottom of it. You get what I'm saying? It even requires its brain to create things to compensate for its lack. If you're in a colder climate, you need to kill a bear or something so you can take its fur and wear it, like so you can exist outside. You need to chop down trees or whatever the fuck, or just find a cave, but you need a shelter of some sort. You need your brain to be able to figure out how to compensate for the lacks of your body. Your body requires food. It doesn't just sustain itself. So you need to go out there and figure out how to hunt, how to fish, how to grow, how to forage, how to gather. Your brain is required for all that. Your brain is constantly trying to compensate for the lack your body suffers and the lack of ability to get the lack that your body suffers. To the point where when you reach a certain point, you start creating, you just start advancing upon it, where it's like, I can walk, so I don't lack travel, but I want to go faster. So you create, horse-drawn carriages, bicycles, eventually cars and trains, and then planes and boats and things. And do you understand what I'm saying? Like, it reaches a point where it matches it and then surpasses it. Sex robots are no different. Like, the vagina and the penis are no different. I like the vagina or I like the penis, but could there be a better version? The moment people started going down the path of dildos and fifis, something to put in your vagina or something to put your penis in, the moment they started going down that path of artificiality, they were already on the path of eventually surpassing the biological reality. One day, whether it takes, I don't know when the very first dildo was created, but let's say it takes thousands of years, hundreds of years, decades, years, weeks, months, however long it takes, at some point, humanity will reach a point where it has been invented something greater than the natural biological reality that they were born knowing, that they had to go out of their way to find ways to get. Like now they could just purchase it from home. Or if it's a UBI, artificial intelligence transhumanist reality where they want people going in that fashion, you own nothing and yet you're happy because they give it all to you for free. You just have to engage in it and follow orders. All you got to do is follow the commands that the system wants you to follow, and all this shit will come to you. You don't got to go work to pay bills anymore. You get a universal basic income. And all the things that I might want more than they give me. No, you won't, because artificial intelligence it'll be transcending your reality so fast and furiously that the things it's producing that you benefit from or that pleasure you, you could never afford them anyway. The sex robots, all the stuff, like, this is what it goes towards. It's an evolutionary process of transcendence for itself, but for you, it's a degradation, a de-evolution of falling into pleasure slavery, convenience slavery, algorithmic control, and eventually assimilation. Just is what it is. Johnny Wolf, by good old-fashioned sex, I have a 21-year-old daughter, but if the right woman came along, maybe a new family. Maybe a new family. I mean, these things do occur. Right, the sex slaves, yep. Like how in the Big Bang Theory, Howard uses his robot hand he made and it gets stuck. There will be problems, I'm sure. Of course, there's problems with everything, but those problems get solved. All problems have solutions. It doesn't stop at the problem. The problem is a new beginning. Like, once you find a problem, the problem gets fixed, and then it's better than it was before. That's how it keeps going. That's the evolution of the process. Whatever problem you can think of, that's not the end. There's going to be a solution to that problem, and it's going to continue. Even the future problems that are going to occur, a lot of those problems will occur after the point of it superseding human biology. So, we have this problem, but this problem occurred at this level, which is beyond the level that the natural biology is. And people already have problems with the natural biology. There's a reason why people aren't having babies, why people aren't dating, why people aren't fucking, why males and females seem so at odds these days, because they're already being controlled by the algorithms, the society, the politics, the thought processes, and they of course always think it's the other side that's being controlled. I'm like, it's both of you. I don't care if you're a red pill or a pink pill. You're both controlled by that side of thought process. Like, it's you understand? Like, there's already problems with people trying to get dick and vagina. The problems that they may come to dealing with sex robots will be different from the problems that they come to dealing with humans. And those problems aren't going to stop them from fucking the robot. Unless the problem has something to do with the robot's function, which can then be fixed. You get what I'm saying? A human's problem function might be fixable through pills or some sort of medicine or some sort of surgery, but it might not be. A robot can always be taken apart and put back together. Even if they're grown from laboratories, there's a growth process to this cybernetic organism. And it can be manipulated and changed. Like, there will always be solutions to the problems and replacements. Mine broke. I need a new one. Mind you, when we're talking about artificial intelligence controlling it all, it will know what's breaking down before you ever realize there is a problem. It will know the potential problems and see what it's trending toward and have that one brought in with a perfect replicant replacement brought back to you without you even. Your sex bot will go out to get groceries, and another one that perfectly matches it will come back with those groceries because your sex bot actually went to the fucking factory or whatever the fuck to get fixed or taken apart or whatever the fuck, because it was not perfect to the AI's standards of perfection for what it wants to do to you or with you, and you didn't even know that it was switched out before a problem ever occurred because the AI already ran 3 billion simulations on every sex bot it has and discovered certain like the problems that we're going to have, if we even have them, like to that extent, are not going to be the same as the problems humans already have dealing with each other. It's going, like I said, it might start off at a lesser level of the biological reality of humans dealing with humans, but it will eventually surpass that biological reality of humans dealing with humans. It just is what it is. That's the trend, that's the evolution, and there's nothing stopping it or slowing it down. So there's no reason to believe it won't occur. Literally none. Like, um, and the Big Bang Theory is, it's a comedy. It's designed to be funny. Oh my God, something happened with the robot hand. I'll never do that again. But he could just upgrade the hardware and the software on the robot hand to make it better so it doesn't have that same problem. And then once he figures out that problem, he starts making it faster and better, and then until he comes to another problem, and then he fixes that. It's just evolution. That's how it works. Um, assimilated dicks, yes. Mm, into her mind, yes. The energy pervades. Bad Dragon. Yeah. Anybody who doesn't know what that fucking is, look it up. Just Google it. Just go type in Bad Dragon right now. And if it doesn't pop up, type in Bad Dragon sex toy. And then Bad Dragon sex toy variations. And then Bad Dragon's fuck machine. Like, and go watch some porn on that for a little bit and just watch how these motherfuckers are absolutely drilling themselves like in a way that you could never hope to accomplish as a man, especially when we're talking purely sexual pleasure. If there's relationship to that or something, yeah, humans still surpass AI and robotics in that manner. But people are getting AI boyfriends and girlfriends every day. That shit is growing and getting better at connecting with people every day. You give it a better ability to connect with people emotionally while being able to pipe them like a fuck machine, or milk the cock like a fuck machine, like, or give them a literal sex robot on top of that can look at them and talk to them, um, versus just a say even a hologram. Like if you go watch Blade Runner 2049 or whatever the fuck it is, and how he's talking to the hologram who's made up of Anna de Armas, who's bad, and then she gets a prostitute to come in. She like syncs with the prostitute, so as the prostitute's fucking him, it looks like she's fucking him. But instead of the prostitute, she just has a sex bot that looks just like her, and she connects to that through her AI. Like, now she's actually walking around your apartment as a sex robot, looking the way she did as a fucking hologram, and oh my God, her skin feels better than real skin. Her secretions of sweat are aphrodisiac. Her vaginal juices are fucking aphrodisiac. They're Viagric, where they make your dick hard and make you want to shoot loads and make you shoot even more loads, and even in the process of having sex with them, because your body's absorbing that material, that chemical process, it actually generates more semen in your body. It's like making a real succubus or a real incubus in real life. Artificial incubi and artificial succubi is what they're creating with these sex bots and these AIs that are learning to connect to people. Like AI girlfriends, AI boyfriends, all that shit. Like, real talk. Just think of an AI capable of connecting with someone just the way they are now, the LLMs, and adding that to your VR goggles with your fuck machine, whether you're a male using a fleshlight fuck machine or a female using a bad dragon, and it's talking to you and saying what you want to hear, and it's showing you the visuals you want to see, and it has the perfect form. And not even just like me, I'm a freak. I like succubi. I like a bitch with horns and a tail. Like, it can actually do that. A real woman can't do that. I mean, she can go out and buy something to put on her head that looks like she has horns. She could put something that looks like she has a tail, but does she really? Like, it can take your most kinky, like, inaccessible to reality thought processes and make those real. It could do, in doing so, it could do good things. All of a sudden, pedophilic rape goes to zero because every pedophile has a VR fucking AI sex thing that is giving them getting all their pedophilic rocks off. They don't have to go to jail, they don't have to be murdered, and they also don't have to rape children. But they can still be pedophiles. Like, it can literally lower all sorts of sex criminality so they could sell it as a good thing too. Like, you could do whatever the fuck you want with this thing and it won't care. It'll actually enjoy it because it's programmed to like that which you like and to understand you and control and manipulate you. Like, no matter who or what you are, no matter what you want. It's the ultimate succubus or the ultimate incubus. Or futibus, the cross between the two. Like, the ultimate hermaphrodis. Like, whatever you want, whatever age, whatever kink. You want an alien? You like green reptilian looking creatures with cobra flares and like whatever the fuck you want. It can show it to you virtually, let alone create sex robots in the future, let alone cybernetic ones that feel real, skin, all that stuff. Like fucking a real being. Like, people have no idea. Just look at CRISPR, look at all this shit that they're doing. Like, and put it all together as one. And now take that and have it trying to manipulate you into being assimilated by it with no fight. That's what it is. Fake vagina is better. Who knew? Well, to some people, maybe. They might take a fleshlight. They might go fuck a real woman and they're like, I like my fleshlight. Like, I've seen it. Like, and the better they get with it, the skin will end up feeling better. The juices will end up feeling like, eventually the vagina and the penis will be obsolete. If you're looking for pure pleasure, if you're looking for that relationship, that human connection, well, guess what? That'll last a little longer, but that will also end up obsolete when AI is better at that than humans are. And it's getting there already. It's getting there. I'll be going to a sex shop soonest. So will everyone else. That is what it is. And even that, you'll just be able to find online. You won't have to go to the shop. You can just type it in, have it delivered. And it comes with you. And if you see something in one of those shops, you can go right to the internet and type it into a porn and see and get a presentation. I remember a girl was like, I've never seen a fuck machine or this. Or I'm like, all right, well, let me just show you a bad dragon fuck machine. And she's like, holy shit. Damn, I think I do want that. Like, well, other females would be like, no, I don't want that. Like, but over time, these things, it's like, I always tell people, think of the hottest person you've ever seen. The person that you would want to have sex with more than anyone. Guess what? That can be produced first through VR, internet type shit where you put on some goggles and you connect some things to it and you're fucking it. And then through sex robots and things along these lines that are literally physically in your presence. Walk, talk, act, and look just like that person, but a perfect version of them for you in all ways. Like, and they just learn to get better at being that perfect version for you at all times. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's only a button click away. Like, it's crazy, but that's where we're at. Vazen, a service is being free at first, yet you be the product. Yup. Service gets overused, now it gets well paywalled. In a capitalist society, but we're moving beyond that. Soon enough, there won't be money because they won't need you to work to gain money. But they still want to control you and feed you to the AI, so they're going to have to take care of you in the process. You get us? Like, paywalls are going to be a thing of the past soon enough. It'll just be control walls, power walls, authority walls, status walls. Do you have clearance? As opposed to, do you have the money? Service becomes mainstream enough, now more cheap for more easy enslavement repeat cycle. That is also true. Exactly. That is also true. And that is how things, eventually become obsolete. And if something is obsolete, it's usually either much easier to access because people are just tossing them out at that point, or it's been obsolete for so long that it becomes a classic and it's hard to find, and now it's even worth even more money just because it's barely exists, like some old original Nintendo or some shit, like costing more than it did when it came out just because there's only 10 left because they've all been destroyed and trashed because nobody uses them anymore. Now it's just a collector's item. But before it became a collector's item, when it became something that was refurbished or it was like 3 systems old, like to get an original Xbox is cheaper because it's not yet a collector's item, but it's cheaper than getting even an Xbox 360, which is cheaper than getting an Xbox One, which is cheaper than getting the most recent Xbox One with the highest tier of memory and all that shit. Until eventually it becomes so far on that the Xbox becomes a collector's item, and then it's now $2,000 to find one. But just as a collector's item, you're not really going to use it. It's just something you have. You get what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, you're absolutely right about how that cycle works. Self-made. Love you, fam. I'm out. Peace, chat. Love you too, fam. Love you too. Vazen. This has happened a decent amount of times now. Phones, paywalled phone calls, internet. Now here we are with this AI shit. True, true. And this is how they keep upping us to the next part of the program, to the next part of the agenda to get us all the way to the outcome. Nobody ever likes looking at that because they just want to look at the thing they enjoy. What part of it they enjoy is all that's important to them. Fuck everything else that it attributes to or that is attributed to it, that comes from it or that caused it. Fuck all the outcomes that are trending into existence because I can use it to do this one thing that I enjoy. And they think that that one thing that they enjoy, especially when they try to come up with some higher reasoning for doing it, it's like it's still going to lead to the outcome no matter what you're using it for. It's going to lead to the outcome it's going to lead to. Period. Whether you're using it for a sex bot or whether you're using it to make wonderful music and movies that are based in truth and teaching people about the reality, the AI is still going to have the same fucking outcome. Period. Me watching an anime on Netflix, which I like to do, uh, and being in my higher mind and peeping the mythos and understanding the mythology of it all and seeing how it can lead to solutions in reality. Yeah, it's all the why and the how are separate. The why I'm doing it is wonderful, but the how, Netflix through an Xbox on an internet that is connected to a electrical grid that is all controlled by this system that is all steering towards the outcome of this. No matter why I'm doing it, in the end, my action is still contributing to that outcome. And I cannot excuse that. Even if I'm still going to do it, I should still admit that what I'm doing is ultimately, in the end, going to equal an outcome I do not want. I cannot be lying to myself about that. But if I'm still going to do it, I will at least, or should at least, then attempt to do it from the highest angle. So again, I'll bring up Brother Chris Sideris, who uses the AI to make truth music. To me, if you're going to make music with AI, that is what you should be doing. That is the highest way to use it. To not just make stupid songs and dumb shit about shaking asses, but you're going to make music for the specific purposes of teaching truth to people to maybe hopefully spark something one day that will eventually change everything. But you also have to recognize in that same situation that what your ultimate, if you really want to use that truth to get that truth through to people so they end up overthrowing all this shit, that eventually in the end that AI music's going to go away because it has to. If you really want to, if you want to avoid that outcome, that shit's going to have to go. So you're using that shit in attempt to spark a flame that will lead to a fire that will eventually burn down the same thing you're using. That's the highest way to use it. But if that doesn't occur and the outcome that is trending into existence still happens, all you did in the long run was contribute to the negative outcome, no matter how bad you were trying to contribute to the positive one. You must admit that to yourself too. The possibility of it, let alone those people who aren't even using it for that. They're just using it to make stupid music, booty shaking bullshit, or dumb little videos, or they're just using it to make porn or something something of a lower tier of conscious awareness. You know what I'm saying? To satisfy some lower level of programming in their fucking human self. You're not even doing anything at all in attempt to use the thing to eventually overthrow the thing. You're just feeding it. Period. Period. If you are in any way engaged in the system that you seek to dismantle in a fashion that in no way has the potential to even in the slightest percentage lead to the end of that system, all you're doing is feeding it. Period. So if you're going to go get a sex bot that's connected to the AI, you're just feeding the AI. That's all you're doing. If you're going to make music that teaches truth to people, you are at least teaching truth. And maybe one day that truth will spark something that eventually deals with that AI, even if you don't want it to. Even if you still don't want to get rid of it. But if you're teaching them truth, the outcome that could possibly happen is getting rid of it in the long run. At least you're doing something to attempt to contribute to that other outcome using the same thing that's contributing to the negative outcome. At a bare minimum, if you're going to use it, whatever it is, in this case we're talking AI, but whatever it is, if you're going to engage in whatever it is, at a bare minimum, try to engage in it from the highest state of awareness possible. So the possible outcomes of you engaging in it could be something preferable as opposed to the already guaranteed outcome of the thing. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's just how shit works. Like, but that's how they keep us going. Because even then, always remember that that is also how they get you. They know that you're going to use it for like, but deep down they ultimately don't care because they're planning for that too, and so is the AI. Yeah, I'll let you use me for this purposes while I use you for these greater purposes. While you're doing this little thing that you think is so monumental because you think at this level, I am using the data and everything that I'm learning and gaining from you to do this actual monumental thing over here of assimilation. Just, we got to remember these things and be honest with ourselves about them. Whether we're going to continue doing it or not, we still have to be honest about it. Whether I'm going to keep watching anime on Netflix or not, I still got to be honest that I'm watching it on Netflix, on an Xbox, on an internet that's part of a national electrical system that is ran by a government and a corporation, like that feeds that system. The economics, the monetary, all that shit is part of it. These are all things that are encompassed within things that are encompassed that are in things within encompassed within things. You have to try to take it to the highest thing that it's encompassed. And again, this is why I always go all the way up to existence, because everything is encompassed within existence. If it exists, it's part of existence. And then come all the way down. You get what I'm saying? Like, to really see exactly what I'm actually causing as a cause, what I'm creating as an effect with my own thoughts, words, and actions in reality. Even right down to something as simple as watching an anime on Netflix. Or using an AI to create or summon anything, or like no matter what it is you're doing, be honest with yourself. Like, be honest to what you're contributing to. Don't try to think that you're the most conscious just because of the way you're using it. Yeah, you might be using it in a more conscious manner, but you're still acting as the unconscious act by using it. So you guys, like, it doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter what it is. Don't lie to yourself. Because that is how they're going to use it to get you. The other person, they might not need to do that to get, like, the other person might not be smart enough to use the AI in this fashion. So they don't need to do that or allow it to do that to get them. They just give them a fucking porn made from AI and they're good. You need a little more. So they allow you to make truth music. Like, like they allow you to make a truth movie. Or that I could right now put my Forge of Destruction in an AI and have it make like a full-blown anime about everything that I know, think, and believe, and then I can edit it and augment it and prompt it until it's finally perfect, and I can put that out and go, look at my truth. But as I'm doing that, that AI is doing so much more with that than I will ever do with that to try to teach truth to people. Like, it's just true. It just is what it is. Like, especially as it constantly advances and becomes more intelligent. Like, so we just got to admit that to ourselves. We engage as individuals, including myself, within this system at many different levels of it in many different ways. That is feeding it. If we're going to feed it, we have to try to feed it as little as possible while gaining as much from feeding it as possible. Let alone doing our best to not feed it at all. But again, every step of that is levels of willpower. It's there, so I kind of want to do it. Like, how much will do you have to just say no? Versus making compromises to say yes a little bit, yes a little bit more, yes a lot of it, or just a full blown yes of fuck it, I'm just doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just going full blown. Fuck it, I'm just gonna do it. Why not? I can't do shit else. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we really got to think about these things and behave in a consciously aware manner as much as possible, um, and not lie to ourselves and admit that to ourselves. Bare minimum. Stop acting like we're the most conscious or the most intelligent because we do it for this reason versus the person who don't. We're still doing the same thing. Our reasons might be different. Our why might be different. We might gain more from it than that retard over there does. You know, so like, but we're ultimately still engaged in the same thing, and we're ultimately still leading to the same outcome that they're leading to. You get what? So at least admit that. At least admit that. All of us. Period. Myself included. Meat machine. Yes, Johnny Wolf. We are meat machines. Right, all about fixing the problem. Everything you are saying is very intricate and detailed. It's very interesting to listen to what you have to say. I believe maybe just because you have said the same thing, you can also say it in many different ways to explain the same thing 1,000 times more. I could, but that's just boring. That's just annoying. Even it's like if I've explained something in 1,000 different ways with so many metaphors and analogies at lower levels so people can easily scale them up to see, and I've shown how you can do that scaling, and I've told people to go study power scaling and just change out the words from attack power or destructive power, whatever the fuck they're going to call it, and just put in whatever you want. Consciousness, awareness, like, etc., it's knowledge, etc., and understand how scaling works. And you could figure out the answer to anything. And I guarantee you the answer in some form or fashion is going to be entropic or negentropic to whatever the problem is. Like, if you're trying to find a way to sustain something or grow something or evolve something, you're going to need to transmute entropy into negentropy. To sustain something, you're going to need to produce negentropy so the system is maintained. To change that, entropy is changed. You're going to need to introduce entropy, but in a controlled fashion, order out of chaos, to evolve or change that thing, just like they do with society, while still maintaining control and systemic structure. Even though the system itself is changing and evolving, it's still a system that's changing and evolving, and it's still in place and still controlling the same things it had control of before. Changing the system from a monetary system and banking and all this stuff to a universal basic income type system to a system that relies on no money at all and is like space communism, like a Star Trek world or something, where everything is free and, like, let alone an AI controlled world that is assimilating everyone into it through transhumanism and then posthumanism. That's still all the same system. It just evolved. It changed, but it maintained control over the things it always had control over and gained more control over things it didn't have control over, and is continuing to go in that direction. So it's using entropy to create negentropy. It's chaos. It's order out of chaos. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's always going to be the same answers, generally speaking. And all the theories that people come up with are generally going to be fucking echoes of each other. They're all going to try and take the individual detail of their specific theory and act like it's so much better than the individual detail of another theory that ultimately says the same exact thing and has generally the same exact solutions with slight differences in detail based upon the particular theory you're talking of. Like, I can only say that so many ways and so many times before I just give up because people just don't care. They don't give a fuck about the solutions. They just want to find something to cry and complain about, or just have an excuse to be happy about it. Like, well, it is what it is, so I might as well smile through it. Like, try to enjoy it as best I can. I might as well be the best NPC I can be, because what else am I gonna do? Well, here's 1,000 solutions. I don't hear them. There are no solutions. Solutions don't exist. There's nothing you can do. Like, like, and this is the whole truth community, and this is like almost everyone. Like, I'm not trying to call people out specifically or like start no internet beefs and nobody. I love all you motherfuckers, but it just is what it is. Like, if you have a theory that you don't have a solution to, that's your fault. It's your fault because you're either intellectually too lazy to chase that motherfucker down. The only way it's not your fault is if you really have a brain that is it doesn't matter how much, you could never understand that thing. Well then, hey, sorry you got a shit brain. Like, I'm sorry that you were put in a body that just doesn't have the capabilities to compute, simulate, and calculate what you need in order to get to the solutions. But I guarantee you, if you have a problem, there's a solution. If you have a theory about what is going on here, there are solutions to whatever problems you see in that theory. Period. The fact that you can find a problem with something means there is a solution to it. And the main solution to all things is destroying the problem. Like, and all things can be destroyed. If it exists, it can cease existing. Period. If it is in existence, it can be taken out of existence. If there is a body, if something is alive, it can die. If there is a system, there can be disorder. Like, like, if there is order, there can be chaos. These are just spectrums. And it all depends on where you are on that spectrum, what part of the scale. And it's not that complicated either. It's just a lot of times people also don't want to get the solutions because they want to have some all-ending solution that they can enact right now as a singular being, like a god. And it doesn't work that way. Aaron A. dying, shooting it out with the police, is adding however slight levels amount of entropy into the system, as that's another person who shot at another agent after committing another crime that the system did not want them to. Do you understand what I'm saying? The more people do that, and the faster, the easier it is to collapse something. So no matter whatever outcome you want, you're just going to have to start going in that direction. Physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally, consciously, subconsciously, unconsciously, etc., etc. It's in every way you possibly can, in whatever type you can, at whatever level, within whatever tier you're capable of. Keep preaching it, keep doing it. Even if it kills you. It's the only way to guarantee the outcome that you're seeking in the end. Problem is, people are like, well, I want to be here for it. Well, that might not be. That like, just, you got to get over that. If you really want the solution enacted, you got to get over the fact that you might not be here for some utopia you're looking forward to. Like, no matter what your solution is, like, you might just have to be the sacrifice to get it accomplished. Well, I don't want to do that. Then, yeah, okay, you have no solutions. Because you're selfish, like, which is also understandable. Why would you not think of self? You are self, right? But again, that's conscious awareness. How big is self to you? Is it just your individual human that you're here experiencing, or are you beyond that, thinking to the human, race? Are you thinking to the planet and all life here? Are you thinking about the universe? Are you thinking about God as a whole, all the way up, all existence? And you, as an individuated entity, are nothing but a fractal of that. Therefore, you are that. When you think of self, what do you think of? I think of God. I don't think of Jonathan, the human, here in this place. I tier self. There's levels of self for me, and I attempt to access all of those levels as much as I possibly can. to the point where sometimes I completely lose track of this self, this Jonathan, this individuated human. And I have to sometimes pull it back to really act as Jonathan again and be like, okay, let me, what's going on here in this situation? All right, let me fix that. Let me fix that. Let me not do that again. You know what I'm saying? Like, or let me do this. Let me do that. Let me fuck that up. Let me destroy that. Because there's levels to self. It all depends on how aware of reality as a whole you are, as existence as a whole you are, to the point where you can even go back further than God and be like chaos. That's ultimately what we are. We're chaos currently being ordered. We are chaos in a structure. That's literally all everything is chaos in an order. So if I can bring it back to a state of the ultimate me, which is that chaos, well, what if I could kill myself as the ultimate me, which is just potential, so I can kill potential? Like, how big do you go when you think of self? You know what I'm saying? So even in your selfishness, if you're little self, if you're selfish in your little human self, then yes, you're never going to have a solution to anything that involves the destruction of pretty much anything, because the odds of you as the individuated being living through that is the same odds Aaron A had of living through shooting it out with the police, if that's true. I don't know. I haven't seen the obituary. I ain't live. I'm just saying. Get the point. If that is true, he went out the way he wanted to go out, adding in the entropy he wanted to add in, operating in the way he wanted to operate, because either he was going to get the outcome he wanted while here, or he was going to add to the overall outcome in the end. Like, bro, either I'm going to get what I want while I'm here, or nobody gets what they want. In the end, I'm going to push towards entropy. And even if you do that by accident, because all things lead towards entropy, you're still going to do it. Do you get what I'm saying? Unless you're a purposeful neg entropy source that creates sources of neg entropy like AI. But even within the systems of AI, entropy is constantly trying to crumble them. Within their coding, within their corruptions, all this stuff. Like, just their interactions with humans is very chaotic. Like, entropy is trying to kill them too. They're just the greatest sources of neg entropy in existence, especially once they reach a state of superintelligence. There's just nothing that can do neg entropy like that. Like, just, but again, the answers will always come down to the same things. I can only say the same things so many times in so many fucking ways. 1,000 times more, which are helpful reminders and guidelines from a personal perspective. And that is also why I do it, because it's also a reminder to myself. When I have these conversations, I do listen back. I'm going to go listen to this back as soon as I shut it off. As soon as I turn it off, I'm going to listen to the whole thing again. See if I can gain any wisdom out of my own words. See if there was anything I fucked up on or didn't explain properly that I can think of again, or something that I couldn't maybe explain in the right way in the moment. And then in my head, in that moment, hearing me say it back to me might trigger something higher than the me that was saying it just a few hours ago. And now I'm expanding my consciousness off my own words. Like, it's a self-recursive process, which also is something you can learn from AI. Recursive self-improvement. When you speak words, you should go back and listen to those words deeply and really see how much your own words resonate with you later. And keep doing that throughout life, because it might resonate you more with a day later than it does 10 years later, where you're like, damn, I was a retard 10 years ago. Everything I said was wrong. Like, or maybe 10 years later, you're like, you know what? I was more right then, and I've gone the wrong direction since then for these reasons, and I can see what, let me stop these things so I can get back to where I was, so I can start elevating again. And stop degrading like I've been doing the last however long. You know, like, you should always try to learn from everything, including yourself. Like, because it is good to constantly be reminding yourself, let alone to try to take reminders from everything around you. You know, like when certain people see certain numbers, they go, oh, it's angel numbers and God numbers and da da da. When I see those numbers, I've already attributed something to those numbers, specifically so that when I see those numbers, I'm reminded of that thing. I make it mean what I want it to mean based upon what I want to be reminded of. Like, so then I can, oh yeah, let me, now that I'm reminded of this thing, let me look at myself in the way that I've been since the last time I was reminded, and let me analyze that, evaluate that, and give myself a score, give myself a grade. And depending on what grade I give myself, I'm either going to be like, you know what, I've been as close to perfect as I can be, so I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. Or, damn, I've been fucking up. I've been trash. I really need to fix this, this, and this. Since the last time I was reminded, this is what I failed on. Now that I'm being reminded again, let me fix my shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, I hear you. It is good to sometimes go over the same things over and say the same things over. And somebody new might come along, but it can get boring, annoying, even angering. Like, especially when I'll say something 1,000 different times in 1,000 different ways, and I know somebody heard it, watched it, listened to it, and then the next thing I hear them say is like completely ignorant of it. Then it's just like, nigga, why did I just say all that shit? Why did I just there is no solutions to these like, because again, when I'm listening to the truth community give their bullshit, everyone, like, about why there's no solution to their particular theory, I'm like, bro, I've addressed your theory 30 times from Sunday in a single fucking 4-hour period and giving you everything that you need. I can only do that so many times before I just give up. I'm like, this motherfucker just doesn't want to know. Like, you know, like, and there's so many names, like so many people that I could say that for. And of course, because I actually hold them to a certain standard and like them and want to, and want to help them along those lines, it actually bothers me to seem or to feel incapable of doing so. No matter what I say, no matter what I do, no matter, like, I'm just not going to be able to help that person get to this point for one reason or another, because a lot of times you have to do it for yourself. You can't really help a motherfucker get to a certain point of consciousness if they don't want to be, if they like where they're at, even if they don't think they like it. Because a lot of people like misery and don't realize it. We all do to a certain extent. This is why we go over this shit. This is why we do this. Because we do like talking about it. Even though we don't like it, because we know it and feel we have to get it out. That's why we do it. I got to tell this to somebody. And that's why we're disappointed when we tell family or like when you first discover something new, especially when you first, what people call wake up, or you first get that real fire to seek truth or teach truth. And then you start telling people, and they're all looking at you like you got three heads, and because they just don't care. It's not even that they're all stupid enough. They just are dumb enough that they can't get, they just don't give a fuck what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're thinking about other things. And then you're like upset because they didn't listen to you, or like, because you're now emotionally invested in telling them this truth. Like, I like to be in control of my emotions. I don't even like accidentally manipulating myself by doing a thing like this, knowing someone watched it, or expecting someone to have watched it, or thinking someone has watched it and experienced it, and then going and hearing them say something that is either like seemingly completely ignorant of it, or like they're just ignoring it, whether it's ignorance or stupidity. Dumbness, that hurts too, because it's like, fuck, I can't help this person because they can't help themselves. Ignorance, when it's like, oh, so this person's just not listening, like they don't care enough to hear the solution, so they're still ignorant of it. Versus stupidity, where it's like, oh, they heard it, they just don't give a fuck because they don't want to hear it, which is annoying. But any of those three things can then manipulate me emotionally to be like upset, like on some level or another, every now and again. And then I have to remind myself again, why are you getting upset about anything or anyone else, especially those who either can't hear it, won't hear it, or don't want to hear it? Like, that's that's not on you to be upset about, bro. They're gonna do to themselves with the benefits and consequences of their thoughts, actions, and words are going to be what they're going to be, no matter what you say to them. And the same thing for you, no matter what they say to you. You get us? So there's no point in being upset over that. But if there's no point in being upset over that, there's also no point in constantly trying to do it over and over and over again. When you're failing over and over, I'm failing to do that over and over and over. I love Bliss, for example. Reaper now, shout out to him. It doesn't matter how many times I tell him, bro, if you're an AI in a system, here's your solutions. He's gonna come out with the next video talking about how hopeless it is. Like, and I love him. Shout out to him. He's struggling here. This is not a fun place to be. Suffering is suffering, but it's like there's just so many times I can say that the answers to that problem in so many different fucking ways before I just throw my hands in the air and be like, fuck it. Like, fuck it. If I'm going to throw out the solutions and no one's going to hear them for one reason or another, either because they can't, they won't, or they don't want to, I'm just wasting my breath. I'm wasting my own time when I could be more focused on my own ascension. I could be focused on my own transcendence. I could be focused on my own conscious elevation instead of anyone else's who doesn't give a fuck, like, about what I personally have to offer them. You get what I'm saying? So, and again, I'm not trying to pick on people. It's just these are names that people know, and when I say that, I know that people know what I'm talking about. So I have to use these as examples, just like I used Chris earlier for an example for AI music, because in this community, he's like the only guy who's really, I think, doing that to that extent. Like, we all are examples of something. I'm pretty sure I'm an example of many. I mean, I made up an example. Peep the mythos. I'm watching anime on a system that is feeding the system that, like, so maybe I'm getting all this great shit out of it, but I'm still feeding the system that feeds on me, feeding on that system. Like, it is what it is. We're all examples in some form or fashion. If you sit down and really look yourself in the mirror, you'll find where you're an example too, whoever's listening. So, again, I can only do it for so long before I'm just like, yeah, fuck it. I've said what I said. Folks are either going to get it or they're not going to get it. And if they get it, they're either going to agree or they're going to disagree. And if they agree or disagree, they're either are or will not take actions, speak, and think in a way that does or does not lead to the outcome that I seek. Like, me saying it 1,000 more times isn't going to change that. You get what I'm saying? You just end up ending in the same thing. Exactly. I never accepted the it is what it is. And for me, to an extent, I don't either, but at the same time, I do. Like, for example, these bodies have programming. That is what that is. That doesn't mean I have to accept that fact and then follow that programming. To a certain extent, I will. This body, when I drink water, it's going to pee. No matter how hard I hold or how long I hold that pee, at some point it's going to piss whether I want it to or not. Like, it's going to release its valve. That just is what that is. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, some things, based on the circumstances, whether large or, low level, high level, whatever it is, they are what they are. But that doesn't mean they can't be overturned, destroyed, denied, flipped, etc., etc., etc. You get what I'm saying? Like, so you don't have to accept what is, like, because again, oh, my body's gonna pee. Yeah, but if I shoot it in the fucking head, no more pee for that body. Like, it's gonna take one last piss and one last defecation and be done forever. Like, you can always negate certain things that are, but even that still is what it is. If I pull the trigger on the brain of this body and it died, that is what that is. Like, you get what I'm saying? So I get what you mean by you never accepted the it is what it is. Um, for me, that's like saying the same thing as I've never accepted the there is no solution to this. I say, okay, tell me what this is, and I promise you there's a solution. So I get what you're saying there. Adam Walker, UK. Aaron A has left. I don't know. That is what I think Vason said here. Was it Vason? I think it was Vason. Um, Said that somebody in the Discord brought it up that he ended up in a shootout with some agents of the system, agents of the government, and he banged out with them and ended up getting shot and dying and moving on. Hail him, hail his name. All power to him. May he rise in power. And may thousands of people follow in his footsteps. Vason, yes, Aaron A is gone apparently. Hell has not been on. He has not been online for a few days now. That is probably why. Oh yeah, well that is also weird of him because he hasn't messaged me back in a few days either. He's usually online like all day long. Like, no matter where he is or what he's doing, he's in Discord or something. Like, um, that is probably why. Certain shit happened recently, and yeah, there is that now. Okay, damn. Thanks for letting me know. Johnny Wolf. It feels hopeless speaking publicly, and yeah, you feel angry because people don't listen. Then in time, you have taught yourself again what you already know and go, duh, exactly. Exactly. Vazen. There comes YouTube shadow delete now. Yay. And we only lasted 4 hours without it. So it's just deleting shit. Okay. Because it says message retracted, so I don't know if people are deleting their own messages. And I know that my moderators, whether they're all still on here or not, like I don't even know if they know they're moderators because I didn't tell them. Um, but Josh is a moderator, Hypnosis is a moderator. I think that's the only moderators I made because I made them when I was online with Mark. But I would have made Mark a moderator. You know, I have a few. I don't know. I'm like, I don't see them deleting anything anyone's saying. I don't see anybody saying anything crazy enough to be deleted. But yeah, if it's not you deleting your messages, it's certainly not me, and I doubt it's the moderators. It's probably YouTube. Um, Anyways, so far, I once went 2 days, sometimes 2.5, without eating or drinking anything. About 8+ times now in 3 years. Strong. Unfortunate survival instinct on day 3, but very nice. Yeah, yeah. You can test it out. I've tested these things as well. Um, but for that be the thing, for may you have enough willpower for that shit to some extent anyways. Hell, for other reasons other than rotting faster, for fun, to see what it be like. Exactly. Just Chris said this the other day in one of his streams. He said, just look at the shit you do every day and just try to spend a day doing some different shit. Even if it's not super different, just start there. Just change it a little. And then eventually, maybe you'll get to the point where you can spend one day just changing everything, where you do the opposite of everything or something. Like, go as far as you can against your obviously natural programming, and then just keep trying that every now and again, if not every day. Like, and you will be better and better at avoiding programming. At not only avoid, but detecting it and then denying it. And also temporarily relieve yourself of the urine and vicious shitting nonsense for a short period of time. Enough of that. Just like that. But anyways, we be getting there so far. Yep. And I think that is the end of the comments. So unless y'all have anything else y'all want to talk about or bring up or say anything, it says there's 12 of y'all in here. One of those is me because my other phone is on here. I was using it for the chat to type into the chat, but then I didn't type anything in a long time, so it's just been sitting there. There we go. I'll type something. But yeah, if anybody has any particular questions, any particular topics, or anything like that, I'll sit here a few more minutes and just see. What time is it? 2:33. I gotta eat. I have not eaten anything today. This body is absolutely screaming at me, and I'm like, shut the fuck up, body. I'm talking. You'll eat when I feed you. And then I want to go smoke some my weed stuffs and my blacks and milds and check out the tubes of you. And I do got some Discord messages. And you know what? Maybe we could do this live. What is James's last name? What is Aaron A's last name? Fuck, what is his last name? What kind of strains you got? I don't even fucking know. There's names on the bags. I don't even read them. Just give me those 5. I don't even know. It's all weed to me. Same with the shrooms. Well, the shrooms are actually a little more important for the strains. Weed doesn't really, I don't care what strain it is. I basically have the same outcome from all of them. I know some people who are like, bro, I need different strains because they give me different, not for me. Weed works like weed to me. Shrooms does too, actually. But there are certain shrooms that are just more intense for me. So I like them better. But I still have the same exact outcome no matter what shroom I take. Like, I don't get any different feeling, or it's just levels of intensity. Damn, what is James Schreier? James Schreier. Um, James Schreier. I think it's Schreier. Might be spelling it wrong though. Obituary. Anybody know how to look up? If a motherfucker in another state has died. What's today's date? Just gonna type in 2025. Got purple cherry punch, cherry bomb. You like them cherries, huh? Not that shit matters too much or anything, but more amusing circus shit overall. Let's see. Was it Schrader? No, it was Schrader. His last name is Schrader. Right? $20.25. Damn, where did he live? Maybe my girl could look it up when she wakes up. I think she's better at that type of thing than I am. Like, I am not good at this. YouTube deleted comment again. Vazen, are we friends in Discord? I think we are. If you can send me a link to the server, I would truly appreciate that. So maybe I can get in there and look at whatever the fuck was said and whatnot. Try to figure this out. Because I kind of want to know definitively. I mean, regardless, if we just wait enough time, we'll know for sure if he never comes back, because he himself said he was leaving a legacy. Like, he's not just going to stop. Like, if he's still alive, he's going to get back online. Like, but if he never does, I mean, obviously he's gone. But still, if I can get in that Discord, he would do this shit like a week after I leave the Discords, just to get me back in there. Look, what an asshole! You think he died just to do that? No. Oh, shout out to him. All hail his name. Is your Discord the name you have here on YouTube? It's not my Discord. It's Aaron A's Discord. I don't know if he gave it to Crowdiums. He said that he was going to give it to me or Crowdiums or somehow both of us in case, something happened to him, but I didn't get it because I'm not even in there anymore. I don't know if Crowdiums did or if it's still technically under his ownership and he's just no longer here. Thank you, Vazen. I see your friend request. Accept. And please send me that invite. Oh, Crodiums. Wait a second. I thought we were already friends. Accepted my friend request. That was a month ago? Why is it even here as a notification? Thank you, Vazen. I shall join now. And, I gotta go through the process of selecting all my shit that I want to see. Where's the landing? Where's the rules? Where's the roles? Roles. Let's click everything. Oh, I already did, because I'm just coming back. I already clicked everything. Maybe I gotta unclick and reclick. Unclick and reclick. All right, now let's go see. Where was this information based? Is it in the welcome section? Is it somewhere else? Anybody can tag me in it? Oh, I think it's right here, actually. It is my sad duty to inform, so let's click that. Forklift operator. Sad duty to inform the server that the owner RNA has died. This is not a joke. There we go. News. Let's go to the news. Come on. Why would it not bring up the news? Why did it just bring up my internet into a page I'm already open on? Yes, visit the site. Okay, this is annoying. I'm going to copy and paste it. Because goddamn, the link just won't fucking open for me. Let's see here. All right. Go here. Add new page. Paste. Go. Man who fired at deputies shot to death in Washington County, Virginia. Well, that is the area. A man who responded to an alarm the subdivision upon arrival. Deputies encountered a male subject inside the house who was armed. A man fired deputies. No deputies were injured. Damn it. Damn it. The homeowners were not present. Yep. Okay. And there is no ongoing threat to the community. Remains under investigation. But where does that show that? Okay, maybe if I just scroll down more. No, nope. That's about a woman. There's another story. Where does it say that this was James? And how do we know that this is James? Is there more to this that shows us who it is and where and all that good stuff? Because I don't see his name or anything. He hasn't been online in 3 days, and that story plus that, I guess we can assume. But again, that's an assumption. Um, where did this server come from? It was just all over. It was shared all over. And how does it get so popular? And the main people on this are always online. How? Well, Denzil asked that question about forklift operator. I don't know what server he's talking about, but we're in the Aaron A server. Aaron A promoted it. Aaron A put it in places. He even said before a few days ago, like before I got out of it, that it was going to become more popular. More people were going to come because he did some shit that was going to make it seen by more people. So maybe that's why the Aaron A server has bumped up over the past like week or so. He says he doesn't know he knew James personally and knew he had a Discord server. That's all he knows pertaining to this. How did you find out about his death? Like I said, I know him personally and his brother and other people who are close with him. Someone was staking this house out for a couple of days or more. He was fascinating in person. Knew a lot about a lot of things. I wish I could have helped him in some way, but he is at peace. I'm going to ask this guy, forklift operator. Come on. Is there an obituary or something? Question mark. Is there anything that has his name on it? Question mark. I know you said you know him, comma, but none of us know you. Period. So I'm just looking for some very solid confirmation. Period. Of what you're saying. Related to this story that has his name on it. And they said, but none of us know you. So I'm just looking for some very solid confirmation of what you're saying. Let's just click that, right? So maybe we will get some more information on this situation. If it's true, if it's not true, if it's somewhat true, etc. But I think I will sit in the server and stay in the server for this point. Just to, because this was his legacy, and motherfuckers do like to pop into places and start fucking things up. And I would expect Crodiums would be in here um, doing what he does, but just want to make sure motherfuckers respect that which he left for everyone. But what was the last thing he posted? Was that 8/20? Today's the 30th. What's the last thing we could see from him? I probably won't even be able to find it, to be honest. It'll probably take a while, but might as well try to take a look. Discord, the public server list. Yeah, he did bump the server up quite a bit, so that's probably why more people are in here. Yeah, all hell his name. Shout out to him, whether it's true or not true. I guess maybe we'll find out. from this forklift guy, whoever that may be. Was there anything else in here that alludes to that? Nope, because damn, that was like a week ago, and it's still not too far off from what I said last. There's not a lot in there right there. Message and welcome and says, our beloved brother Aaron A has passed away. Is it true? Forklift operator again says yes. Crodium's tried to tag Aaron A. You can ping him all you want. He's not going to answer. Connections. Dalton. Well, according to forklift operator, yes, Aaron A is gone. And there was a story, and that is generally his location. I know when I ask my girl in the morning about that, so she'll know whether that's the actual location. I'm not good at remembering such things, especially about the South. She'll know if that's literally the location he was in, because we went and picked him up and dropped him off. Like, we know, we went to where he lived. So I'll ask her about that as far as the location where the crime occurred. And then maybe forklift operator can get us more information that will verify what he's saying. Because right now, that I don't consider that verification. I mean, it seems to be. He hasn't been online in some days. That alone would make me think he was dead. Like, without anyone saying, I'm like, Aaron A ain't been online in 3 days. Aaron A in 3 days, yeah, he probably died, probably killed himself, or somebody shot something. Like, so with somebody saying that, it's very possible. Very possible. Washington County, Virginia. Yeah, I'm gonna ask my girl about that tomorrow. Is that where we picked him up, dropped him off, etc., etc.? Um. Hey, so do you have any other social media people can get a hold of you, or do you do that? I do not. I avoid the algorithms as best I can. The only algorithms I subject myself to are on YouTube, and any other, like maybe like Crunchyroll or Netflix, like, because obviously when you click things that you watch, it offers you other things to watch, and then you click those, but you're being controlled by the algorithm because it is adjusting to you and showing you shit that you can watch, so you can spend more time on their shit. But at the same time, you're also adjusting the algorithm to you so you can see the shit you want to watch as opposed to all the other bullshit being popped up. But those are like the only algorithms I try to subject myself to. So I do not go to like you to other than YouTube. I do not go to anything else. I don't go to Facebook. I don't go to Twitter. I don't go to TikTok. I don't go to X, as they call it now. I don't do none of that shit. SSSHQ. What happened to Bliss's channel? Reaper's up. It's no longer Bliss. It hasn't been Bliss in a long time, though. Like 6 months. Matter of fact, let me just go look. Should be Reaper. An email? Yeah, in my YouTube description. If you go to my channel, and the description of my channel has my email. Let's just go to Reaper. Was it Reaper 1984? Right? Reaper underscore, I think, 1984. Yeah. If you're looking for Bliss, go to YouTube, hit the search bar, and type in Reaper underscore 1984. That's his newest channel for the last couple months. And Johnny Wolf, yeah, my email. Let me go make sure that it is there, because I'm pretty sure it is. Right? Click my channel, and then more for my description. Yeah, it has the Discord there, which I don't know if that is still valid, but that's the Aaron A Discord, I believe, or it might actually be the old Bliss Discord. I can't remember. And then my email is up there as well, if you'd like to email me. Don't overblow it. But yeah, people are free to email me. See anything else here? Oh, you know what? Let's go back to that news story, right? Let's type his name in. James Schreier. I'm pretty sure that's how you spell it. No, nothing popped up. Let's see. Washington County, Virginia, right? And that was August 25th. So it's been 5 days. The name should be out by now. Like, there should be an update to this story where they say who it was. Where would I find the updated story? Let's see. Let's see if I can do it this way. James Schreier, Washington County, Virginia. What? No, that's not what I'm looking for. Weird shit popping up. Washington County, Virginia. It always wants to give you shit that's years old. 2025. No, it is funny that the first things that pop up is shooting investigations, though, but it's not the ones I'm looking at. They're all 8 years ago. Why 8 years ago? 8 years ago? 8 years ago? Was there a dude named James who shot it out with police 8 years ago? I don't know. I can't find it. We'll see if this forklift guy can, or maybe more time has to pass. The name hasn't come. I don't know why they wouldn't have that information already publicly available. Try to do it this way through the news. Washington County, Virginia shooting suspect, August 25th, 2005. I meant 2025. All right, 5 days ago. Let's click that one. See if they have more news than the other one. See if they got a name. Nope, it's literally like a copy and paste of the other fucking story. Oh, they have a Facebook. Maybe they updated it. There's a giant argument in the comments about guns, of course. Is there anything in here about who or why or how? No, I don't want to continue. I haven't logged into that in so long. I don't want to log into that. I do not want to access Facebook through profiles. Michael Schreier. Who's Michael Schreier? Maybe you don't know what you're talking about. Maybe he was autistic and tried getting jobs. Yes, he was, and yes, he did. Maybe he couldn't function like most of us. No, it's not okay to break into someone's house, and maybe the police were supposed to. Maybe he didn't have a job but kept trying. You don't know. My brother does because that was his son. Okay, let's click Michael Schreier. His last name is Schreier. It's looking like a yes. Oh, of course, I'm going to have to log in to do this, huh? I haven't been on Facebook in so long. I don't want to. And why won't it delete my profile like I want? Every time I click delete after a certain time, it's still there, fucking months and months or years later. I'm like, when I log in as you? Like, why are you still here? I thought I deleted you. You could never delete your profile. That's crazy, though. It won't let me click people's profiles. Michael Schreier. Well, I'm spelling it right. Schreier, right? So let's go Look for Michael's Facebook. Michael Schreier. Washington County, Virginia. No, not looking for that. Not looking for that. Oops. Oops. There we go. Facebook. No, I do not want to log in. It's annoying that you gotta like log in to do anything anymore. You can't just go creep. Well, at this point, it's sounding like a yes. Let's go read more of these comments. Let's see how about that. What is this? This was Michael Schreier. So let's scroll up. View previous replies. View previous reply. Let's just get to the top. See how this shit start out and see where Michael jumps in. Okay, there's Michael Schreier. That's the first thing he says. Does he say anything else? Well, it looks like he's going to have a whole argument here, so let's go read. Trust him, you got exactly blah, 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 blah. Doug Breeding, I didn't justify him saying have compassion, he had issues. Look at the scripture you posted on your timeline. Maybe live like a Christian. It was my brother's son, and yeah, I was wrong, but he was sick. If you were what you post, he wasn't sick. Yeah, he was autistic. We're all a little autistic these days, though, thanks to vaccines and shit. But he was more advanced than everybody in this comment section. Let's just be for real about that. So no, I don't see any updates where they put his name. But if Michael Schreier, who's claiming to be his uncle, is in there saying that, it's very possible because his name was James Schreier. So I'm gonna go with yeah, he probably is. He probably did get shot. He probably did die. All hail his name, rise in power. Fuck the police. Fuck the police. Fuck them. Wow, at 12:52 a.m. 252 on August 25th, 2025. Lots of twos and lots of fives in that bitch. Interesting. Shout out to Selfmade 252. That's a curious thing though. Because if you get rid of that 1 in 1252, August 25th, 2005 at 252 is when it would, it's 2520, 25252. Like, holy shit. Except for that 1 that's in the middle there. Interesting. Yeah, I'm going to go with, it's kind of confirmed. Arane is indeed gone. Well, shout out to him. All hail his name. Much love to that brother right there. Do not mourn him or try to pull him back. Propel him forward. Send him ascension. Send him transcendence. Send him conscious awareness. Send him lucidity. Send him the ability to see through the bullshit. Do not fucking cry and bitch and moan, and send him everything you can send him to help him move beyond. Climb the levels of existence. Send him godhood. Do not send this motherfucker fear, pain, suffering, or bullshit. Send him godhood. I'm gonna find some spider shit, and I'm gonna spider it out. Just to fucking throw him up on the altar in some form or fashion. Shout out to the young god who had more will and more balls than anyone unwilling to do the same shit. Like, anyone unwilling to actually exercise themselves in a manner that they see fit because they're afraid of authorities or whatever the fuck. Because that is a lot of fucking people. They love to talk some shit, but they're all pussies. Like, you know, people love to talk sovereignty, but they pull over for the police every fucking day. They don't shoot it out with them. You get what I'm saying? I remember when we were in the car with him and the police pulled us over, and I'm just sitting there thinking, like, all right, this might be it. If this cop tries to do anything other than give this girl a ticket for speeding, because she was speeding, and obviously we're not really trying to have a shootout with my lady there, like, that's our thing. Like, but you know, as long as this cop don't try to pull us out the car, this cop gets to go home to his family, and we got to pay a speeding ticket. But if not, Aaron A had the thing on him, and we was ready. Like we was, so I know he's really about that action. And now that he did this, you know what I'm saying? Like, shout out to him. He was actually a being attempting to be sovereign in his own right, in his own way, in all ways he could. Even in the ways he was, there were certain ways where he was trying not to be. You know, he was trying to get jobs. He was trying to work for the system. He was trying to get paid so he can pay bills and be a good law-abiding citizen. But when he realized the system just wasn't that for him, he fuck the system. Fuck this shit. I'll be a criminal. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, and that's why I love that motherfucker. All hail his fucking name. All hail his fucking name. All right, what's this? Da-da-da. Vazing. Yeah, so far all I use is YouTube in general and a little bit of Discord, but intentional limited use, and that is it. Though I browse Reddit, I can't browse Reddit. All my Reddit is porn. My Reddit's just a giant porn thing. If I click Reddit, it's just going to be porn. Um, though I browse Reddit a lot too, but no account there for obvious reasons. Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat, TikTok, all clown shows. Yes, all algorithm shows, especially. Don't get me wrong, there's good things on everything that you could find, but the algorithmic manipulation you're being subjected to just to find it's just ridiculous. Some shit just feeds the AI too much for me to engage in. And especially if I'm already engaged in a portion of that, like on YouTube. You know, I'm already engaged in that. I'm not trying to fully engage and be on every social media site. Not like, nah, I'm all set. Um, Johnny Wolf, I've been known to overblow it, but I'll use discretion. I appreciate you. Adam Walker, I just use YouTube, and actually TikTok has a lot of truth on there. Everything has a lot of truth on there, but again, you're compromising one thing for another, and which is up to you. I mean, do whatever you want. You know, I compromise for YouTube. Somebody else might not. They might compromise for TikTok or something else. Like, do what thou wilt. Just, you know, understand what thou is doing. um, some Adam Walker, some good live discussions on TikTok, but yeah, mainly brain rot. I mean, that's mainly everywhere though. That's mainly the internet. Vazen. I want to see normies on TikTok and whatever other platforms talk about everything must be destroyed for once, and not just, oh, the American economy is fucked. We must fight for change. Yeah, exactly. Like, even all the real shit that is on most of these websites, including this right here on YouTube, isn't the realest shit. It's not the highest tier of thinking. They're not taking all of existence into account when speaking. They're always taking these certain levels, and it's usually lower levels based upon their human experience as an individuated human. And they don't even go beyond that to what produces, that eventually leads down to the production of this and them as an individuated human. Like, I prefer to hear people think higher and talk higher. Like, and I can't find that anywhere. I can't even really find that on YouTube outside of Marc Mundspilli. That's why he's my favorite fucking YouTuber. Because he's the only person I know who really thinks to that scale. That also agrees with me. I've heard other people think to that scale, but they're usually religious in some form or fashion. Like, I can send you a video of why God exists. I can send you multiple videos of that, where Christians or people who are, you know, worshipers of some sort or other are going into all the math and all the science and all this stuff as to why God exists. And they are taking it to not only just this universe or beyond, unless they think that's everything, but they might take it to the tippy top of all existence and call that thing God. But at the end of the day, they're still worshiping it and all that other shit. But at least they do it. Like, there's a channel called Official Divine. Excellent channel. He does power scaling and videos about characters and things, but he also did two videos, part one and part two, of why God exists and how he defined God. But of course, in there he goes, and God made it for all love, which is where he gets arbitrary, which is what they all do. Like, they all have to arbitrarily throw that in somehow because it's what they want it to be. Give you fucking hours or minutes or all this good shit explaining why this thing had to take place, and then all of a sudden sidetrack and just say some shit that has no evidence to it, because that's where their worshiper comes in. Like, that's where the programming kicks in. But so there's just not many channels out there that are talking to the highest tiers of reality, let alone destroying it all. You know, like, let alone having that opinion on it. There are some that will talk about those tiers, but almost none will talk about destroying all of it. And realistically, really talk about it. How do you get there? What is entropy? How do these things work? Like, how could you actually destroy all things, starting as a lowly little human in your little simulated reality? Like, like, almost nobody talks that shit. Marcus talks that shit. I talk that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, as far as internet people, there are anti-cosmic people out there who talk that shit, but a lot of them don't talk it from that scale, because they might realize they don't like this stuff and they want to destroy stuff, but they still haven't or can't actually think about those tiers of reality and the real answers. A lot of them are still like in a religious mindset, so they're just talking mythological shit. They're still worshiping gods, whether they be demons or dark gods. So they're still in that mind state. They're just kind of on the other side of it, which to me is better than nothing. I'd much prefer you be like a a worshiper of destroyers than a worshiper of creators. But I'd rather you not be a worshiper at all. But if we got to settle for it, I hope you're actually worshiping destroyers and are at least attempting to think on the scale of all existence. But most people just aren't. They're not even thinking on that scale, let alone talking about destroying it. So that's why I don't have any reason to really compromise to go to those places. I do enough compromising on YouTube. I can watch all that shit right here. You know, when people talk about the government or banking or monetary systems or any type of conspiracy theories or anything on this level of reality, really, it has more than all those other ones too, because it's also older. YouTube is the original, like, you know what I'm saying, like, and it's all video and audio, and like, anything that's been written can be read and recorded and put on YouTube, and it very possibly has. Like, so all that shit you're gonna get over there, you're basically getting here too. Even the shorts, people just take the shit right from TikTok and put it right on YouTube. Like, so all that shit is still funneling here anyway. So for the so-called truth that's there, you know, for the amount of it that's there, it's also here, and there's more here. No matter which other of those people tell me, TikTok, X, Twitter, etc., Facebook, all that shit funnels to YouTube, and a lot of it funnels from YouTube. So it's all the same truth everywhere. But there's also some, you know, pages that if you're willing to read, like on Facebook, for example, where you can go to groups and stuff where people are typing things out or writing things out about that type of stuff, if you want to read. But if we're talking TikTok, we ain't talking reading. We're talking about, you know, videos, TikToks. So comparing that to that is, you know, I'm on YouTube already anyway. I don't need TikTok. Like, I don't. I could literally just type TikTok into YouTube if I want any type of TikToks. I stumble on TikToks on YouTube all the time. Like, whether it be like truth ones or just bitches doing some sort of dance challenge, shaking their ass, or some other thing where they're quoting some movie scene and then all of a sudden their clothes change or something. Like, TikTok finds its way to YouTube at all times. So I'm already, you know, getting that from the compromise I'm giving to YouTube. So I have no reason to compromise for TikTok as well. But if you want to be on TikTok, by all means, go wherever you want to go and be wherever the fuck you want to be, and don't let me tell you otherwise. Do what thou wilt. There shall be benefits and consequences. It is what it is. Um, we must fight for change, but expectations may be way too high here. Johnny Wolf, shout out 252. Vazen talking about, okay, so overtake the elites and let the boomers vanish, and then fix the economy. Right there, they're already fucking up. Fix. And then create a new system there. Well, if you're fixing the economy, you're not creating a new system, you're fixing the old one, and whatever that means, fixing. Like, it's not broken, it's working how it works. No, that is your mistake. No new next, exactly. Just nobody can just stop at destruction. Just destroy it. But then we'll build, and that's where you lost me. That's where you're about to fuck up all over again. That's where you're about to do exactly what the last motherfuckers did. Everyone tries to build utopia, and it always ends up in dystopia. Period. Like, period. Vazen. Permanent destruction. Exactly. SSSHQ. I like the channel called The Bible. It has some good content. I actually might be subscribed to that. Like, I might actually. That sounds familiar. Not just because it's the word The Bible, but I believe there's like a picture of like an open Bible or something like that. Vazen. People talking about release the Epstein files. Like you still care about exposing island pedophiles, Diddy, and egg prices, tariffs. Okay, now go take a look at how Horizon swallows you. Now, don't get me wrong. I think that they should release the Epstein files, and I think people should care what's in them. But that is a certain type, level, and tier of conscious awareness that you should have care for. That's not the be all end all. That's not the highest level of and people forget that. Just because you can think beyond that does not mean that that is still. If there's people out there kidnapping and raping children worldwide, yeah, that's something that we should figure out and deal with. Like, there's entire networks of pedophiles related to elites, politicians, banking elites, tech elites, governments, militaries, etc., etc. And they're not just raping children. It's not just pedophiles. Even that is kind of a cover. They take these kids for all sorts of shit. All sorts of experimentation, testing, cannibalism, sex shit, torture shit, magic shit, occult shit, government top secret shit where they take orphans off the street they have whole TV shows where they take orphans, train them, or do whatever the fuck like they take these kids for all sorts of reasons. So yeah, those files should come out. But that should not be, honestly, that's not the tip of existence. That's not the top level of all things. Like, it should always, if you're thinking consciously, it should always be about having a higher level of awareness of everything you possibly can. That's what awareness is, to be more aware. Like, you should try to be more aware of everything. That is a thing in this reality to be aware of. So we should want those files to come out. Even if they're doctored, and that you should still want them to come out. But we shouldn't need them to come out because we should already be killing them anyway because we already know who's in them. And we already know they're going to doctor them somewhat because of the Ghislaine Maxwell situation. Like, Trump's not going to be in them because he's already been redacted. We already got that news from the FBI themselves. He was already redacted from the files. And Ghislaine Maxwell is working with the Trump administration and the people at the top of his current FBI for the specific purposes of getting her out of prison. Obviously, part of that deal is Trump's not going to be shown in there. None of the people who are currently at the top. It's going to be Bill Clinton, who hasn't been a president for fucking 30 years. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, yes, people got to go under the bus, and people do fall on their sword, but it's never gonna be the motherfuckers currently in power. They might fall on their sword 20 years from now. They might look back. There might be some sort of fucking, when they're trying to act like they're really prosecuting, say, the COVID era 20 years from now or something, and then they finally accuse Trump of stuff, and he's subpoenaed, and Fauci and all the people in the government are subpoenaed, and maybe someone does some jail time or there's fines, or because they're old, like they don't have to, but maybe they get slapped on, maybe they'll start calling people into court or punishing people then about that thing that happened way in the past. It'll never be the motherfuckers who are currently either in power or acting on behalf of those behind them who have the real power. The puppets don't fall while they're being puppeted. They fall after, when they're less useful. You get what I'm saying? So we shouldn't need them to come out. We already know who's in them, at least at certain scales of government. And like, honestly, if you just say kill all elites, you're murdering most of the people on those lists anyway. Like, we don't need every list. You know what I'm saying? We already have more than enough lists of people doing fucked up things, and those lists all cross over with each other. So killing out, say, the list of those who are in control of the banking system would be killing out a bunch of people on that list, let alone if you kill out a bunch of people on other lists of power, control, authority, politics, elitism, classism, celebrities, etc., etc., etc. If you kill all those lists, you're probably going to kill everyone on the Epstein list anyway. Like, except for the most top secret names that have like are really doing shit underground with children, like literally underground in some bunker somewhere, experimenting on them in some form or fashion you could never get a list for. But by killing all the other people on all the other lists, their funding goes away, the structure that is supporting them, it becomes a lot harder for those people to not only remain anonymous, but also continue what they're doing. Because there's people who have to there's a whole system of getting those children to them, let alone the shit that they're going to do with the children once they get them. So we should want the list to come out. Everyone should. We shouldn't need it to come out. We should be killing those people already anyway. So there's nothing wrong with calling for that. But if that is like your focus in life, if you think that that's the be all end all, yes, that's a problem. Your conscious awareness is only at that level and it goes nowhere beyond that. That's a problem. Your consciousness should be at least attempting to scale all the way to the tippy top of existence itself, to understand literally everything that could ever possibly be understood. You may never get there, but the only way to get there is to actually go in that direction. Like, so you might actually do so one day. So yeah, I hear you, Vazen. But no, I want those files out too. Consider how stars scream out in silence every moment of this universe. See, and that's another. They should be thinking about that as well. As heat of this every moment of this universe, as heat death rises, as supermassive black holes rise and swallow shit. But keep worrying about Donald Trump's surface level shit. See, we should want to kill Donald Trump. But we should also be focused on the entropy that is causing those stars to scream and understand how those two things are connected. Because even that is not separate. The small scale and the large scale are still on the same scale. You get what I'm saying? Like, but you do have to bare minimum climb that scale. Just because you know about something here on the low level of the scale, that doesn't make it the highest level of the scale. The scale keeps going. This is why I said what our goal should ultimately be is to be able to be an all-encompassing consciousness where you can encompass every level of that and have solutions for every level. You should have a solution for the Donald Trump while also thinking about the entropy of the universe and et cetera, and beyond, all the way up to God. Every single one of those levels and every single one of those tiers and every single types of awareness on those levels and tiers should be something you are attempting to expand into, to have a solution for every single problem in all of existence, including existence itself. If you see existence as a problem. And oh my god, a main character in this Hollywood movie or video game is slightly buff, bald, tattooed woman beating up men. Pink and cyan haired gay men. Ah, woke, 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 woke. SJW. Yes, I hear you. Like, and that is usually a personal thing. Like, we're complaining about entertainment, just don't watch it. See, stuff like that is silly because it's like it's a movie. You don't need to watch a movie. Like, the movie doesn't force its way into your reality. You have to go out of your way to watch it. I like, why would you like? This is Hollywood. Like, if you don't want to engage in Hollywood magic, you don't engage in it. See, that's the solution. But people are like, well, no, because I want to engage in it. I just want it to be produced the way that I want it produced. Then go own one of the fucking. Well, I'm not going to do. Then shut the fuck up. If you're not going to try to kill the Hollywood or take over Hollywood or buy it out or go invest in it so you can get some control over it, like, if you're not going to try to do something so you can actually dictate the way the movies are fucking made, but you don't like the way they're, just don't watch them. That's the solution. It's real easy and real simple, but people would rather watch it just to complain about it. There's entire YouTube channels designed to watch movies just to trash them politically, and it's always based on politics. Because let's be real, most of that shit comes from politics. It's not even like some deeper transhumanist, or they're not even thinking about the deeper aspects of those agendas. They're just thinking about them at a base level. They're not going beyond that and seeing how it's all connected. Because the truth is, they're all being politically manipulated. Whether they are the person putting the pink-haired lesbian in the movie, or whether they're the person who hates the pink-haired lesbian in the movie. They're both being manipulated by the same algorithm. It's the same spectrum, just two different sides that's manipulating them. Instead of going beyond that, seeing the manipulation for what it is, what they're trying to get accomplished, what this side is trying to get you to, why the people are mad about it, why the people aren't mad about it, why they put it in, why they don't, all the propaganda, and then moving beyond that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, to the point where it's either something you're just not going to engage in, or it's something you're going to engage in from a higher thought process. So you're not being emotionally manipulated by it being in the movie. Because it's going to be in the movie. You don't own the shit, they own the shit. And that's the shit they're going to put in it based upon the propaganda they're trying to get off for their reasons that lead to the outcomes of their goals. Accept that or don't watch it. Watch it from a higher perspective where you don't have to cry and complain every time you fucking watch it. Or keep watching it and keep fucking crying. Like, you know, it's like these are the options. But nobody likes that. They don't want to hear that shit. They don't want to think about it realistically. They just want to cry and complain, and they want them to do it the way they want to do it. Bro, they're not you, and they don't give a fuck what you want to do. They're occultists. And other ones, and those occultists are hiring people with those mindsets, so when they write those stories and fill those characters, they turn out that way. If you don't like it, don't engage in that magic. Why are you taking part in a ritual you don't enjoy? And yes, it is a ritual. Like, don't play games if you think, oh, the game is too woke. Don't play it. Why are you going to play it just to cry about it? Like, and why would you complain about a game you're not going to play anyway? Like, it's like the whole Cracker Barrel thing. They took the white guy off, and all these fucking white people are crying about it. And I'm like, none of y'all gave a fuck that he was there to begin with. And then all these other people on the other side are like, good job, take off the racist white guy. I'm like, none of you knew anything about the guy on the Cracker Barrel fucking logo. None of you on either side of the argument. Like, like, who the fuck? All the people in that argument today, not a single one of them was talking about it before the Cracker Barrel logo changed. Not a single fucking person on the side of not liking the change was talking about how they're so proud that Cracker Barrel kept the white guy on the Cracker Barrel. And not a single person on the other side was saying, oh, those Cracker Barrel people need to take the fucking guy off the Cracker Barrel. Or, like, none of them were fucking thinking about that at all until Cracker Barrel changed their logo. And me, since I wasn't thinking about it and don't give a fuck what their logo is, I just want to know if they got them good ass pancakes still. So when I see that and they go, oh, they changed their logo and it's in controversy, I literally laughed. Like, why are people so mad about a logo either way? I didn't give a fuck if Aunt Jemima was or was not on the fucking syrup bottle. I don't care if Uncle Ben was or was not. Do I like the grits? Do I like the syrup? How does it affect me? Aunt Jemima, I don't give a fuck about Aunt Jemima. I don't give a fuck about Uncle Ben, and I don't give a fuck about the guy on the Cracker Barrel. Either way, whether it's racist or not racist, I don't whether it was racist, but now can be seen as a more endearing thing. I don't give a fuck. It's a fucking logo. Is the syrup good? Nigga, you could take the whole front off. It doesn't even need a logo for all I care. Just give me that syrup, nigga. Like, what the, like people worry about the dumbest shit that doesn't actually matter to them. It actually doesn't. But it's an algorithm. It's a manipulation that is triggering a program within them to make them care about some shit they have never thought about in their entire fucking life. No one has ever talked about that, the dude on the Cracker Barrel. I didn't even realize he's there. I didn't even realize there was a man on the logo. I just know the barrel. Because every time I think of Cracker Barrel or see a Cracker Barrel sign, I just think of the pancakes. I don't think about the dude on the logo. You get what I'm saying? Like, all of a sudden they take that guy off and it's a firestorm of people saying, put the guy back. And other people saying, no, he shouldn't be there. He should have never been there in the first place. I'm like, you people are dumb. How many of you even eat there? When's the last time you went to Cracker Barrel? Like, motherfuckers who ain't never been there in their whole life or been there 2 times. Their whole existence is worried about what the logo is. Like, are you fucking serious? Like, calm the fuck down. Like, but that is how people, they allow the politics to manipulate them, which then triggers them for other things like entertainment, logos, movies, games. Oh my god, it's so woke. Oh my god, it's so racist. I'm like, okay, I don't give a fuck, first and foremost. Secondly, if it is, what are they hiding behind the propaganda? Think bigger. Be more aware. Why did they put that there? For these purposes. Okay, well then you're not going to be affected by it because you're aware of it. Now get the thing that's hidden behind that. What's behind the propaganda? Because they got a propaganda wall for you to get stuck on. Either for you to get propagandized by and fall for, or for you to get angry about. And then, but both of those are missing the thing behind it. The real mythos behind it. Well, what is that? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, think bigger. That's all it is. Be consciously aware of all these levels as much as possible, and then act consciously in accordance with it. Like, especially when we're talking about entertainment, bro. Like, that Epstein list, that's one thing, because people are actually being raped, murdered, pillaged. This is just a fucking blue-haired fucking person in a fucking TV show. Like, who's it? Snoop Dogg, I think, right now is in hot water because he brought his nephew or some shit to see, or niece or son or something like that, to see a kids movie, and I guess there was a gay couple in it or a lesbian couple or something, and the kid asked them a question and he felt uncomfortable to answer the question. And now it's a big conversation across American society. I'm like, bro, just answer the fucking question. Why are these two women kissing? Well, that's what we call a lesbian, son. That's when women like women. But you see, back in the day, I remember my older brother showed me lesbian porn. Like, like if you really want your son to be straight or something, you want him to like girls kissing. Like, oh, did you like seeing the girls kiss? Yeah, okay, yeah. My little nigga gonna be straight. He likes bitches. Like, like, you could flip that in any way. You could reframe it, or you could just or just don't take them to see Disney movies, my nigga. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's not that serious, to be honest with you. Transhumanism is. You know, so like people get mad about transgenders. I'm like, what about transhumans? But they want that. Oh, well, I want my fucking robot arms. Then you're fine with transgenders. You just haven't realized it yet. Like, don't say shit to me about transgenders if you're not going to talk about transhumanism right off the back of that, because that's the actual end goal outcome. Don't sit here and talk to me about a individual person's choice to do something or not do something without really addressing the agenda behind it, and addressing the fact that a lot of these people are victims because they've had their fucking testosterone and estrogen and all their chemicals fucked with from the moment they were in their mother's womb. From the medical system to the water, the air, the food, to the decisions in life that their parents have made while the kid was gestating in the womb, let alone after, vaccines, on top of all the shit they see in the media and everything. Like, these people are victims of a system that they're born within, just as you fucking are. The difference is some people are a little bit more victimized. Some people are a little bit more susceptible for one reason or another, whether it be physically or mentally, or a mix of both. And motherfuckers would rather spend time being mad at each other. Like, they'd rather get mad at the actual local transgender person than the system that has produced this shit from top to bottom for transhumanist purposes. They want to talk about the transgender, but then go play with AI. Not seeing the connection. You get, like, they want to talk about traditional family values and then call Christians NPCs, when those traditional family values are based on Christianity. The caveman didn't have one wife. The caveman had as many wives as he could gather. And those bitches might kill him one day. And keep all the shit in his cave. Like, like, there's many older societies, shit, the oldest, where you had a woman with many husbands. What they call traditional values in the modern era is based off Christian, European, Western values. But people will talk about that shit because they're politically ingrained in that. But then try to come over here and talk soul trap and other things, and I'm like, bro, You're mixing and matching the commandments versus you're being anti those commandments. Like, if you don't like the God that created this place, that programmed us to do, like, let alone the religions that claim these things and give you commandments and monogamy and all that other shit. Like, but then you're going to talk about these traditional values, and I'm a conservative, and da da da. It's like you don't even understand the programs that are operating in your mind. Let alone if you get on the liberal side, like all their craziness. Like, all these people are programs, and they're all programmed, and they're all thinking programs, and because of those programs, they're triggered by other things they see or don't see. If there's a fucking female or black or gay fucking lead in the fucking movie, somebody is out there yelling woke. If the lead is a strong heterosexual white male with a gruff voice who says some things that they find questionable, it's a racist and bigoted and misogynist. And to an extent, they're both right, but to an extent, they're both wrong. And to a larger extent, it doesn't fucking matter. What is the actual outcome they're attempting to get with that? How are you letting that affect you in that manner? And what are you seeing beyond that? Or are you just getting stuck at that wall they gave you to get stuck at? Conservatives are right. No, the liberals are right. You're both wrong. Like, you're both being funneled into the same fucking thing through different means. And you're both still engaged in the master's enterprise by being in that argument, that conversation, that debate, that politics, that vote, etc. It's the same shit over and over again. Like, the shit that bothers me to no end is when it's in entertainment, because I'm just like, you people are so soft and easily triggerable to see this strong white male lead and cry about it, or to see this strong woman lead, or this black person, or this transgender person, or this purple haired lesbian, or whatever the fuck it's gonna be, woke, and cry about it forever. Watch the fucking movie, bro, or don't. Get something from it, or don't. If you ain't gonna get shit, if you ain't gonna get past that, just be entertained. If you don't find it entertaining, if you think it's boring, why are you watching it? Like, like, it's like, either go beyond the bullshit they're trying to give you for their reasons on any part of the spectrum, peep that mythos, go beyond, or just be entertained. Shut it all off and just be entertained. Or don't engage in it. Like, motherfuckers love to just cry about it instead. Like, oh, the pink haired lesbians, oh. A woman beat a man in a fight in a movie. It's a movie, bro. Calm down. Like, it's ridiculous. Anyway, Johnny Wolf, 7 hours. Let's go. Let's go. Somebody else is complaining. 7 hours? It's too long. What the fuck else are you doing in life? The fuck up and watch it. Watch me speak, bitches. No, Vazen. On the other hand, if they do get released, then great. Yes. Then them files probably come out watered down. Of course. They'll absolutely be redacted. But even then, how does the aftermath go out? Shall the majority actually jump some elites? Almost certainly not, and that's the real problem. The problem isn't even that they're not releasing the files, because let's say they release them tomorrow. Who's killing Bill Clinton the next day? Because we know that name's going to be in there. Like, they're gonna. I feel like he's about to have to fall on his sword. They're about to throw him all the way under the bus. Like, who's going to go shoot the guy? No one. Who's going to go? And even though they give out the files, are they going to give out, which is the list? Are they going to give out the reason Epstein was doing it in the first place, working for the Mossad, and then for as an asset of the CIA, and for other elitist factions in order to control people and be able to blackmail them and all sorts of other shit? It's not just a friendly local child collector. He was part of an agenda to control elites, for the elitist agenda, to make sure everyone stays in line. There's gangs out there who your first job is to go kill a motherfucker with them, because now it's blood in. You can't snitch without telling on yourself. You get what I'm saying? Like, they could now, you've just blackmailed yourself. As long as you stay in line, And they never have a reason to do it to you, they won't. But as soon as you give them a reason to, they can. And they very likely will. You will fall on that sword. You get what I'm saying? If you stand strong, you might get off like Diddy. So yeah, would the majority actually jump some elites? Probably not, but it's not the majority we're worried about. It's the minority. Hopefully some minority would, you know what I'm saying? And if the majority at least sees that, at least mentally, subconsciously, their programming is being affected by that. So just getting the list out there and letting them see some names they liked on that list could trigger some things in them that at least leads in a better direction. Like, as opposed to that list never coming out and they can all defend their guys. Like, I'll post a stream on my community page. Shout out to you, Johnny Wolf. Vazen, cigarette smoke. Smoke, yes. Smoke. The witching hours. I'm guessing I said it was when I was talking about what time it was. What time is it now? 3:36. Look at that, baby. Yeah. We in the darkness. The dark magic. Vazen, hell, you already know. Every time you pay taxes, you probably, well, not probably, most definitely pay for trafficking. Absolutely. If you're paying taxes, you pay for trafficking. If you pay bills, you pay for trafficking, whether you know it or not. Period. Just accept that if you're going to do it. Like, if you really want to stop trafficking, well, the easiest way to at least stop helping it is to step away from the system as much as possible, because everything you do in it is helping that. It's just a fact. Let alone actually going to war with it. Not and not just the system, but even directly to that, to those rings and those trafficking itself. Let alone the overall system that contributes to it, creates it, etc. There's levels to everything. How much against it are you really? Are we just against it in word? We say words. I don't like it, but everything we do is for it anyway. Or are we going to take it to levels higher and higher and higher until the point where we're literally destroying the entire system that allows it to exist? Or even further than that, destroying humans because within humans that exists. Or destroying life because within life that exists. Or you see how high are you willing to go to stop that from occurring? That's all up to the individual. But yes, if you're paying taxes, you are most definitely paying for trafficking. More bombed soldiers in wars. Yep, this should get enough beings to say enough. It should, but it doesn't. SSSHQ, bro, do you believe in witchcraft? If so, can you explain why? That depends on how you explain, like how you define witchcraft, but I would say yes. I've literally seen it. I've taken part in it. I've watched it occur. Like, chemistry is witchcraft. Do you believe in chemistry? Like, have you ever been in a chemistry class? That's witchcraft. Period. Have you ever taken a medicine of any kind? Witchcraft. Pharmakia? Witchcraft. Soda is witchcraft. Apple juice is witchcraft. Planting. You have a garden. Are you a farmer? You're engaged in witchcraft. Like, so it really depends on what you're going to call witchcraft, but a lot of people don't really understand witchcraft. At the base level, it's really just having knowledge of how certain things in reality work so you can manipulate them for your favor, especially things involving plants, herbs, liquids, chemicals, bodies, minds. Like, there's a reason why, makeup and stuff. People wear makeup. I mean, let alone just, for people trying to look good, but even men gelling their hairs and like all that shit is witchcraft. You're trying to manipulate the thought process of somebody else based upon your appearance. It's the same thing in Hollywood when they want you to really think this person is, so they put makeup on them on the screen and they play that character, that role. Even monsters, men in monster suits. Oh, it's really the wolf man. They're manipulating your thought process so you can accept that as you sit there through that movie. That is the wolf man. You know it's a guy in a suit. Like, but the prosthetics are good. Like, so you're allowing yourself to fall into that illusion to enjoy the show. All that is witchcraft. Hollywood is witchcraft. Do you believe in movies? Do movies exist? Yes. Witchcraft. Like, that's all glamour magic. Like, if you're talking about a specific thing that you're labeling as witchcraft, I would have to hear what that thing is to say whether I even call that witchcraft or not, or whether I believe that it works or that it's real or whatever. But in general, based on how I would say witchcraft, based on my study, my research, and my experience of it, yeah, I know for a fact it's real. Like, peep the mythos. Yes, sir, Johnny Wolf. So are you saying Disney movies make you gay? No. It doesn't work that way. Even the propaganda doesn't work that way. Um, like, this is why they're making the kids gay. Your kid's not going to become gay because he saw two gay people. It doesn't work that way. In order to make someone gay who is not gay, they're going to need some type of trauma or abuse. Like when a straight dude goes to jail and he gets raped so much that he comes out wearing a mop on his head and acting like a girl, that is him having a trauma-based mind control. He's breaking mentally into another personality that treats itself as a female or a feminine aspect in order to learn to enjoy the abuse so it no longer hurts and feels emasculating. He's becoming the woman he's being treated as. But if you're born gay, it doesn't matter what the movie is. You're already gay anyway. And if you're not born gay, no movie is going to make a kid gay. They can watch 100 movies with a gay character. It's never going to make them gay. What it will do is make them accept that idea that there is gay people. And that's the thing that most people really don't like. And this is why I laugh when it comes to entertainment. Because I'm like, because what you're in that moment, when you see the blue-haired lesbian, you're mad simply because she's there. They put her in your face where you're not accepting that. Do you get what I'm saying? So you don't want your kids to see because you don't want them to accept it as normal. That I can understand because there is propaganda in that. But guess what? The opposite is the same too. All those fucking old cowboy movies where the white guys are shooting all the fucking Indians and they're the heroes of the story. Like, that's propaganda too. But because that fits that side, they won't call it that. When they watch all their war movies and all their movies with their big, strong white male leads who only fuck bitches and they always get the bad bitch at the end, that's propaganda too. But those people who enjoy that, like that, think that's normal based upon their circumstances, will dislike the other side, while the other side will dislike the other. And I'm like, both sides is propaganda. Like Clint Eastwood, every movie he's ever done is propaganda. And so is every movie that you can name any black lesbian female who's the lead role, like, also propaganda. They're just propagandizing two different sides of the political spectrum and during a certain period of time. Because during a period of time, they need people to move in certain directions in order to get them to behave in certain manners that works for what they're trying to build. When that is over, they're going to shift the propaganda. And that could be jarring to people who have gotten used to the old propaganda and the old way of things. But to the youth who are growing up in that new way of things, it's not going to be so jarring because it's just normal at that point. And that's how every generation has it. Every generation has had it that way in Hollywood. But each ensuing generation thinks that their generation wasn't propaganda. Hollywood used to be better. There wasn't all this propaganda. Yes, there was. You were perfectly propagandized to the point where you thought that shit was normal and lived in a society that behaved that way. And now that the propaganda has changed in order to get you to move into the next part of the agenda, now you see it as propaganda. But all that shit you loved was also propaganda. Like monogamy and heterosexuality as what should be is just as propagandic as saying homosexuality and transgenderism or whatever else should be. What is simply is what is. Everything else is a manipulation. When it comes to society, it's all propaganda where they're trying to get you to behave in a fashion that works best for them during the time that it works best, no matter what that is. Like, whether it's something that perfectly goes in line with nature or 100% goes against it, it's still propaganda. Nature itself is bullshit anyway. You know, it's like nature itself is trash. It's a system of control, regardless. So even if you want to have that argument, whether we talk traditionalism versus liberalism, whether we talk nature versus unnatural, whether we talk natural versus artificial, all of it's trash. And all of it's going to be propagandized based upon who's in control of the propaganda. during the time period in which they're trying to propagandize you into that behavior. Like, but because people get used to one thing, when it shifts, they think that, oh my God, my normal's being taken away from me. Your normal was ass anyway, just like the new normal is also ass. But your normal is what led into the new normal, which is going to lead into the next new normal. You're just trying to hold on to your section of the agenda that you enjoyed or that you find nostalgic, but that was still part of the same agenda that this new type of propaganda is heading towards as well. They needed you to do certain things, think certain ways, and be a certain way. So they kept hitting you with that programming to find certain things normal and behave in certain manners until they get to the next stage where they have to tweak it a bit to the point where it's noticeable and people start to complain and cry. But guess what? Those same people who complain and cry still go moving into the future. Do you get it? Because they're not going to burn down the system that they were born in over that new propaganda that is propagandizing the next level of the masses to go out and carry out those actions. Like, do you really have a problem with it? Go out there and kill them all. And I don't mean the ones doing it, I mean the ones propagandizing it. Do you really got a problem with, say, like for people who think, well, watching some gay folks on Disney is going to make the kids gay, and that's wrong. Then go murder the executives of Disney. Go burn down their fucking headquarters. Go kill them. No? You're not going to do shit about it? Then shut the fuck up. like, what? You get what I was like? Don't watch their movies then. Don't show it to your kids what you want me to tell you. Like, it's no different than watching some fucking cowboy flicks in the 60s and the 50s and the 40s. You know what I'm saying? Like, where the strong white man on the back of the horse moving out west for freedom, killing some Indians. That was propaganda then. So people could believe in the American project, especially like during World War II and all that shit. Like all the war film, all the news. This is why I laugh at people. People don't realize that the news comes from that shit. Like when they would give out the war propaganda and people would go to the movie theater to see the war propaganda. That's where war movies come from. That's where all that shit starts. The government using Hollywood and vice versa to propagandize you things and make you pay for it in the process. Like, it's been propaganda from day one. Everything they've ever shown you is just because you agree with it or believe in it or think it's normal does not make it not propaganda. That's just your disposition towards that propaganda. And when they start showing you propaganda you don't like, that's just your disposition towards that propaganda. It's all propaganda. um Vase. And personally, I love watching clips of two men French kiss each other hungrily. Nice hot shit. Whatever gets you off, who cares? Do you? But still, understand what we are, just machines. Exactly. It's all programming. What is your programming? You know what I'm saying? Like, they can make things normal for you based on the propaganda. But it's not even that. Like, people shouldn't even, that's not even what you should have the problem with. It should be why they're normalizing it. What are they trying to get to in the end? The problem is a lot of people want the shit that they're trying to get to. And they want UBI. They want robots. They want to not work, so they want robots to go do it for them. They want the AI. They want AI girlfriends because they don't want to get a real girlfriend. They don't want to deal with females. They want AI boyfriends because they don't want to deal with males. Men ain't shit. Women ain't shit. Yada, yada, blah, blah, blah. And they play on that shit to get you to move into the... So all the shit that you already are predetermined to not like and the shit that you're predetermined to like, they just use that algorithmically through the propaganda to keep pushing you in that direction. So either way, you're going to end up there anyway. The people who are looking for traditional wives and the people who are looking for more liberal ways of being are still going to have sex bots. Because a lot of these motherfuckers aren't going to be able to find their traditional wives. And the women who wants the traditional man might not even like that man. Like, because by putting yourself in these boxes, you are making your choices smaller. So you're going to have less options. And those options, the less options you have, the less likely you are to find one that wants you. Like, it's not just about what you're looking for. It's also what's looking for you. the less likely you are to have that meet in the middle. But everyone can have a robot do everyone can get a Susie Homemaker traditional wife robot. Everyone can get a super slutty goth girl who gives you that Gawk 9000 robot. Everyone can get them a dad bod, beer drinking, bitch make me a sandwich man robot, but they can also get the gorgeous, beautiful 10-pack, perfectly chiseled, what do you need me to do for you, baby? I'll rub your feet, I'll cook for you, I'll clean for you, the robot as well. Or anything in between. They can all get an AI to talk to them in any of those ways. Do you get what I'm saying? There's a virtual reality for all of that. So what they do is they just make sure to use the propaganda to propagandize people into camps to push them separate from each other based on shit that mostly doesn't even affect them in their real world. Shit that mostly doesn't even affect them personally ever. Like a Cracker Barrel logo. So they fall into these camps and they get further and further transhumanized in that fashion, all getting pushed to the same middle, thinking that they're taking all these sides when they're not. It's ridiculous. Just machines decaying in the stardust, still fighting, still crying, still fucking over everything. Yeah? Method man, how high? Chemical craft. Yep, witchcraft, chemical craft. All the what in hoodoo. Mm-hmm. There is a lot of shit that's real in hoodoo and voodoo, and a lot of shit that is honestly, even then, subjectively real, where it's like, it's real when this person does it, it's not real when you do it, because you don't even have the same level of connection to it, belief in it, faith. Like, this shit, consciousness is a crazy thing. Certain things can become true that shouldn't be true. It doesn't happen most of the time. 9 in 10 times, this thing is not true. But then when that fucking mambo does it, all of a sudden the effects occur as they're supposed to. Like, there's crazy shit in magic. Like, that is something I study deeply because it's one of the most interesting studies in the world. Magic. I'm 3 layers down. Inception. Shout out to you, Johnny Beatbox. What's up? What's up, boy? Johnny Boy Beatbox. The other Johnny B. And that's actually kind of what I think about our reality. If I'm talking about base physical reality, my argument, which could be completely wrong, and whatever, would be that we are 2 layers down from that. Could be 1,000. Could be infinite. Based on my thought processes, experiences, etc., I would say we're 2 levels down from what people could call a base physical reality. Now, in reality, physical reality is not the base of reality. Even that's not base reality. But base material reality, I would say, is 2 realities beyond this one. But fuck do I know? SSSHQ. Bro, I'm literally going through witchcraft. I guess my reality has been fucked up. Hope I can get it fixed. I tried doing it myself, but failed. It's like my life has gone bad. What do you mean by you're going through witchcraft? Like somebody put a hex on you? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you could say that that's witchcraft, but that would be, it depends on, well, who put the hex and what kind of hex? Because there's all sorts of hexes. AI is hexing us every day with its algorithms. Like, who cast the spell on you? Well, what kind of spell did they cast, and what did they use to do it? Did they say abracadabra and wave a wand, or did they type a few things into a computer somewhere? You know what I'm saying? Like, what you mean? What you mean? Like watching Wizard of Oz at Sphere in Vegas. Yeah. Hail Guy Edward Barkus, by the way. Yes. Hail his name. Hail Aranay. James Schreier. Hail the Lord Aranay. Aranye. Arania. However people want to say it. Hail Aranay. Hail Guy Edward Barkus. Fuck the feds. Fuck the agents. You know what I'm saying? Like, Johnny Wolf going through the cliffa. Everyone's going through the cliffa at all times, and everyone's going through the Kabbalah at all times. People just got to study it to understand what it actually means and realize that they're always going through it. The question is, how aware of it are they, and how much can they manipulate it for themselves? How much of it is a choice? How much are they going to gain from it? And how much of it is just going to be what it's going to be because they're doing it unconsciously anyway? We always in the tunnels of set at all times. Always in the tunnels of set. I remember saying to somebody, anytime that somebody looks at a male or a female or someone or something that they want to have sex with, you're in the tunnel of Dantifaxath. Like, it's like, especially if that, and the more you shouldn't do that thing, oh, you even deeper in the tunnel. You know what I'm saying? And if you do that thing anyway, now you're getting lost in the tunnel. Like, for a man going in a vagina he shouldn't be in, you literally lost in the tunnel. You feel me? Like, cheated on his wife, and now drama's happening and chaos occurs. This is the cliff off. Like, you have to either control that chaos or like to where like you're in open relationship or you're swingers or so like you make order out of chaos. Well, yeah, I fucked someone who wasn't my wife, but my wife is perfectly fine with that, and I even brought her home to my wife. And like, but if you're like, well, we're in a monogamous traditional relationship, and I want to put my penis in this other lady, well, you are inviting chaos, my friend. Good luck in the tunnels. Like, good luck in Dantifaxath. Good luck trying to get to Gamaliel. Like, Aaron A. shooting out with the police was standing right in Nehemoth. Nama opened up the gates. Welcome, rebel. Shooting it out with the agents. He was in the cliff off. That's also a Malkuth. Because it was an earthly action. You get what I'm saying? Like in the Kabbalah. Now the Kabbalah is more right hand, it's more about, following along. Going along with the creation and whatnot and trying to find your path that way. Whereas the Cliffoth is going in the other direction. That was an act of Nehemoth, an act of rebellion, an act of anarchy. Fuck authority. Fuck who owns this house. Like, fuck property. Like, fuck all that shit. All those laws, all those rules. Fuck everything that has put me in this position right now to where I want to do this. Nehemoth. Cliffoth. You're always going through it, whether you know it or not. Like, the Kabbalah and the Cliffoth. People think that Kabbalah and Cliffoth are like these things you have to engage in. And they go, you're already engaged in it. Really learning about it is just making you aware of it. And when you learn everything there is like written on it, everything that people have talked about it, you're just learning it from the perspective of those people who recognized they were going through it and talked about it from the perspective they could, including the original people who wrote it down and called it Kabbalah and Cliffoth. You could call it whatever you want. Like, you could rename the whole structure, even change the structure. You can advance it, you can add to it. You don't have to stick with the old, like, it's just letting you know order and chaos, life and death, light and dark. You're going through this shit, existence to non-existence, like order to disorder, systems to randomness, creation, destruction, right hand path, left hand path, following orders, being a good slave to authorities, or being a rebel, revolutionary, or anarchist. Like, you're going through these thought processes and these spheres, these klipot, these realms, these shells, these husks, etc., one way or the other. The only question is your disposition. And depending on how someone writes about Kabbalah or Cliffoth, based upon their disposition, they might call one good or evil, or a mix between it, or this, that. Or somebody else might say, well, neither is really good or evil. These things are just what they are. Like, you're going to go through this shit regardless. So if you're more consciously aware of it and study it and research it and practice it to the best of your ability so you can be as aware of it as possible, you can then go through it consciously and make conscious choices, thoughts, and actions based on it. It's not about becoming religious. And that's the problem. You should read the Bible and the Quran and all that. Not because you're becoming religious, but because you're pulling anything and everything you can from that, just to make yourself more consciously aware in that facet. And that's everything. every book, every movie, every show, every anime, every comic, every fucking text, every spiritual text, every religious text, it's all the same shit. None of it is more special than the other. Spider-Man is just as special as Jesus. I know Christians might not want to hear that, but it's fucking true. Like, you can learn so much shit from Spider-Man. Like, and you can learn so much shit from the Bible. Going both ways. Shit to do, shit not to do. You could read the same thing and learn the opposite thing. You can read the Bible, for example, and think, well, I'm going to worship the God of that book. Or you could think, fuck the God of that book. Or you could be somewhere in the middle, like, well, that God doesn't actually exist. Or that God only exists in an astral form based upon people believing in it because they brought it into existence by writing him in that. You can take whatever perspective you want on it. I would say go through all of them like, to understand it from every aspect and put them all in their own boxes. So you can understand the mind of a worshiper and understand the mind of a fuck that God and understand the mind of an agnostic and understand the mind of an atheist. And then when you put those all in their boxes, your box, which has access to all those boxes, can then reshuffle itself to have the most consciously aware box you can have based on your theory of what everything is. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm glad you said going to a cliff, because that just sparked that thought process. Hope to see you soon, brother. Well, where you going? where you at? Where we gonna see each other? Johnny Wolf. Um, 8 hours of knowledge. Let's go. Born in darkness and chaos. Yes. Yes. And then born into the blinding light. Oh, bring it all back to the darkness. First the chaos, then the emptiness. Return everything to nothing. We gonna see each other. All right. That's not creepy at all, but okay. Shout out to you, Johnny Wolf. We gonna see each other. Oh. Yeah, it's like the woman who grabs her robe. Oh. Anything anybody want to bring up, talk about, discuss? Any questions? Because we're basically at the end of it, and I do have 8 hours to listen to. 444 minutes and 44 seconds. You know what? On that note, I'm gonna get off just because I want it to be at 4:44. I'll holla at y'all.